children cry.
Yeah, digging, scratching, working, struggling, hoping. Some is hustling, every man hustling, stay alive, that's the game. It don't matter if another gets slain. Pain, recession, other cats want a war, we got the weapon. People want bombs, so they gon' get them. This is the rhythm, the politics ticking. It's sad how we living in this life. It's gonna be a time that we change. Shit is not finite, life is the same. Motherfuckers killing each other to make a claim. Stop that bullshit, you have no respect for each other. You know the truth, you come from your mother, your sister, your brother. So love one another. If we make that change, the whole world will do the same. So listen.
Oh, it is one love. Every day the children dying. What about the children crying? No.
What about the kids?
Don't forget the children.
Tell them about the children.
What about the children crying? Oh, no.
I wish someone would tell me when is the suffering gonna stop. I see time ticking, fuck your watch. There comes a time when man steps to the plate, but it won't matter if your mentality is fake. Where I'm from, we got a system, overcrowded prisons, 2 cents an hour, man. Listen, shit don't change if we keep exploiting each other. One day you find out you only did it to your brother. A homeless mother, a baby, no supper. She got a husband and father, they both love her, but they can't find work cause the people with the power, they got a strange way to govern. Their price tag say nothing. Life is funny, then again it's really not. People dying for what other people got. I asked God if he can come and change the shit. He said, hell no, it's you that's gotta change this.
Every day the children dying. What about the children crying? One.
Check.
You want it. We got what you want. You can have it. Orientation in this place we call.
All right, y'all. Thursday, the 11th, June 0635. And that would make it, that's Central European time. That would make it around, 12:35 Eastern Standard Time, USA. And then on the Pacific, 9:35. What's up, everybody? Hope everybody's doing well. Yeah, we had some technical difficulties yesterday, and maybe we're past them today. I don't know. Let's see how the algorithm works. But one thing I could tell you is, do not, if you don't want to get, if you don't want your streams minimized on YouTube, then don't tell people you're going to call up Congress live. And sadly enough, and do not talk about the report HR 8800, or at least don't put that bill in your title, HR 8800, because apparently the algorithm really doesn't like that. And it's a damn shame, but some bills are more popular than others, apparently, and some titles are more popular than others. So I would be cautious about that if I was you. Talk about it all you want, just don't put it in your title. I was like, fuck this, let me put it in my title. And something happened that I hadn't seen happen in quite some time. I don't know why it did it that way, but it did do it. So I'm just saying, people just could not come in contact with my stream. No notifications sent out. They couldn't flip through their phone and catch it and see it. Like, wow, I was really, I learned something yesterday. So there it is. That's why today's stream is called "I'm Sorry, Establishment. I Won't Do That Again." Not LOL, laugh out loud. Congress sold out the USA. So that's what this stream is called. Let's see if that does a little better. But HR 8800 really didn't do well for me yesterday. So having said that, what's up, Rafika? What's up, I see you in the chat. What's up, Eric? You there too? And Michael was here earlier, half an hour. Okay, and Purple Groovy. Yo, what's up, everybody? So yeah, I was a little late, just starting off. I think the algorithm is working as it should. Let's see. I think people will get some notifications or something now that I'm live, hopefully, and they will see it in their little short feeds. But yeah. So that was interesting. Now today we're going to pick up. Yesterday they had a lot of news. There was still news I didn't get a chance to go over, obviously, but it was a good stream. We did actually get a chance to call a couple of people in Congress. So that's going to be regular now. We're going to do that now. I mean, not today, right now, but you're going to see that from here out in every other show, until for the next 2 years. You're going to see us calling Congress live, yo. And leaving messages on these representatives' goddamn answering machines. Yes, they need to be told what you think. And they need to be put on blast, or you're not going to have a country. I won't have a country. I won't have a country. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Like, people got to stand up for what they want. And I have apathy also. There's like Mike from Brooklyn also said he has apathy. We've all been there at that time where we feel like, oh, man, I'm totally out of the politics. I don't do politics. Man, that's not even an original thought in the USA. That's not even an original thought. I've had that apathy too. Every American has had that apathy. The question is do you just sit down and shut up, or do you rise above it? You know what I'm saying? I mean, like seriously, like your life depends on it. Do you have that kind of apathy about work? I don't have that kind of apathy about work, right? Because I really do like my job, but in my work that I do, but I have in certain times in my life, but I've gotten my ass up and gone to work because I like the result, the outcome of being paid later. And it's the same thing with voting. Get out there, register to vote. Don't sleep on your vote. You can have all the apathy you want, but wake up and do something for yourself. Like, get ready to let these congressional members know, because you're paying them your money. You're paying them your money. It doesn't matter if you're talking about in the city council. It doesn't matter if you're talking about the state legislator. It doesn't matter if you're talking about in Congress, in the Senate, or in the Supreme Court, or in the White House. You are paying these people your hard-earned dollars. You need to chew them out. You need to let them know, get some of your words, and hold that vote over their neck like that. Remember this? Remember this? You can get the carrot or the stick, motherfucker. Like, that's how we need to treat our government employees. Carrot or stick. Carrot or stick. Which one do you want? I could say hello to you. Hello, officer. Or I could write a long letter about complaining on your ass. How about that? How about you get a whole bunch of complaints from this neighborhood? Okay. How about everybody put you on blast? Okay. And you see what happens when you don't do that. You get the stick on your head. They have all the health care they want, and you get the stick from them. Ungrateful mother effers. They're ungrateful. That's how it works. So, we will see. Let me open up this. I'm open. As a matter of fact, it is open, but let me do one better. Damn, I never clicked out. Okay. Let me put the panel link in the chat too. Let me see here. Boom. La la la. For anybody that wants to hop up, and I encourage that. I encourage it a lot. Please let people know you're real. Don't let the trolls outdo you. You know, trolls try to make their presence known, but one thing they never do is hop up to let you know whether they're real human beings and where they come from and have a real conversation. They don't do that. So let's rise above the pettiness of the troll army that's down here. They're really like a slave army. And don't get it twisted. Some slaves, they actually enjoy being slaves. Some slaves just like eat the gruel every day. And they're just happy. They're happy down here on that level, right? Because they've had it bad. So, hey, when you get a bowl of porridge in your face and shit in it, and somebody put a stick in your hand, you just go out and beat up people. I get it. But those of us with some class, let's rise above that level, you know, to the level the trolls can't get to and have a real conversation. So the link is there in the chat if you want to hop up. Anybody want to hop up? Now, let me see. It says, okay, to be fair, our country is 15,000 to 16,000 people with 3,000 of its state land. Oh, what country are you talking about, man? 15,000? Oh, you're not talking about the U.S. Well, the U.S. is 350 million, and it goes to show you that maybe you should, maybe if you don't know how to govern a country with 350, maybe you should go somewhere with only 1,500 and start there. You know what I mean? Because if you can't govern 15, then 350 million is not for you. You know what I'm saying? Oh, your county. Okay, I got it. Oh, yeah, you said county, not country. I'm sorry. But look, some of these people, they don't even need to be governing 15,000 people, man. I mean, it is what it is, man. Some, you know. But I'm learning a lot through the electoral process about counties, states, you know, cities, you know, with mayors and all of this, you know, governors with states, you know, but it's really a precarious time right now for the U.S. and for the taxpayer. So, so everybody needs to be on deck. If you haven't registered to vote, register to vote. You can go to vote.gov and register to vote. And and guess what? It actually works. Boom. You go right there. Click on the state that you want. You could be from Alabama, Alaska, American Samoa, Arizona. You just go all the way down the list. Choose the one you want. Let's say you from Maine, for example. No, let's say you from Montana this time. You go there, click that. Then it says register, online registering, or register or update registration by mail. You can update your registration by mail too. You see? So you can check registration, make sure your information is up to date. Yeah. So you check your registration here. Click on the next link. You go there. So vote.gov is a good place to start if you want to register to vote or update your registration. I don't know why that didn't open, but here it is. It's the website right here. Sorry about that. Register, update. Yeah, here we go. So there it is. Look at this. This is just because I'm using a certain kind of browser, right? So it's blocking me. That's what it should do, right? That's what it should do, because I'm using a browser to block certain things myself, so it can't identify me as a real person. Now, as of yesterday, Bill Gates did some testimony, and it is blowing up. And listen, I gotta say, Bill Gates told people. Folks have been telling people, I don't know why legacy media, I don't know why DOJ, I don't know why they persist in a lie, but it is a fact that Jeffrey Epstein was running a honeypot blackmail espionage operation against the United States of America and sharing that information with the Russian government and with the Israeli government. It's a fact. Okay. Maybe you don't believe it's a fact. You don't have to believe it's a fact, but it is. Okay. All lines of evidence lead that way, and it doesn't lead that way for no reason at all. Right. It just is what it is. Now, that's my belief anyway. I believe it is a fact. Okay. Now, if you want to just say it's a possibility, okay, you do that then. You do that, you know? No, but I just think it is what it is at this point. I don't think anyone has to pretend. But if you notice, legacy media doesn't even want to say it's blackmail. You know, because they don't want you to know there's power dynamics involved. They don't want you to think that, wait a second, people are being made to do things in the U.S. government, but people are in the U.S. government being made to do things. They are. That's why you're seeing what you're seeing now. The evidence and the facts of it, they don't release the evidence and the facts of it, because that would be what's called the Epstein files. And as you notice, there's 3 million files, or maybe even more, that they refuse to release, and it's against the law. It is illegal to withhold anything that is a part of the Epstein files, except the victims' names. That's what the law says. So they found a way to, I don't even think they found a way to get around the law. It's just illegal. The Justice Department is just operating illegally right now. They're not following the law. If you're told to do something and you don't do it, they say you broke the law. They don't say you found a way to get around it. You know what I'm saying? You know, when was the last time the police came to you and said, oh, well, you just found a way to get around it. You found a way to get around that parking ticket. Found a way to get around that anything? No. No, you just have to do it. And if not, you get punished. And that's how it works. Well, that was Bill Gates. So let's start there with Mr. Gates and see what else they got about him. What else came out yesterday about his ass? And let's see what the commentary is on that.
And he was in today's interview with Bill Gates.
Well, Congressman, why do you believe Chairman Comer had a epiphany 24 hours later?
He probably talked to the White House. I think that was the reason for his change in attitude. However, we are still insisting that Todd Blanche come in under oath and testify. And in the past, I mean, that's how we got Pam Bondi in there. Was we relied on a couple of Republican members to allow us to pass that vote for a subpoena. So today's interview with Bill Gates was simply a transcribed interview. He was not under subpoena. But
I see you, Toby. Yeah, I agree. Toby says, I think they want us to start a civil war. I think you're absolutely right. That's an excellent way of around accountability. Get the little people to have the war. Then the rich, wealthy people don't have to have any accountability. It's true. I feel you. But at some point, people are also getting tired of the stick being hit and knocked upside the head with the stick. And every other injustice happened to them, while wealthy people get away with anything, and the Congress just allows it. You know, we have a do nothing, burn the country down Congress anyway. So the little people, we're just the taxpayer, the people that hold the country up. We can't be any better than the Congress. We can't be any better than the president, and we can't be any better than the wealthy people. They like shit like it is today, and if it goes into a civil war, it's only because they like it that way. It's only because they like it that way.
And to require him to tell the truth, we would need him under oath.
You know, Congressman, I asked that question to my colleagues in the audience to sort of ponder that transition, that change of Mr. Comer. And it struck me as Alicia was reading us in, that if the White House was so concerned to the point that they're having off-the-record meetings in the Situation Room without the president to go and figure out what to do about the non-release of the Epstein files on a series of bases, it still befuddles me why that urgency, that concern never translated to the members of the body in the majority. And why it took, you know, maybe a call from the White House or the president to finally get Mr. Comer to understand the urgency or the importance of the moment. Having that now as a backdrop, you sat in today and heard Bill Gates in his testimony. What did you take away from that? Do you sense that he was truthful and forthcoming with the information relative to the evidence that at least partially that you have? Because you don't have all 3 million, the remaining 3 million documents. We don't know what's in those, but let's work with what we got.
We got a lot.
Where do you see things with Mr. Gates?
I thought
Aloha.
His testimony today, it was over about 4 hours, he was cooperative. He did not avoid questions. He did not obfuscate. He didn't try to avoid things. I mean, we had a lot of evidence out in front of us Many of those emails were very cryptic, and we asked for explanations, and he provided those. He did push back a couple of times on emails that were written by Jeffrey Epstein to Jeffrey Epstein, but they had, allegations about Bill Gates and his conduct, and he pushed back on those because, he alleged that those allegations were not true. But I have to say he was forthright and he was apologetic because I asked him a question. I said, Mr. Gates, the moment you met Jeffrey Epstein, he was already a registered sex offender.
Right.
So how do you have a multi-year relationship?
How do you just say I'm sorry? How do you just say you're sorry? How? You know this person is a registered sex offender. You're a billionaire. Every billionaire has detectives and private detectives working on their behalf, vetting any person that they meet that they don't know. Very simple. They want billionaires at the very least, the easiest thing for them to do is to know who it is they're meeting. That's it. The background, any dirt on the person. That is the one requirement that they have, and a billionaire will meet anybody. Look, they just want to know who you are. Are you a petty criminal? Yes. Okay, great. Let's meet the guy. Maybe we can help him. You know what I'm saying? Is he whatever? They don't care about that, but sex offender? Like sex offender. And then you find out that do you really think Bill Gates didn't know that it was 40 girls in Florida, something to that effect around there that gave their testimonies in writing about Jeffrey Epstein? You really think he didn't know that? I'm just saying, either he's the dumbest motherfucking billionaire on earth, right? Or he's lying to people. Maybe that's why he said, I'm sorry. Maybe that's why he said, I'm sorry. And I just got to tell you, if you, again, I'm just going to say this. If you think billionaires do not employ private detectives to look up all your dirt for any person that they're going to meet, do any type of business together with, if they're going to meet you, they do. They do. And for him to claim he had no idea, I'm just saying you got to be very, very naive to believe it. Now, you may not be able to prove it because the nature of the NDAs and but look, this is about investigating. If Congress finds out who his private detectives were back then, they can call him. And if they lie, right, then they can charge them also with crimes. You see what I'm saying? So just the fact that you don't investigate it doesn't mean it didn't happen. Just the fact that you didn't call the investigators to Congress and say, what did Bill Gates know about this guy before he went to meet them? Just because you don't do that doesn't mean anything. You know what I mean? It could actually mean that Bill Gates actually knew. And just because you don't investigate it, you don't know. You see what I mean? But it makes no sense for a billionaire because every billionaire has private detectives. That is that's the one wall of defense. Who is this person I'm going to meet? They seem like a nice guy, but I don't want to walk into something bad. Let me know who it is so I can know how to deal with this. Very simple. Private detective, what is that? That's shoe money to you. That's nothing. That's nothing to a billionaire. You see what I mean? And not only that, if the billionaire doesn't do it, who the hell is looking out for the billionaire? You know what I'm saying? What about the corporation the billionaire works with? Don't they have security people and investigators wanting to know who the CEO of your company is fucking meeting with? Like, I'm sorry. This man had to know all the dirt on Jeffrey Epstein. Elon Musk had to know all the dirt on Jeffrey Epstein. Not all. Maybe they didn't know the extent of the espionage, but they had to know about the rape. Right. They had to know about any rumors associated with him, too. And Peter Thiel, they had to know. They had to know these things. And maybe that's why Bill Gates is saying he's sorry, because it looks real bad to know those things and you still go ahead with it. It shows to the public, like, not only are you not the nicest person on earth, but you probably don't really give a fuck about a lot of people either. You know, while you're getting the people's tax money, I think that's what it could be about. But still, there's no excuse. Now, they knew They knew. They knew. They knew.
Business or otherwise, with someone who was accused of doing that. And he
Thank you
had
very much.
No good response. But he did say
He had no good response because there is no good response. There's no good response. He's not even going to want to talk about it much. But see, in a real investigation, a real investigator, a real detective would push him on that. Well, why didn't you know? Did you know? Wait a second. We don't even know if you knew. Did you have anyone find out? Did you do any background research on Jeffrey Epstein, Mr. Gates, before you went and met with him? Who were they? Can we find that out? And they will find that shit out because they know who you got on your payroll. And a billionaire has goddamn detectives on their payroll every motherfucking month. They're giving them a check because they're looking up a whole lot of people for you, man. Come on. Yo, I'm just saying that's how it is done in real life. Just in case you didn't know. So I'm just saying.
Say that Epstein played him, wanted to get control of some of the funding, not within the Gates Foundation, but Epstein had promised him that he would bring money from other sources to
help fund the foundation.
To help fund their work. Yeah, okay. Not within the foundation, but he's got a global health initiative. Mm-hmm. Does great work on that, by the way. But that was the law that Epstein put out there. In the end, I have to say, based on what we saw on the documents, it was Melinda Gates, ironically, who put her foot down and said, "Look, I know about this guy's past. You cannot do. I don't want to see this guy again."
You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? Like really, I'm just saying, if the American people think Elon Musk, Peter Thiel, Bill Gates, any of these people didn't know, especially at the bare minimum, they knew 40 girls. They had access to the goddamn statements that the 40 girls made about Jeffrey Epstein. That's what I'm telling you. Shit like that is for sale. A private detective can get their hands on that anytime. Anytime. That's their job. They go and pay the police. Give it to me, police officer. Hey, can you get your hands on that? Or they will go talk to the police officer so there's no paper trail. Let me know what you know. And the police will fucking tell them. Yo, you folks better wake up. Folks better wake up. Like, just so you know, I'm only saying this because I know what the hell I'm talking about. And I don't want people to be fooled. Of course, this member of Congress is trying to has to ride a thinner line because, first of all, they don't want to say everything they know in the public. He doesn't want to he don't want to make a statement. Even if he believed the same as me, he's not going to say that because he wants to do he doesn't want you to know. He doesn't want everyone to know, especially Gates or Trump or anyone else to know his real thinking. He's going to disguise it, right? Because this is a cat and mouse game right now. But just so you know, an intelligent, experienced person would come to the conclusion that they knew all of it. And you're finding out here that his wife knew. And they did. And I'm guaranteeing you, it's not just one girl she knew about. It's not just the girl that he went to jail for. It's not just that. It's also the what did they call it? The disclosure that came with that case. And that's all those other 40 fucking girls.
Say, based on what we saw on the documents, it was Melinda Gates, ironically, who put her foot down and said, "Look, I know about this guy's past. You cannot do. I don't want to see this guy again."
Can I just say, yeah. Congressman, we have some sound from Melinda Gates from an NPR interview that she did on February 3rd, and I just want to play this sound for you.
Okay.
For me, it's personally hard whenever those details come up, right? Because brings back memories of some very, very painful times in my marriage. So whatever questions remain there of what I can't even begin to know all of it, those questions are for those people and for even my ex-husband. They need to answer to those things, not me.
Did Bill Gates answer for those things? Because Melinda Gates, every time she has spoken about this, and it has been measured, and it has been few since the reports since their divorce was first reported and actually final, she has been very careful in what she has said. But the subtext, every time I hear Melinda Gates speak about this, is that Bill Gates has something he needs to say. And it's not for her to say it, it's for Bill Gates to say it. And I don't get the impression that he said it today during his testimony, but you were there.
Right.
Listen, it's called men with dicks, all right? I've been saying it's called men with dicks. And any man, if I mean, most, not any, I don't want to say any, the average man, the greater majority of the average man, you see what I mean? If you want to just be honest, you have hormones. You do. You are wired like an animal to some degree. You are. But the key here is your ethics and your morals and your judgment. Do you control how you are wired? You know, does your mind control your body? And sadly enough, there are men that they can't control their urges. Their mind can't tell them, whoa, this is not cool, or nah, what the hell? No. You know, that first instinct might be like, whoa, what is that? And then their mind should tell them, no, that's not right. And pass and move on by. Or no, that's not what I thought it was. That's what your mind should do when you're an ethical individual, when you're a moral individual. But you're dealing with a lot of men that, their urges prevail. Like their fucking urges prevail. And the reason why I'm saying this is because I'm a man too. And this is how you have to talk to your daughters too. When you're a man, when you're a father, you got to talk to your daughters, and you got to talk to your sons too about this kind of shit. This is what you got to do. You know, that's called being an adult. So you know why these men were at Epstein's island. You know what they found interesting about Epstein. It's their urges. It's their fucking urges. And he was providing them something for their urges. That's what that was about. That's what a honeypot scheme is about. That's all it's about. We can get this guy. We know what his urges are. Now let's get him what he wants and get him on tape. And then we got him. Booyah. That's what this is about. You see, and they got a lot of men. And a lot of these men are more disgusting than you think. Way more disgusting than you think. Because there are allegations of them killing little kids. Like, there's some sickos in that group. They're not just all like your average rapist.
There was a moment here when Epstein was pursuing Bill Gates as a target, and that funding, that's what he was after. When Epstein actually had the information which was not public yet, that Gates had several, multiple extramarital affairs. It was not public yet. And he was using that, and there were elements of blackmail there around that dynamic. So, I think that was, Bill Gates said that was the impetus for him to go to his wife and say, this is what happened.
So Bill Gates basically claimed in his testimony today that Jeffrey Epstein was blackmailing him, and he wasn't really his friend. Okay.
There was elements of that, yeah.
There was another piece that Ranking Member Garcia brought up today that I want to play for our audience, and then I would like you to...
So you heard it. Now, finally, there's someone that has come forth who has admitted. See, they don't want... I would say this about Bill Gates. He's a little better than the rest of these motherfuckers, because at least he admits he was being blackmailed. And the reason why that's so important for the American people to know is so you can begin to understand what the limits of blackmail are. There are no limits, essentially. Once they get you on tape, once they get your dirt, they can use that against you to do other things. They can make you work for them. Now, imagine what kind of power that is when you have a Supreme Court justice that you have the dirt on them. Imagine what kind of power you have when you have a congressional member, when you got the dirt on them, like's been alleged of Jim Jordan. Imagine what it is. Clarence Thomas has been alleged. Clarence Thomas. Imagine what kind of power you have. This person now becomes your pawn. And if you just couple that with espionage, international organizations or other countries getting their hands on that dirt, you now work for them. That is how it works. What if a corporation gets their hands on that dirt? You now work for them. Are the American people free that way? They are the opposite of free at that moment. And they're paying the bill. Imagine paying the bill for your slavery. That's what slavery is.
To expound upon what we hear from the congressman.
It's important to note that Mr. Gates does understand that he was around people and likely assistants and those employed by Mr. Gates that were also abused. And so he was around people that were actually abused, and that was recognized in some of the discussion that we had inside.
I'm curious, if Bill Gates can make that concession, why have so many of the other people you have brought in for interviews not been able to make the same concession?
That's an excellent question. And again, it's because they don't want you to know that they are being used by a foreign government. That's what it is. They don't want you to know. That's exactly what it's about. And that's an excellent question to ask. So at least Bill Gates, that's why I said Bill Gates at least is actually a little better than the rest of these motherfuckers, because the rest of these people do not care. They do not care about the country. I'm just telling you.
Was around people and likely assistants.
At least that's what I'm deducting here.
And those employed
today that I want to play for our audience, and then I would like you to expound upon what we hear from the congressman.
It's important to note that Mr. Gates does understand that he was around people and likely assistants and those employed by Mr. Gates that were also abused. And so he was around people that were actually abused, and that was recognized in some of the discussion that we had inside.
I'm curious, if Bill Gates can make that concession, why have so many of the other people you have brought in for interviews not been able to make the same concession?
Yeah, that's on them.
See, now that Bill Gates has let it be known, I'm going to tell you something else, and this is pretty clever. Now that Bill Gates has let it be known that he was being blackmailed, that means the U.S. government has an obligation to stop it. Now imagine if the head of the blackmail ring is in the White House and doesn't want it stopped, actually wants it to continue because they've been blackmailed too by a foreign nation. Imagine that. It means that they still have to stop it anyway because it would look so bad. So Bill Gates is actually doing what's in his best interest, because now that he has let it be known that he was being blackmailed, the U.S. government has to solve the crime and stop it instead of not do anything about it. That's what, I'm just telling you, welcome to my program. This is V Media. As a matter of fact, in the next couple of days, I'm going to throw in the link every time I go live to a new page, right, that I'm starting up. And it's going to have a different name, same feedback, same evaluations, same content, same contributors. And just to be able to market it a little better. But welcome to the page. I appreciate everybody. Click the like button. Click the like button if you haven't clicked the like button. Subscribe if you haven't subscribed, and share the video so more people can come in contact with it. Because trust me, some of the topics that we cover in here, YouTube is basically going to ban them. They're going to make sure you don't see it in your algorithm. I'm telling you, that's exactly what happened yesterday. So if you didn't see the stream yesterday, watch the stream from yesterday. It's like, damn, how can I only get 1,000 views? I'm used to getting 5,000 to 10,000 views, even more. I mean, it's not the first time YouTube have done this. I used to get like 50,000 views when I went live. YouTube has been, they doing something is happening. You know what I mean? So I'm just saying, but peep the insight here.
I do know
can make that concession. Why?
That's a good question. This is a key question she's about to ask. And you got to ask yourself why. I already know the answer, though.
Around people and likely assistants and those employed by Mr. Gates that were also abused. And so he was around people that were actually abused, and that was recognized in some of the discussion that we had inside.
I'm curious, if Bill Gates can make that concession, why have so many of the other people you have brought in for interviews not been able to make the same concession?
Yeah,
Blackmail.
that's on them. I do know that.
What did he say?
so many of the other people you have brought in for interviews not been able to make the same concession?
Yeah, that's on them. I do know that.
That is on them. And those people are in motherfucking trouble. Because the gig is up. I'm telling you, what Bill Gates just said, that's going to open up a flood. That's like the walls of Jericho getting ready to tumble straight up, because he's letting you know that it was about blackmail. It was about blackmail. It was a honeypot. And so if that was happening to him, what makes him different from any other billionaire and millionaire that was going there? You see? So, yeah.
That Gates was apologetic about that. That he said, absolutely, I allowed my priority being the global health initiative to get in the way of what the right thing that I should have done.
Is he saying he recognizes this retrospectively or in real time?
Look, that's not right there. That's not right. Look, you see this? So this is where you can't let the dude off. He allowed his priority of wanting the money. No, motherfucker. Like, they use that. There's something else there too. Because listen, you as a billionaire, you already know that the dude has been charged. And you know what the allegations are, what the witnesses said. He knows the dude was sex trafficking. He knows that. So don't let him out of this thing trying to pretend like, nah, it was just because I wanted his help that I was there. No. How can you be blackmailed? Think about this. How can you be blackmailed for wanting his help? You can't be. It has to be something else you did that he can blackmail you for. It just goes to show you, men are not proud. Men with dicks get in trouble, dude. I'm just telling you, they get in trouble with their dicks. And it's hard for them to admit it, because it shows you what a failure they really fucking are in reality. That they could go that far and not be able to control their goddamn penis, yo. Like, it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. It is. And it's not just men. It is not just men. Don't make me, I don't want you to get it the wrong way. Every adult that has a sexual organ has to operate with ethics and morals. You have to. You got to know how to keep it in your pants. Yo, you got to know what's appropriate, what's not in any given situation. You got to know what are the age limits and who, what, and how is proper and what's not. That's the challenge of being a goddamn stand-up individual, of being an adult, of being a professional, of being a community member. You know what I'm saying? And this guy's trying to weasel out. It's because his brain, he can't even believe in his brain what he did. Because it is stupid. It is stupid. But you did it, Bill Gates. And you lost your marriage, Bill Gates, because of it. And you are out here on TV like, I don't know why I was on Jeffrey Epstein's island. It's embarrassing. He could be used. See, this goes to show you how naive these fucking people are. Because listen, there are some gangs. There are some gangs that will extort you this way all across the globe. Is that who you think runs some of these goddamn brothels and shit like that? You know what I'm saying? They looking for men with money to blackmail you. You might be stupid. You might think you're going in there getting a little joy for yourself and pleasure on the side and shit one day. And next thing you know, these motherfuckers know about your bank account, know about you, who got the mortgage on your house. They blackmailing you, about to tell your wife. This is what's going on. I'm just saying. So, man, keep it in your pants. You know,
I have so many of the other people you have brought in for interviews not been able to make the same concession.
Yeah, that's on them. I do know that Gates was apologetic about that. That he said, absolutely, I allowed my priority being the global.
He allowed his priority being the what? The global? No, motherfucker. Your priority was in your pants, dude. That's what that was. Don't let this dude off the hook. This is crazy.
Gates was apologetic about that. That he said, absolutely, I allowed my priority being the global health initiative.
Fail. That's a lie. Okay. which is why it's like, can we get the videotape? I don't want nobody else, no man mansplaining for me and shit, you know, rape splaining and espionage splaining and blackmail splaining. Motherfucker, that wasn't your priority. It was in your pants. Okay, that's how you got caught on Jeffrey Epstein's island. That's why he could blackmail you. No one can blackmail you for wanting to do business with them if the business is proper. Okay? It's crazy, man.
To get in the way of what the right thing that I should have done.
Is he saying he recognizes this retrospectively or in real time that he recognized that those women were being abused?
Well,
I like how she just cut right back to the crux of it. You know, back to the women being abused, because he tried to get himself out of the women being abused like he wasn't there doing it. Now, this is how a billionaire admits to being involved with little girls. But he's quite clever because they're giving him a lane to help them by admitting it was blackmail. So now the U.S. government has to do something about investigating the blackmail portion of it. If you remember, the entire time, there's probably loads of congressional members and loads of DOJ people in the Trump administration that have kept repeating this lie. There was no blackmail. That's what they started out saying. There was no blackmail. There was no blackmail. There was no blackmail. Guess what, y'all? You're some fucking liars. There was some blackmail now. And yeah, that's a key moment in the Epstein files, in the Epstein hearings right now. Bill Gates admitting there was blackmail. So big up to Bill Gates for that, at least, man. You're a little bit better than the rest of these motherfuckers. Like, straight up, I'm just saying, a little bit better than the rest of these motherfuckers. Look at this. He's a zombie. He can't even believe he's lying for Bill Gates. Look at this shit. He's trying to cover up Bill Gates shit right here by explaining this. Look.
That he said, absolutely, I allowed my priority being the global health initiative to get in the way of what the right thing that I should have done.
Is he saying he recognizes this retrospectively or in real time that he recognized that those women were being abused?
Well, he said on multiple occasions, he said once the Epstein files came out, he found the scope of all this and how many women. I mean, I think we're up over 1,000 in terms of people.
Once the Epstein files came out, people just can't. If you believe this part, I'm not even trying to be hard on Bill Gates, but listen, if you believe that, you should never be a detective. Don't ever investigate any crime for any municipality, any police department, any government, nothing. Do you just believe that? This is wow, man. Wow, I didn't know. I didn't know investigating was this whack. You know what I'm saying? I thought these motherfuckers actually knew when you was lying. I mean, nope. Apparently not. You know, of course they know. Nobody's buying this bullshit. The guy has to say these things because there's something else he's after. Of course, he's not going to let you know what he's thinking, but he knows that these are some of the most naive statements no one is going to believe. No person that is investigating a crime is going to fucking believe what Bill Gates said right there. That's really what it is.
That those women.
And he stutters. Exactly. Thank you, Elizabeth.
Were being abused.
Well, he said on multiple occasions, he said once the Epstein files came out, he found the scope of all this and how many women. I mean, I think we're up over 1,000 in terms of people who have said that since 2001 when this.
Yeah, it's a carefully crafted statement. Look at this. Now he doesn't. You don't need to know this. Of course, you ain't going to know the whole scope. You know what I mean? But goddamn, you knew from the start it was 40 women that was accusing fucking Epstein. And just with the thing he had already been accused of from Florida. So I didn't know the scope. Okay, yeah, 40 to 1,000. But the scope was already big from the start, buddy. No one can imagine 1,000. What the fuck? You have to be deeply involved to know the scope of that. But you knew 40. 40 is enough. 40 is not one. 40 is not one. That if you meet this guy and not even meet him, if you got your hands on the police reports just from Florida, you know it's sex trafficking. You know it's a honeypot. Dude, you have to be the dumbest motherfucker and the most You got to be a person trying to avoid the facts, because these guys have investigators working for them. Bill Gates have investigators working for him. They know the people they're meeting and their dirt. They know it already. Okay, so even a detective would tell them it looks like he's involved in a honeypot. They're going to tell you. They're going to tell you that. They don't know for sure, but they will warn you. The behavior, the witness testimony, the activities, they resemble a honeypot operation. So be careful. Don't get yourself in any trouble if you meet him. That's exactly what they will say. That's if they're doing their fucking job. An investigator will tell you that. You know what I mean? That's an investigator's job, to advise you, especially the ones that like a good check. Okay, but this is weird. This is just weird.
Began to do that.
Listen to the ladies in the background, because they don't fucking believe this shit. Listen to how they respond to this. They're not buying it.
2018, when Jeffrey Epstein took his own life, there were about 1,000 women that were impacted. Some of them from Eastern Europe, some of them from Russia. Many of them here in the United States, but
Got to bring it back. Sorry, I missed it.
Epstein files came out. He found.
You hear that? You hear that? Listen to this. Because they ain't buying it. This is some bullshit. Here we go. Let's hear it again.
Being abused.
Well, he said on multiple occasions, he said once the Epstein files came out, he found the
Nobody believes it. That sounds phony as hell. He said once the Epstein files came out, man, get the hell out of here. What the hell is going on here? That's called giving a billionaire a pass. Both of the ladies was like, that's the kind of you make when you don't believe the shit that you're being told. Like, they're telling you flat out, they don't believe that shit.
Time that he recognized that those women were being abused.
Well, he said on multiple occasions, he said once the Epstein files came out, he found the scope of all this and how many women. I mean, I think we're up over 1,000 in terms of people who have said that since 2001.
Oh, wow. I'm shocked. What is he supposed to say? Like, oh, no, I wasn't shocked by him being 1,000 women. That didn't shock me. I mean, it's crafted. Of course, you got to act like you're shocked. Yeah, I was shocked. I didn't know it was 1,000, but you knew it was 40. You knew it was 40 from day one, dude. And you still met with the motherfucker. Like, what is this?
18, when Jeffrey Epstein took his own life, there were about 1,000 women that were impacted. Some of them from Eastern Europe, some of them from Russia, many of them here in the United States. But, this was a network. He could not do this by himself, one man, even with Ghislaine Maxwell.
It's interesting, the connection or intersection of the desires of these very wealthy men that have probably nothing to do with
desires.
The desires of these very wealthy men that have probably nothing to do with the despicable part of Epstein's life, but they've got something that they want to promote and push out.
What's going on here? Why did he use the word probably? Like, you probably should not even make that deduction at all with the what is he talking about? The dude is running a honeypot blackmail sex trafficking operation, and they're saying he's making it sound like they probably weren't there for that. Yo, it sounds like this is what the guy's saying. Now, I'm telling you, legacy media is on some bullshit.
That have probably nothing to do with the despicable part of Epstein's life, but
who said it probably have nothing to do with that? Some private investigator said that? I don't know. What the fuck? I don't get that one.
That have probably nothing to do with the despicable part of Epstein's life, but they've got something that they want to promote and push out. Epstein knows that. Epstein figures out a way to worm his way in, get to know them. Yeah. But there's still, for me, that.
And then what? Throw young girls around him? Throw young boys around him. Is that what he's trying to say? Like, it didn't start off that way. Is this he's trying to give them a excuse? Well, it didn't start. Why were you with the young girl? It didn't start off that way. I first went there for business. And then he threw them on me, Your Honor. And he threw that little boy on me too, Your Honor. It's like, what is this bullshit? Anyway, I'm going to let it.
To promote and push out. Epstein knows that. Epstein figures out a way to worm his way in, get to know them. Yeah. But there's still, for me, that point that after the fact of his acknowledgement and conviction relative to sexual predation, these individuals still engaged with him. And I thought Representative Stansbury today really kind of pushed on that, and she responded relayed back to us what that conversation, what Mr. Gates said about that particular aspect of still going forward and asking, was it worth it? Was it really worth it to do all this? Yeah. This is what she had to say.
The language that he used is that in spite of knowing Mr. Epstein's reputation, he saw a narrow role for accessing potential donors for his global health initiatives. And so when I asked him, are you saying that the ends justified the means? He said, well, that's probably too strong of language, but I felt that getting billions of dollars for global health was worth it.
It's a motherfucking lie. I mean, let me ask you something. Look, everybody, put a 1 in the chat if you believe that answer from Bill Gates. Just let me know. Put a 1 in the chat if you believe that answer from Bill Gates. I'm going to play it again. And put a 2 in the chat if you think it's total, utter bullshit. Listen to this. Just hear this out, man. I ain't buying it.
What Mr. Gates said about that particular aspect of still going forward and asking, was it worth it? Was it really worth it to do all this? Yeah. This is what she had to say.
The language that he used is that in spite of knowing Mr. Epstein's reputation, he saw a narrow role for accessing potential donors for his global health initiatives. And so when I asked him, are you saying that the ends justified the means? He said, well, that's probably too strong of language, but I felt that getting billions of dollars for global health was worth it.
You believe that? Do you believe that? Put a 1 in the chat if you believe what Bill Gates just said. If you buying it, put a 2 in the chat if you think it's a crock of shit. Listen, I'm sorry. This is a man with a dick. Okay, he was on Jeffrey Epstein's island. Okay, Jeffrey Epstein was running a honeypot scheme. Okay, blackmailing people like him, not because they want money and he got money for them. He was able to blackmail them because they have a dick. And they're immoral and don't have any fucking ethics. That's what that is. In my mind, like trying to skate out of it. Like this man knew exactly. Come on. There's loads of ways to get money. Isn't that the perfect lie, the perfect cover up? I could only get the money through Jeffrey Epstein, the known rapist and pedophile. And by the way, my private detective said that he was running a honeypot situation and to be careful. But hey, I thought global health was more important. What the fuck? Yo, come on. You think a jury is going to fucking buy that? If this man went to, just with that excuse, if he went to a 12 jury criminal trial and said that, he would go to fucking jail. He would go to jail. Nobody's buying that. Listen to it again. And look, this is why I at least like the fact that Congress is having it. Although I think the United States Congress operates with soft gloves way too much. Like, don't trust the Congress. Do not trust Congress either. Like, they're all in on it somehow. They can be bought. They're being bought, most of them. They didn't want to have this committee. They didn't want to see any of these men come in and testify, but they're trying to control who goes down and who doesn't go down. And so in that case, some information does come out, but listen to it again. Just listen to this. You tell me if this passes the criminal test, right? A trial. You think jurors are going to believe this shit? Listen to this.
Was it really worth it to do all this? Yeah. This is what she had to say.
The language that he used is that in spite of knowing Mr. Epstein's reputation, he saw a narrow role for accessing potential donors for his global health initiatives. And so when I asked him, are you saying that the ends justified the means? He said, well, that's probably too strong of language, but I felt that getting billions of dollars for global health was worth it.
Don't believe that? Oh, so that means, look, anybody, you could go to and go to any brothel you want. Any of these guys, they can go to any brothel in the United States of America. They could do anything nefarious, anything. And the excuse is that, oh, I'm a good Samaritan. I went there. I went to the hoe house because I'm a good Samaritan. You know what I'm saying? I thought what the guy could do that was running the hoe house, I thought he could get me some money for my campaign. That's why I did it. What the fuck is this? Yo, when you do that and the bottom line in here is this. Did they ask the man if he had been with had he been with any of the victims? That is the bottom line. And if he says yes, he needs to go to fucking jail. And if anyone says that he did, yo, he doesn't even have to say yes. With that answer, if someone else said that he did, you combine that with his excuse, I see prison time there. I see prison time. And I see prison time for the average person there. You use that excuse and you have a victim saying that you did something. Now, keep in mind, there's another aspect to this. Some of these victims died. So, yeah, we will see more. But I do believe they picked Bill Gates. They basically sold Bill Gates out. You know, they're offering Bill Gates up in the hopes that it will slow down things. It will give the public a little bit of meat so that they can hide the rest. You see what I mean? Bill Gates probably is one of the more naive ones, but it doesn't make him innocent of anything. And it doesn't mean that he wasn't fully aware of what he was encountering. You know? Yeah. Now, keep in mind, the man had extramarital affairs more than once. That's why his wife left him. OK, and she's not copping for him. She's not making any excuses for it. You see what I mean? So to me, it seems like no. The guy's pretty much admitting it in a way without admitting it. And the Congress is giving him a way out. Right. And the FBI is giving him a way out. And yeah, the whole criminal justice system is giving him a way out. And they probably want to give Trump a way out and anybody else involved with the U.S. government a way out. Most of the billionaires a way out. That's what it seems like to me. Yeah. So, you know, yeah, there are some pieces of information that are useful to the people that really want to know. Like he did admit they were involved with blackmail. Jeffrey Epstein wanted to blackmail him. Yeah. Aha. And the U.S. government didn't want to admit that he has a honeypot blackmail operation. Well, yeah, that's so interesting. Why don't you want to admit that? Because it happened on U.S. soil and you're supposed to stop it and you didn't. Duh. You know, obviously that's the reason, you know, because you can't stop what you don't know. And if you don't admit that it was going on, then, hey, you didn't fail. So it's all a success. U.S. government did exactly what they were supposed to do with Jeffrey Epstein running a goddamn international sex trafficking ring, espionage ring on U.S. soil. It never happened. So we didn't have to stop it. Okay.
That's a very interesting. So it kind of feeds a little bit of what you put on the table about Epstein as
every time Simone says, you hear she don't buy it. She doesn't buy this shit. Listen to her. Come on.
For global health was worth it.
Exactly. It's not adding up. It is not adding up. And look at this dude's eyes. He's like, yeah, you don't buy it either, do you? No, I don't buy this shit. No, I think they just play it at this point. You know, they can't come out and all say it. They don't, you know, Simone and this other dude, they can't say that this is utter bullshit and that the man got caught red-handed with his pants down. They can't just say it like that. But isn't that what they're thinking? Oh my God!
That's a very interesting. So it kind of feeds a
very,
little bit of what
very
you
interesting.
Put on the table about Epstein as playing the role of a little bit of a blackmailer, probably a lot of that. Yeah. But how was your reading of that moment and his justification or explanation for continuing? Because for me, that's the hardest part. I think all of us at this table, if we were doing business with or been approached by somebody who had that kind of a background and reputation that we knew of that was public, in terms of sexual, again, predation and going after young girls. I don't think I'd want to do business with them. I think if I'm Bill Gates, I already got a network, right? I don't know if I really need Jeffrey Epstein's network. Yeah. Is Jeffrey Epstein's...
Look at Simone. Her neck is up. She can't control herself. Yeah, she is about to punch somebody because it's bullshit. I mean, they're trying, because it is legacy media. So they're trying to find a way, like somehow, is there some, without saying what it is, they're trying to find a way to say how absurd it sounds. And of course, Simone is a woman, so she ain't going for it. And look at her body language. It is something you should punch someone for because it's insulting. It's insulting. She knows damn well that most of these men would not avoid this problem. Okay. A lot of these men in Congress and in these billionaire places, they ain't avoiding these problems. They going right into the devil's den happily. Oh, where the ladies at? Send me the young girls. Ha. As long as nobody knows. Ha ha ha. I pulled one over on my wife again. Public is giving me their taxpayer dollars. They think I'm ethical and moral. Come on. Nobody's buying that shit. Look at Simone's body language.
Background and reputation that we knew of that was public, in terms of sexual, again, predation and going after young girls. I don't think I'd want to do business with them. I think if I'm Bill Gates, I already got a network, right? I don't know if I really need Jeffrey Epstein's network. Yeah. Is Jeffrey Epstein's network bigger?
Look at her body language.
I think if I'm Bill Gates, I already got a network. Right? I don't know if I really need Jeffrey Epstein's network. Yeah. Is Jeffrey Epstein's network bigger or better than Bill Gates' network? Yeah. So help me understand that and square that circle.
That doesn't make any sense. His network is not bigger than Bill Gates' network. What the fuck? What is he talking about? Bill Gates doesn't need money from anybody. So again, sorry, man, just giving them Congress is giving this man, the Justice Department gave this man a pass. But see, Bill Gates is smart enough to know that the Justice Department is going to give him a pass. So he will go and testify just to give a little. You see what I mean? Just to do what he can't do. Anything to not implicate himself directly with sleeping with little children. That's what he's doing. So he's going to give up everybody else. Bill Gates is clever. He knows that once he introduces the word blackmail into it, that now he's fucking with the Justice Department. Now he's fucking with Kash Patel. Now he's fucking with what's this guy, Scott, whatever his name is, or what's his fucking name? I forget, the guy who wants to be the head of the DOJ now, Todd Blanche. He's fucking with Todd Blanche because these motherfuckers said that there was no other people involved. They said there was no other crimes. That's the key thing. And now he has busted them because now they are forced to now be, just by lieu of being the FBI, of being the Department of Justice, he has fucked Todd Blanche. He has fucked him because now if you didn't solve that crime and you don't investigate that crime and you don't look into other aspects of blackmail, then you're not actually, it's obvious you're not doing your job. It becomes obvious you're part of the cover up and they don't want that. So he's kind of fucked. He's fucked the U.S. government here. I mean, not the U.S. government and not the American people. He's helped the American people here. Yeah, he's probably trying to avoid trouble himself, but he has fucked over the game to cover up what's going on by admitting that Jeffrey Epstein was trying to blackmail him. Whatever else is, he ain't going to say how and what he wanted to do, but he already let you know. He wanted to set him up with some little girls and some women to blackmail him. He's letting you know it was blackmail. He said it himself. It was blackmail. He was trying to blackmail him. So Todd Blanche, Kash Patel, there you have it. Jeffrey Epstein was trying to blackmail all these people. Now, what did he get on them? Is it in the Epstein files? What did he get on them? You see? And then the next question is, if you were trying to blackmail these people, who were you trying to blackmail them for? Was it espionage? Was it a foreign government? Was it Israel? Was it Russia? Now you also have to look into that. Of course, they don't want to because Israel, and according to the Pentagon, Israel And Russia is all up inside of the Trump administration. I mean, they just talked about that 2 days ago. The goddamn Pentagon is worried about Israel. And they've always been worried about Russia up inside of Trump's administration. So come on, it's actually crumbling. It's starting to crumble. It's almost like they're in a race to keep control over the House. At the same time, it's crumbling. But these motherfuckers are fighting tooth and nail to keep power. They are fighting tooth and nail to keep power. Even though it is crumbling, they are fighting like their life depends on it. You know, this is going to go down in history. This is going to go down in history of the Western world. This one thing right here. It is. And it is going to be the story of our generation, of our lifetime. It is going to be how this one incident dictates how the next 100 years is going. Jeffrey Epstein and what he was doing on U.S. soil, who he was working for, that dictated the outcome of the relationships between NATO now in the U.S., the relationship between U.S. and Canada, U.S. and Mexico, U.S. and everybody. These Epstein files, I'm pretty sure it have international consequences. I'm pretty sure this is why Trump behavior is so different from every other U.S. president, right or left. It looks like he is probably one of the people in those files. And it's got to be, I'm guessing now, if he is, it's got to be very, very bad. Not just average bad, not like Bill Gates bad, way worse. And it is alleged to have been way worse with Trump. It is alleged publicly that Trump had something to do with killing a little girl who was being sex trafficked and threatening a little boy that if he talks, the same will happen to him. It is alleged that Trump likes little boys doing it to him in the behind. And that's public. Sasha Riley said it. That is public. Like, so don't sleep, you know. The Justice Department also ain't talking about Sasha Riley. The FBI's not talking about Sasha Riley. Don't know why that is, but that's it. He's just out there. He's a veteran saying it happened to him between the ages of 8 and 12, starting in 1984. He said that Epstein actually looked like he worked for Trump and 3 other billionaires. That's what Sasha Riley has said in his tapes, Sasha Riley tapes, which are horrific in themselves. You know, every time I hear about it, I'm just like, God damn, this is so bad, but it is so real. And, you know, if these tapes weren't out there, you wouldn't be able to say anything. No one would be able to say they existed. You know, nobody would be able to say they existed, but they are out there. And this is what they sound like.
That was what facilitated. Not only did I get really assaulted by Andy Biggs, I also got assaulted by like an entire party's worth of people.
Get any justice? You ever watch the movie The Equalizer?
No, I haven't seen it.
Denzel Washington, you know, sort of like justice when everyone involved in American law enforcement can't get any justice.
Vladimir Putin, I don't know even when he ascended to the presidency, but I remember the name because it was so unusual. Now, at that point, he may have just been, you know, one of the Russian oligarchs or whatever, but his name came up, and I remember just because it's an unusual name, Vladimir Putin, you know, but I don't believe he was ever there. So that is like, I don't know, there are other names like that too.
Okay, let's talk a little bit about
I
Putin
remember
more.
Clinton's name being brought up, but I don't ever remember seeing it.
So Clinton was mentioned, but you never saw Clinton.
Not that I can recall. And that's another thing, too. I may have had interactions with additional people, but during some of them, I was so drugged out of my mind, I don't really remember what happened, you know?
Yeah. When you heard them talk about Putin, so it was at one of the parties at one of the farms, do you remember what they were saying about Putin?
Just that he was some sort of, like, foreigner that was very important.
Big girl.
I didn't know any more. You know, the name was just unusual, and they mentioned his name. You know, they kind of had fun saying his name. You know, Vladimir. You know, does he like to go by Vlad or this or that? But the meeting with that person, I don't think ever materialized. I think it was just something that was discussed and never happened. Now, if he has other connections, you know, and he very well may, that's possible. But I can just remember.
So this is Sasha Riley's tapes. It's hours of his interviews, and he says between the years of 8 and 12, he was sex trafficked by Epstein and Trump. And he says that Trump assaulted him several times, and he only remembers the worst cases of the people that assaulted him. He don't even remember the ones that were nice. You know, he only remembered the ones that were horrifically mean while they assaulted him. And he alleged that Trump had a little girl murdered right in front of his face, and his henchmen said, if you tell, this is what's going to happen to you. But they also said, if you don't do what the next person that comes in this room tells you to do, the same thing is going to happen to you. And the person that came in the room was Trump. That's what he says. And he said that Trump likes it being done to him by little boys in the backside. And he is saying that's what Trump got him to do. He was doing things like that with Trump. Like, seriously, this is just out there. Just so you know. And the really horrific shit is starts around 40 of the first video. And then the rest of this shit is horrible. And he mentions other congressional members that are in power today. He mentions Clarence Thomas going to these parties. He remembers Clarence Thomas vividly. One of the only black people in the parties. That's what he said. Out of all, he said this is just rich white people in the United States with power. And then, you know, that's why he remembers Clarence Thomas, because he was one of the only black people. This is all in these videos that you hear right here, all audio tapes. So, yeah. So this is just to get people to understand the background. When you hear them talking about Bill Gates, and you listen to some of the testimony, and you listen to you just combine what Sasha Riley, when you hear what Sasha Riley says, combine that with the rest of this shit, and then you will get the bigger picture. You know. Now let's go on.
Again, predation and going after young girls. I don't think I'd want to do business with them. I think
now you see what I mean when he says young girls. Actually, and this is a misnomer. This is a misnomer because they know it was not just young girls, and it's not just from Sasha Riley's words that they know that. See, they know there were also little boys, like straight up. So don't get it twisted. And so some of those people were going to his islands having affairs with little boys. Like, just understand that. It's commonly talked about the girls, but that is not what the FBI documents support. You see what I'm saying? So, and it could be a lot of these men are so afraid because, you know, they're married or they pretend to be one way. And, you know, if you say it's a little girl, at least you could look one way. Some men are more accepting of that. Okay, she was 16, so it wasn't that bad. Okay, but it's a little boy now, you know, and then they're like, oops, they're ashamed of it. Some of them are fucking really, I'm serious. So just keep that in mind. But let's hear some more about Bill Gates.
If I'm Bill Gates, I already got a network, right? I don't know.
The link to Sasha Riley's interviews is in the chat. I put it in the chat. Okay, so the chat is on replay for those that are coming in the stream late.
If I really need Jeffrey Epstein's network, is Jeffrey Epstein's network bigger or better than Bill Gates's network?
Yeah.
So help me understand that and square that circle.
Yeah, there's another aspect of this too. So, you know, Epstein was making this pitch that he could amplify what Bill Gates was doing with the Gates Foundation and this global health initiative. There were a couple of interventions. I mentioned the intervention by Melinda Gates. Mm-hmm. She came in and basically blew it up. But there were also other emails from people who knew Epstein. And they said, this guy, and they emailed, there were emails. We didn't know who they were from because they were initially redacted. But they were to Bill Gates, and it said, be very careful. You need a healthy distance between yourself and Epstein. And he is a master manipulator. And in one sentence, it said, he will discover your priorities and your vulnerabilities and your proclivities, and he will capitalize on that. And that's what he did, right? Bill Gates was totally into the global health initiative. Well, that's where he went. He knew that that was something that drove that man, and so that was his.
Bill Gates, I hear you, madam. Bill Gates, though, he's putting in the public. I like what he's doing. I mean, my criticisms are constructive. It's not personal, right? And I'm just trying to be fair about it. But he is saying things that the others would not say. And when you put that out there, a person of his status in a capitalistic society like the United States of America, an extremely capitalistic one, right? Because there's a lot of different versions. Some capitalistic societies are more social. They believe in social benefits and helping the poor and helping the meek. You know what I mean? The expanded rights for all. And then others are like extremist capitalistic society, limit rights, limit social benefits, these kind of things. Only push up the wealthy, classism, this kind of thing. So in the United States, when a person like Bill Gates says something, people acknowledge it. People use it for something. They don't just dismiss it. So that's why he's there testifying in the first place, right? They don't want to hear from these victims. You see, they don't care what the broke asses in the U.S. society think. You see what I mean? They don't care what you think and what your experiences are. They don't care what would happen in a normal sex trafficking case, a normal blackmailing case. That would have been solved a long time ago. But this, with the rich people, it's going to take longer, right? So when you have a rich person of that group speaking, it kind of puts the rest of these rich folk in a situation now, because now what is Elon Musk going to say? What is Peter Thiel going to say? What are the rest of them going to say? And so he has been one to come out and add a different angle to it. He's saying definitely blackmail 100%. And if Jeffrey Epstein had ties to the president of Israel or Israeli Mossad, for example, or Russian intelligence, then it's also definitely espionage. So to that effect, Bill Gates has bolstered up the blackmail and espionage argument here, while people like Todd Blanche and Kash Patel have tried to smother it and cover that aspect up and like, there's no blackmail here, there's no espionage. Oh well, it's all gone away. Nobody else to prosecute either. Nothing else going on here. No dead bodies. So Bill Gates has fucked them over, because once he admits that he was being blackmailed, now he gave the police a job. You see, he gave the Justice Department a job. You see what I'm saying? So he admitted it. He was being blackmailed. So who else was being blackmailed? And what is the Justice Department going to do about it? Why was he being blackmailed? Who else was involved in the blackmail? Blackmail is criminal, Espionage is also criminal. So these are criminal offenses. It gives them a job, and that means they can't just talk about it the same way anymore. So he's busted them wide open, actually. So I think it's a good interview, although he's not being 100% forthright. But he's a man with a dick. So you can't expect him to be talking about his dick that way in public. You know what I'm saying? The man has fucking been caught red-handed. He's embarrassed. You see what I mean? He has his reputation. So he's not going to admit 100% that he was with little girls. But he's telling you he was being blackmailed, and he's telling you how, and he's telling you he came first because of business. But Jeffrey Epstein will take advantage of your what did he call it? Proclivities, your weaknesses. So he's telling you that happened to him too. So you could read into that. You could deduct that. An intelligent person could induct and deduct that. A stupid person would be like, nobody listening to you, nigga. Nobody care.
Totally into the global health.
That couldn't have been Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein, my uncle. Not. He wouldn't be caught in the room with you, man. You nobody.
Initiative. Well, that's where he went. He knew that was something that drove that man.
But he is just a man.
So that was his. That was his pitch.
Wow, that was his pitch. This is getting interesting. I'm glad I doubled back from yesterday. Now, listen, y'all. If you haven't seen the streams from yesterday, right?
A New York Times article.
Do me a favor. do me a favor. If you haven't seen the stream from yesterday, check out the stream from yesterday also. It was a doozy. And for some strange reason, YouTube just didn't send out any notifications. You couldn't find it. You couldn't find it in the short feeds. What's up, Mike? You couldn't find it in the short feeds, and it's because it's about HR 880, right? HR 8800, the new Defense Department bill where they snuck in the permanent financing for Israel. So check out the last stream on its own. I will put it in the chat before we continue. What's up? And Michael was here helping me out with that. Yo, what's up, Mike? Mike from Brooklyn. What's going on?
Hey,
bro?
what's up?
Good.
I've been tuned in. I've been tuned in.
Okay. Yeah.
So yeah, check out the last vid. I'm sure it was the press. You know, it was at a good timing too. So,
yeah.
But I think everything's slowly coming out with Trump, and I think that's where all this deflection. I think it's a horrible time for him and the Republicans because midterms is here. Midterms are here. Midterms are here. So this is only going to leak into the midterms, and hopefully everyone who's defending him is going to be exposed, or at least, leading to the Republican Party potentially having to rebrand again, right? They already had to rebrand to the GOP, and now, who knows if they'll ever recover from what's potentially can come out, right? And he's also declining in health. Right? Like he's declining in health, like visibly.
Yeah,
if I'm not mistaken, he's had his fourth checkup. His fourth checkup now, right? And so, with that said, the doors are closing. His health's declining, right? We have people like, Bill Gates, who is saying, who obviously he's testifying, right? And as long as the Democrats keep up with just being on top of it and not letting it go to the sidelines and keeping it relevant in news overall, we might see the change that we want, but also it leads us to force the Democrats to continue to be progressive, right?
Facts.
Facts. In the background we have Graham Plattner, we have, Mamdani now, and the Democratic Socialist Party is slowly becoming integrated and a part of your everyday regular DNC. And they've tried to avoid that by any means. By any means, they've tried to avoid that, right?
Yeah.
And this is scary.
It's a fight. Every step of the way.
Yes.
True. It's a struggle. It is. But at least we're in the struggle though. Right?
There we go. Right? Because before the struggle was non-existent, non-visible, right? But now we have to still hold the Democrats accountable to be the change and consistent change that we want, right? And the Democratic Socialist Party is now hopefully, becoming the new norm of the of the Democratic Party, right? It's becoming the new norm, and hopefully we have more constituents who align with that, and we start seeing more progressives be able to run in your regular primaries, right?
Yeah. True. To be accepted. Yeah, because our I don't know. These terms that we use, democratic and social, right? And these kind of terms, even democratic. Let's say Democrats. Even that is supposed to be aligned with civil rights, right? The expansion of civil rights, upholding civil rights, and and protecting civil rights. And when you look at it, and you compare that to the rest of the Western governments, ours is probably the weakest version of it. Every other Western government, the parties, the parties, even the right wing parties are agreeing on universal health care, universal education for their citizens. We're the only one that has this disagreement. Like we stand out like a sore thumb. You know what I mean? And even within the guise of Democratic parties or left, we stand out. We're just, because in other countries, this is not even talk of the left. This is center politics, right? Universal health care is center politics in the rest of the Western governments. In our country, it's considered extreme left, far left. Universal education is considered extremism in the United States.
Yes.
In every other Western government, it's middle politics. Everyone agrees on it. It's crazy, bro. But go ahead.
It's hard for me to believe that we have been so accustomed I want to say primarily due to, after World War II and Cold War rhetoric of being over hyper capitalistic, and anything that resembles any social policy becomes extreme communism,
Right.
But, to circle back what you were saying, V, yes, every other developed country sees even a person like our democratic socialists as just basic centrist, and even it might be even right-leaning centrist, right? Because they still aren't able to get the universal health cares and the universal educations that they hold.
Yeah, exactly. I agree 100%. And I think the American public is starting to get out. The brainwash is starting to fade off. You know what I mean? As we do comparative studies on the United States versus Western democracies, the rest of them, people are beginning to see that, wait a second, we're way off of every other Western democracy. And it is easier to see now because they go out to preach about Trump and Vance literally went out to attack every other Western democracy, bro. So it became painfully obvious. So when they attack Canada, when they attack Greenland, for instance, we could show that Greenlanders have a better life. They have a better life than the average American. Why are you attacking them? Even the Greenlanders don't want you. The Greenlanders don't want to become Native Americans. They want to. They want to deal with their own situation. And when they attack them, we get to say, what do you lose if you become part of the U.S.? You lose your universal health care. You lose your universal education. You lose all your what do they call it when you have a child? Paternity leave. Maternity leave. Men and women get maternity and paternity leave in Greenland. You lose that if you become part of the U.S. You lose all your rights if you become part of the U.S.
5 weeks vacation, right? You lose basic sick days.
Exactly. Greenland is on vacation in the U.S. a few times a year. Now they fuck that. Paid vacation. You know what I'm saying? And we talk about taking them over. They should take us over.
No, but look, man. I think that it is the reason why in America we have been seeing for a while the differentiation and the mixed ideas of what nationalism, patriotism is, because when you have universal education, universal healthcare, these things make you proud regardless of your political ideology of being American. I mean, of being nationalistic or patriotic in any country you come from, if they even have some of these social policies, right? We can use you for an example where we see how proud you are to live in Denmark and be a part of Denmark, because of the basic things that they are able to provide, like universal healthcare and universal education, right? That makes you nationalistic and patriotic by default. You're just prouder, right? You're prouder. And here in America, we have such a divide, even by what that's defined as, because we don't have these basic things. And you have individuals who have been brainwashed to just the rhetoric is, who's going to pay for it? Who's going to pay for it? Why should the billionaires pay more than their share? When you don't even understand basic economics and current American standards dictates that they don't even do that.
They don't even.
You have your average middle class individual who pays more in taxes by default than your billionaires and multimillionaires, right?
Yeah, they do.
And
fair share. What is fair share? Fair share is, let's say, is a percentage That's what fair share is, a percentage, basically, right? And so if you make $100 and I make 100 million, should we both pay 20% of that to the tax system? Right? Should we both pay 30% of that to the tax system? What should we put? And you will just find out that the reality is billionaires pay less of the percentage of what they have. That's fair share, right? So that's the concept of a society where people are proud, where you have billionaires that want the common citizen to do well, right? They want to do their fair share. Why is that? Because everyone else contributes to the billionaires' company's protection, right? We protect them through the military. Our kids go to war to protect these corporations. They do.
I mean, we keep them afloat because we participate in their companies by purchasing their goods, by purchasing their subscriptions, by purchasing whatever they provide. The more we can do that, the more revenue they can get, the richer they can become. So why would they stifle that?
Exactly.
A good example that I heard more recently was the best example of socialism that works is the NBA. Right? You have teams that have drastic differences in valuation, right? Like the New York Knicks and the LA Lakers that are worth, between $3 and $5 billion individually. But then you have smaller market teams that are worth, 500,000. But they have a collective bargaining agreement, right? Where depending on the revenue and the ratings that the league gets, now the players get a share of that income, right? And that allows for players, irregardless of the team that you're on, to get an ever increasing salary, right? Your salary is ever increasing because the deals with these networks and the ratings are consistently increasing. And then on top of that, you have what's called the salary cap, right? Where every team, regardless of where you're at, if you spend more than a certain amount, now you're taxed for every dollar over that amount.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
And that benefits the league as a whole, because otherwise you by default have less teams that would be priced out of the league, right? So now instead of 32 teams, you're going to have 5 teams, right?
Right.
And which is more profitable, right? Seeing the same 5 teams participate or seeing 32 teams participate.
Exactly. And then there's the historical part of it. The fact that our country, was basically founded by immigrants that were exploited by kingdoms, right? And so they didn't have rights, and they were basically peasants. They were to do what they were told to do by the king, and the king would tax them unfairly. The poor, the average person,
or even prosecute them, right? Based on religion,
even prosecute them based on religion and things like this, right? And when these people decide, they were like, we're tired of taxation without representation. We're tired of being told what to do by a king and being a peasant and having no rights. They led a revolution. That was called the War of Independence, right? But the War of Independence didn't erase the inequalities that persisted. There were still inequalities. So the founding fathers attempted to deal with that. Thomas Jefferson attempted to just get rid of slavery right from the top. And some of the Confederates said, you know what, we won't sign the Constitution if you go that far. So they were like, you know what, we will get them later. We'll get them in the Bill of Rights. So let's do that. The Bill of Rights came 2 years later. You see what I mean? So they have found, they wrote into the Constitution the whole time a way to make it more fairer for the average man. That's part of the Constitution. That's constitutional law. And now what we've done is we've moved away from that. We've decided that our society is not based on making it fair for the average person, and it's not based on repairing these injustices that the average person had to endure. Right? We're moving away to that and acting like, no, we have a totally different society that's not rooted in anything like that at all. So therefore, we won't recognize that women didn't have the right to own property for hundreds of years. We won't acknowledge the fact that women weren't allowed to own property and to build up wealth like certain men were. So these men, these slave owners and these men, they turn into corporations in the U.S. and that money gets passed down. They turn into bankers and shit like this in the U.S. and that money gets passed down, and unfortunately, we're moving away from them paying their fair share. They got their fair share. They got it all. People move. Exactly. People now, because of the laws are so lax, they move to the U.S. to keep their money because other countries is like saying, we don't want you here if you don't want to pay your fair share. So people like Elon Musk move. And nobody else wants Elon Musk in the West because Elon Musk doesn't want to pay his fair share. Nobody else wants Peter Thiel's companies because they don't want to pay their fair share. No one else wants the billionaires that the United States has because they don't want to pay their fair share. So these people are running to Argentina, bro. they
yeah. A prime example of why we can't keep or maintain programs like Social Security is because we have a large wealth inequality issue, right? Imagine if we had a plethora of individuals who were middle class or upper middle class. Do you think we would have an issue funding any social program? We wouldn't.
Yeah, exactly.
We would not.
Yep.
Right? The fact that we have a lowering valued middle class and an ever increasing lower class has allowed for these social programs to fail. And it's by design. They did it by design to tell you, hey, look, let's take away whatever social programs we do have and then call it fraud, waste, and abuse.
Yep. And that's what they're moving towards. Yeah.
Yes.
Now they want to cut more, but they don't want to cut your taxes, though. They want you to keep paying those taxes, but they want to cut programs and they want you to keep paying the taxes. It's insane. Right? And everyone else in every other Western country is watching the U.S. and they're just saying, shit, we don't want to be you.
If every state decided to be like Texas and Florida, where they have zero state tax, how do you think America would live? How? How would we survive? How? We'd be uber dependent on our federal government that is bleeding in debt. We drown in debt. We would drown, right?
Yep.
We would drown.
Yeah.
We would drown. If California became Texas in terms of tax rates, the U.S. would be a failed country.
Yeah.
Right? But they'll never tomorrow, if someone were to come into New York and to come into California, you'll start and then touting the same low tax to zero taxes for their constituents or for their people.
Mm-hmm.
You would see these Republicans switching. They would have an opposite rhetoric. They'd be like, no, how can you guys do that? You're supposed to continue to fund Missouris of the world, the Louisianas of the world,
right?
The Alabamas of the world. Don't do that, because then I look bad. Of course, right?
Mm-hmm.
So instead, they rather have the higher tax states as the bad guy. But if we ever change those policies, America would be failed. If a New York didn't exist with a sufficient tax rate, if California didn't exist, if Connecticut, if Maine, and notice that the most progressive states are these very same states that still have decent funding for social programs.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah.
But they still choose to get more progressive, all while the current Republican states are lacking that progression and they're still advocating for less rights, less workers' rights, less constituents' rights, because they have no idea how it works, right?
Yeah.
They tout, high crime rates. They've never been to a place like New York. They wouldn't understand the word per capita, how red states lead in violent crimes, how red states lead in murders due to the fact that they do have lax gun laws.
They don't
and
even talk
Second
about
Amendment
it.
rights.
Yeah, they don't even talk
They
about
don't.
it, bro. They want
They
to talk
don't.
about gang crime and shit like this, and it's like the reality in America is most ethnic people kill their own people.
Yes.
That's it's
Race on race crime
Yeah.
is the highest amongst your race, right?
Yeah.
Like that's just how it works.
Yeah, but then you have the
That's how it
element.
functions.
Yeah, but then you have the element of racial crimes. You know, yeah, you have the element of crimes based on maybe discrimination. You have that element too. But who's committing those?
There you go. And where are they happening disproportionately? They don't want to answer that because that's red states.
Yeah.
Where do you think the most hate crimes happen?
Yeah.
It's not in blue states. It's not in blue states.
Yeah.
It's not. You know why? Because in a blue state, you know that you're going to suffer the consequences, and the time that you're facing is exponentially more in comparison to a red state. They would rather use the stand your ground law and say, no, he was defending himself. Not that he said the N-word while he was doing it.
Now,
Right?
let me ask you a question though. What did you think about the Karmelo Anthony verdict? Because a lot of people are saying now that there's some discrepancies. Like they're saying
It was
that
purely biased.
Yeah, okay.
His parents are seen with the judge and the DA in photos. How is that not a major issue? Anyone can look this up. You can look this up right now.
Yeah.
They have it online. They have pictures of his dad with the DA and the judge. If that's not a conflict of interest, I don't know what to tell you. And anyone who argues otherwise, like, fine, if you want to argue the facts of the case, okay, please do that. But my retort is, do you think he had a fair trial with those factors involved? Do you think a judge and a DA can be impartial knowing that they have a relationship with the father of the individual who was killed? I don't believe you can.
No, you're
I just
not.
don't.
Yeah, that's you're supposed to recuse yourself.
Yes.
What the hell?
That is a conflict of interest. That's a major conflict of interest on the highest order, right?
Yeah, so he's going to be given a new trial, or it's going to be overturned, basically.
I mean, it's the reason why it happens in states like Texas. This may never have a retrial, right? It probably won't.
Really?
To be honest with you, it probably won't.
Oh, they
No,
don't.
yes.
They don't. You mean that can't? You know. Oh, so you mean they have to bring it to the Supreme Court, basically?
Yes,
Yeah.
they'd have
before
to. And again, this Supreme Court, it's what? It's conservative.
Yeah, it's conservative, but I don't think they will be able to skip that because that's basic. You know, you can't do that. You know, isn't that basic?
You can't. But this is a different America, and they want to set the tone that if you hold any liberal values that don't look like the ones that we hold, you are always the enemy in any situation.
Now, what was Karmelo Anthony's argument here? Let me see here. I'm going to try to pull up something.
Well, it's self-defense, but yes, pull it up.
Let me just try. Yeah.
You know, essentially, from my understanding, it was the fact that they were at a track meet. It started to rain. He went on the opposite team's side to take cover because that was the only. I think they had like a tent. That was the only cover that they had, and they told him to leave. He said no, and they told him that they're going to make him leave, and that evolved from there. And he ended up pulling a knife that he had in his pocket and stabbing the kid once, and that's what led to the current charges that he has.
Okay. And what state was this in?
Texas.
This was in Texas. How come he ain't pull out a gun and shoot him?
I mean, look, apparently the nuance of it is supposedly that he had the right to defend himself, but
it doesn't matter if it's a gun or a knife, and when you have the right,
it was
to defend
illegal
yourself, right?
to have the knife at the track meet. Apparently, that's the stance of the prosecution.
And was it illegal to have a gun at the track meet?
Yes, I mean, ideally, right? Like in the school grounds, apparently. So you're not allowed to have any form of weapon in school grounds. So that was the argument for the most part.
It says here not to try to deviate too much off of the Epstein thing, but it's okay. I want to check this one out too. Because it's a big story, right? So it says here, in the high-profile Texas trial of Karmelo Anthony, who was convicted of murder on June 2026. That's just yesterday, right? For a fatal April 2025 stabbing of a 17-year-old Austin Metcalf. Oh, his name is Austin Metcalf. Okay. The defense core strategy revolved around a claim of self-defense, which later shifted into a plea of sudden passion. Okay. So the specific arguments and legal strategies utilized by Anthony's defense team during the trial included the following. The core claim, self-defense. The defense argued that Anthony, who was 17 at the time of the incident, is this on video, by the way, the interaction?
So they have the video. They didn't release it.
Okay, I would like to see
that. And also,
that.
the trial wasn't the public and media wasn't allowed to view the trial while it was happening.
Why not? Let's have a scandal. Let's have a racial scandal on TV. Why not? Who's opposed to that these days? I mean, shit. Fuck it. Let's have it. You know. I say hiding it is where the scandal's going to come into play, because
there you go.
No one trusts the left or the right wing in the United States of America anymore. So there's no argument to trust. Okay. Fuck that. You know what I'm saying? And I don't even know. I'm not saying he was right or wrong. I don't even know anything about the case yet. I haven't even looked into it myself. I'm just seeing that there was a verdict yesterday, but but I didn't have time to really watch it. But it says acted out of genuine fear for his safety during a chaotic situation. That's the core. That's the defense's claim, that he acted out of self-defense during a chaotic situation. Okay. And I got to tell you, I'm just going to tell you like how I am as a person. If you are around me and you start to show signs of aggression, like I may not be able to control myself. Like I'm serious, like, because my adrenaline shoots up through the roof, yo. I'm telling you, like, and it's actually scared me at times. And it made me really check myself, like say, damn, man, what's going on with me? You know, one day I was walking to the grocery store, minding my business just in the morning, having a nice walk as I normally do. Beautiful walk. And I just heard this behind me. Dude, my adrenaline hit the roof and I cocked my fist and I turned around, man, and it was a lady just jogging. And dude, I was like whoosh, through the roof, man. I was about to cold clock somebody, dude. Like, and I mean, my adrenaline was out there. And then after that, I was like, man, what's going on? Like, what the fuck is wrong with me? And it just made me realize it's because I'm used to living in the U.S., bro. Like straight up.
No, I mean, I'm in the U.S. and that is, I have had my moments where I've had to question myself, you know just even based off of trying to be the bigger person, you know, but because in the U.S. we meet aggression with aggression. Am I saying that's the right thing to do?
Or just fear?
I'm not.
Like fear, like
exactly.
Save your life. Like I've been attacked
and that
before.
Fear turns into aggression.
Yeah,
right? Like,
when you've been attacked
yourself angrily.
Yeah, and when you've been attacked once, that's all it takes to change your attitude about any type of attack. You don't respond the same way anymore. You know, and I've been attacked as a kid. I remember one time, 15, 16 years old, coming home with a couple of my buddies from the subway. The subway at that time was on 19th Street at it is still there near the RFK Stadium, right? The old stadium. But I lived on 17th Street. So I had to walk a couple of blocks, which ain't long. Couple of blocks, 17th Street. But in DC, in every couple of blocks, that's a certain area. That's how DC works, you know. And the young people can be mischievous on any block. You see what I'm saying? And nobody's even trying to come to my block, first of all, like with any trouble. But since I don't normally take the train home, I guess they didn't recognize me or something. My buddies don't live around there either. They from Northeast, another part of Northeast, right? So even though we all went to Eastern High School, which is right there. You see what I mean? But, you know, we just happened to be coming, and some people were following us from 19th Street. They followed us from the train, and we're walking, and we, you know, they're coming behind us. But all of a sudden I could hear the sound. Dude, I ducked. I was next to a tree, and it was a bat, and the bat hit the tree. Pow, but I could hear it coming, and I could hear it, and my instinct told me to duck. And I heard that bat hit the tree, and we hauled ass, right? So in DC, And in the U.S., when you have instances like that, it trains you to be on guard. Like, you're not going to be playing around with people getting too close to you, talking funny, anything like that. You are liable to do something first. You know what I'm saying?
Otherwise, you're going to be a victim, right? And no one wants to be a victim.
Yeah. So, some of this I just think is like the best thing to do is to learn how to confront people. Don't confront people hostile. Stop being hostile towards people in a hostile country. Like none of this shit works for anybody. You know what I mean? And this is a young man, 17 years old. He's going to spend, if he doesn't get a retrial, he's going to spend the rest of his life in jail.
35 years.
You know
35
what I mean?
years in prison.
Which is probably a good,
years
which is probably a reason why, we need to start dealing with violence in the U.S. in a real comprehensive way and stop pretending like we don't have a violence problem, the entire society. It does, and when you move to the U.S. and you come from another country, you are going to get exposed to some violent people. That's just what it is, and one way or the other, it doesn't matter which myriad of violence it could be. You could talk about your Crips and your Bloods, or you could talk about your redneck that's going out and shooting up a motherfucking museum because he doesn't like the pictures on the wall, but in any case,
I was having this discussion with, someone earlier who, I met him in passing, and they were discussing, they use the term correlation and causation aren't necessarily, correlation isn't causation.
Mm-hmm. Right, it is.
In the wrong way, right? Because I was bringing up violent crime rates and murder rates in red states. For example, we have Florida and Texas, which have, comparable population to New York City, but people assume that New York City has more gun crime and violent crime in comparison, where that's just false, right? Both Florida and Texas have a higher violent crime rate and murder rate than New York City per capita.
Yeah.
And the reason is because both violent crime rates and murder rates are intrinsically tied to lax gun laws, right?
Mm-hmm.
If I'm going to commit a violent crime, I'm now I'm more likely to use a gun, right? Because I have a gun on me.
Right.
Right. So with that said, the individual who I was having this discussion with was letting me know, causation, it's not the cause of crime. I'm like, it's not the cause of crime.
Mm-hmm.
It is the fact that crime is more of a social economic issue, and it's nuanced. But committing a crime and then having access to it, and now you have easy access to a gun, you are more likely to kill that individual while committing a crime, and you are more likely to harm them in terms of a violent crime by having a gun. Mm-hmm. So the easier access to a gun directly correlates to higher violent and murder rates in these particular states, because these are open carry states, right? Mm-hmm. These are states that all you need is a basic ID. You don't need a gun permit. You can carry. Tomorrow, if I go to Florida or if I go to Texas, I can just use my ID to purchase a gun. And while I'm in that state, I can open carry regardless. Mm-hmm. And the argument is, they try to over highlight some of the basic gun violence here in New York, even though it's proportionally went down year over year. Right. It has went down year over year. You are more likely to, trip and fall down the steps than you are to get shot. Don't get me wrong, those numbers raise when you go to lower social, economic, and poverty-stricken neighborhoods, right? Yeah. But when we speak of New York as a whole, you are less likely to get shot, right?
But
than in most states.
I think also New York there's a cultural difference. Like New York, there seems to be a big and it didn't just start, but a big push for togetherness, acceptance, people, even though you might have, you said your isolated communities, generally
New York is tolerant.
Yeah.
We're very tolerant, right?
Exactly.
Because we have to live next to individuals who have different cultures, different religions, different races, different ethnicities, different languages, right? This is an everyday occurrence, right? So you don't necessarily see someone who looks different from you as less than. in comparison
or
to
it's
some of these
different.
other states.
Yeah, it's different.
As different,
Because
yeah.
there could be a person from Poland that's just as poor as the
Mhm.
person African American, or just as troubled.
Yep.
They could be from anywhere in the world. Any type of person could, So people kind of know that. But there's also not a big push for this kind of like ethnic divide. You know what I mean? I think in some other states, people are suffering from that. These kind of divisions are being bolstered.
Within New York.
Yeah, yeah.
Within New York, like if you go out of the boroughs of the 5 main boroughs that make up New York City, so we have a population of 8 million here in New York City. The out of New York, or the greater New York as you would call it, is comprised of 11 million people, approximately 11 million people. They vote red.
Okay.
They vote red. This is the countryside, or upstate as we would call it. The greater New York. It's way less dense, way less diverse. Like we're talking, it is literally pretty much, white America, if you want to call it that. Right. So the outer suburbs of New York, aside from New York City, is comprised majority of white. I would say 70-30, right? Like we have a very high white population, and not necessarily, not to say it's white exclusively, but the lack of diversity has them vote red. Like outside of New York City, New York as a state is red. New York City, because of its dense population, is exclusively blue, right? And so they'll probably never, they have the same, ideology of someone from, Texas, Florida, right? They barely run into someone who speaks a different language, right? They grow up in a town that has, 2,000 individuals. So when they see someone who looks different, they signal you out, right? Outer New York is very different, right? Yes, we do obviously somewhat stimulate and have, a soft imprint on, outer New York, but they are almost exclusively Republican, right? They're almost exclusively Republican. And, it's New York culture that breaks that Republicanness up when it comes to New York as a state.
Now let me ask you something. What was it that Karmelo Anthony was doing wrong that provoked the other kids to confront him? What was he doing wrong?
So they were at a track meet, right? At this track meet, one team's on the other side of the field, the other team is on the opposite end, and while they were racing, it starts to rain heavily. And his home team, well, it was the other kid's home team. They have a tent, right? A tent where they could escape the rain. And so it was close in proximity to him. So he ended up under that tent, and the opposing team told him to leave the tent. If not, they were going to do something to him. And one of the guys, he goes, "No, I'm not going to leave the tent until it stops raining." The kid who he's alleged to have killed approaches him and pushes him.
Okay, so the other kid was like, "I'm going to solve this problem. I'm a tough guy. I'm not going to tell the adults. I'm 17 years old. I'm at a place that is basically operated by adults. The adults are the ones that control it. They're the ones in charge." And so the kid decided he was going to be in charge himself and make another kid do something instead of go to the adults and report Karmelo Anthony. And not to say that he was doing anything wrong, but the kid
but it was a level of entitlement.
Yeah, and I just see, and this is the thing, and so we're teaching kids the wrong thing. Look, I'm gonna tell you, in Denmark, it works the same way. You could be innocent. Right? You could have been the person that didn't provoke the event. But you know what? In Denmark, if you don't follow the rules, you will get in trouble. Just the same for not doing what they told you. So the child who didn't go, whatever the problem is that the other kid was causing, if the other kid, let's say Karmelo Anthony was not attacking him, this kid who approached Karmelo Anthony and did not go and tell the adults, he would be seen as wrong, as provoking an event.
I mean, essentially that was the self-defense argument, right?
Yeah, and also in Denmark, you also don't have the right This is different. In Denmark, you don't have the right to hurt someone in your self-defense either. Like, the only case that you can is if you believe that you were going to be killed. That is the only but defending yourself, that in itself is not the right. You don't have that right that way. You also are supposed to, if you have the opportunity to leave, go away, you're supposed to do that too. So there's kind of like two sides of it, right? To me, it seems like it was there's a lot of room for adults in that place. They were wrong. It's the adults.
Yep.
To me, it seems like that. The adults and now they're trying to find a way to cover it up and justify poor behavior. And it's like, nah, man, like, yo, there's a problem there. Karmelo Anthony, maybe, I don't know, because I wasn't there, but to me, it seems like it's avoidable. It seems like it's
it was 100% avoidable.
But
I think that's more of the tragedy, right?
Yeah, a tragedy, because you have one kid. This kid, he died on the right. The other kids, he's going to lose his life. He's going to go to jail for the rest of his life.
Yep.
And look at the adults are hanging together, smiling. Oh well, he's to blame. You to blame. The law doesn't work like this. The law work like that. The other. And what about this? It's like, yo, man, the adults at the place, man. What are you doing? What's the lesson for the adults at the place? The lesson to me is the adults. The children do not go to you for help. That's crazy.
The other part of it is the fact that he was denied any African Americans on the jury.
So the way the justice system handled the case made it even worse. Because it could have been maybe manslaughter or so. It doesn't mean how he reacted was right. Yeah, it doesn't mean how he reacted was right.
There you go.
But it also doesn't mean he intended to kill somebody. Come on. This is like, this is.
And so
yeah.
The fact that he was denied anybody of color African American in particular, shows that technically he wasn't judged by a jury of his peers, right? That wasn't representative of fully the society that he comes from, right? Him as a black individual. So, we can argue that was unfair. And I mean, right? And when we look at it, the reason was because the jurors that they did have that were of color were women educators or educators in general. And the judge, remember, the same judge who was seen in pictures with the same judge and DA who was seen in pictures with his dad, with the victim's dad, believed that those women couldn't be impartial because they were educators, not because they just so happened to be educators, right? The black individuals who were potential jurors. So there's a lot of nuance to the case. It's caused a lot of racial tensions, especially outside of the courtroom and throughout Texas.
Yeah,
but
they're good at that.
I mean, I see it as a reason to.
To me, you know what it seems like. To me, it seems like two young guys without proper guidance. Like, where the fuck are the adults, bro? Like, you trying to tell me at this game there was no fucking adults around there? Like, I don't get it,
or adults
bro.
who could act within that time frame.
Adults who could act. I don't get it, man. I don't get it, man. An adult's job is to see problems before they start, to see something simmering. That's the adult's job, and to intervene and say, hey, boy, hey, you go over there, you go over there. End the story. Like, not boy, but you know what I'm saying? To be the adult to either one of them. Either one of them are boys. You know what I'm saying? To an adult. And the kid is supposed to listen to the adult, period, or you're wrong. You see what I'm saying? And somebody said, let me see here. Drea says hold on. Someone says Drea said, this isn't Denmark. You're allowed to defend yourself here when someone puts their hands on you, not hope that they don't overly hurt you. Yeah, I understand that. Don't get me wrong. I think
it works both ways, right?
Yeah, it works both ways. Like, for me, I'm not suggesting that you don't have the right to defend yourself, even in Denmark. You do have the right. But, when you look at this
How
situation,
you do it is different.
yeah, and to what extent you will be allowed, what extent you won't be punished. Like, are you reacting the right way? That I'm just saying, like, and this is a precarious situation, because I'm not trying to give blame when I say this. I'm just saying that, again, like, from the beginning, this seems like juvenile. Like, these are two young people at a game, pumped up on testosterone, where the first thing that strikes me is, where are the adults? Like, I'm sorry, but we got to be there for our young people. And so that didn't happen. That didn't happen at all. Now there's a fight. Fights are going to happen with boys. Yeah, it's going to happen, especially at a game. You can know that. That is a fact. Okay. Don't go to a game if you don't expect to see boys fighting. And don't work at don't be a member of a coach. Don't be a coaching staff. Don't be a security guard at a game. Don't do any of that if stopping boys from fighting is not part of your expertise. Like, that's how I look at it. Now, having said that, to me, I'm not saying that he doesn't have the right to defend himself, but obviously, look at the court. The court is like, nope. The court is like, nah, man, we don't care what this other guy. For me, I'm saying, actually, in Denmark, this other guy didn't even have the right to go up to him and do that to him. Like, either. You see what neither one of them were within their rights. You see what I'm saying? Like really. Now, it's unfortunate, because if this young guy had called the adults and said, hey, Karmelo Anthony should not be in this tent, the adult could explain to him what the rules are and what could be done about it. But he didn't do that. He didn't do that. He took it justice on himself, and the boy is dead. That's a tragedy. Then Karmelo Anthony, is out of fear, allegedly. This is what I'm reading, right? Out of fear. How many people approached Karmelo Anthony?
I think it was him and maybe another teammate, but mainly the individual that he killed.
Okay. How many
Metcalf
people approached Anthony? I'm curious about that. Yeah, because I don't know anything about the case though. So I'm not trying to. And again, I'm not trying to judge either one of them. I think it's sad because they should both be seen as young people with a tragic ending. And where the adults intersect with that, I think is a problem. It says two people. The physical altercation primarily involved two people confronting Anthony directly under the tent. Austin Metcalf and his twin brother. Okay. His twin brother, yeah. A 17-year-old victim who initially confronted Anthony about being under their school's tent and gave him a one-handed punch. So he punched him. That's verified. He punched Anthony first. Austin's twin brother was right beside him and deeply involved in the immediate physical pushback, forming a physical disparity the defense heavily relied on. Okay, let me see here. 17-year-old who initially confronted Anthony about being under their school's tent and gave him one punch. So he punched Anthony. And his twin brother was also there to confront him. And that seemed like that was two people now attacking him, because it was an attack because he punched him for being under a tent without going to the adults. He's not licensed. He is not security. He's not supposed to be doing that job. That's a job someone is there to do. And he was not there. He's not even an adult. He wouldn't have that job. And he's trying to do the job of an adult. He's trying to make decisions that adults are making. And this is okay. So 2, it says surrounding group roughly 4 to 6 people, while the physical shoving match was primarily between Anthony and Metcalf brothers. So 2 of them. The pushing and the shoving was primarily between Anthony and Austin and his brother. 4 to 6 Memorial High School students gathered tightly around or inside the tent during the incident. Okay, so that might make cameras hard to see everything too. According to the defense argument, even though only a couple of people physically touched Anthony, he was effectively surrounded and outnumbered by a crowd of much larger students, athletes Witness testimony from other teenagers at the track meet painted a picture of a highly chaotic, fast-moving scene where a group formed quickly once the argument started, creating the fear of chaos environment. The defense tried to... Yeah, man, these boys were wrong for doing that. And they led to the death of Austin. You know, they may not recognize that because I'm just going to tell you, yeah, in a bad situation, anyone could react the way Carlo Anthony did. If you don't understand the fear that 6 people can put in one individual for their life, something's wrong with you. Which is exactly why you don't approach things this way. You know? Yeah, go ahead. I'm only reading this for the first time, bro. I'm only reading it for the first time and just giving my reaction. So I don't want anybody to say I'm being biased or I plan to say this. No, I knew nothing about it until I just decided to check it out. Yeah.
No, I think what individuals who, like you said, it could have been a lot nuanced. You know, I do think in my personal opinion, it was leaning more towards, you know, manslaughter, you know, or some lesser charge, you know, because someone's life did get taken.
Yeah.
And I don't believe it was intentional. But also, he's an 18-year-old kid. He's a kid.
You don't plan a murder. You don't go. This is not a planned out act. So there it is. You know, he didn't pick his weapon of choice. You know what I'm saying? He didn't look at the person and say, I'm going to have a fight with them today. Maybe I should bring my knife. You know, like there's nothing else there. So, yeah, it's tragic. It's tragic. But listen, people, hop up. Let me know what you think about this. The link is in the chat. If you know something about this or you feel a certain way about it, let me know about it. You know, hop up and explain it to us. Because sometimes, you know, the chat, it only lets you make short little statements at a time. So it's hard to get, you know, what it actually might mean.
Your thoughts across,
your complete thoughts. So hop on up. I want to sit on this for a second and peep it. Yeah, but you wanted to say some more about this, right?
No, I just wanted to say that at the end of the day, I think the nuance about it is that he is a kid, right? And expecting a kid to have the same understanding of a hostile situation as an adult is a bit insane.
Yeah, it is. And I guess I just have to say, as an adult, adults make mistakes too. But in a situation being surrounded, a kid, it is very difficult to know the difference between that. It's hard to know as a kid whether you're going to escape this with your life. Being surrounded by, you know, a group of people, that's a hard judgment to make. So, you know, I can kind of see it is unfortunate that he brought a knife, though. It is unfortunate. That might have something else to do with maybe his own situation in life. Maybe he's been attacked before, something like that. And this is a common thing with kids and knives these days. You know, kids are feeling like, look at what happened outside of the Knicks game, bro. It was people attacking. Yeah. It was people attacking people just for wearing a Spurs shirt, bro. So you see, that's wrong. By the way, that is totally wrong.
It is. And me as a New Yorker, I would never condone it, you know. But I do think that, you know, obviously to play devil's advocate, whoever went in a Spurs jersey knew that they would face some hostility. You know, whether they deserved it is something different, because I don't believe they did. But I do think there is an implied understanding of that you're not going to be a friend to the majority of individuals,
right,
who are there.
Yeah, you ain't going to be a friend. You don't have to be nice. You can joke at them on the way home. You can say, "Boo, fuck you, go home."
Agreed.
But I mean, you know, the moment you putting your hands on them and shit, what if that person had a gun? In fear for their life. What if that person had a knife? That's crazy. You're not supposed to do that.
But to piggyback off our last conversation, this is the reason why in red states you have higher per capita rates of murder and violent crime for situations just like that.
Yeah, in New York, you're more likely to not have. And look, getting your ass kicked.
No, we have some of the strictest gun laws. Yes, getting your ass kicked.
It's not the worst. Getting your ass kicked is not the worst thing that happened. Right. So, I mean, you know, like, come on. I've been jumped before. Listen, I've been jumped before and the motherfucking police locked me up like I did something. You know what I'm saying? They locked me. I've been jumped before and like, you know, and just was so enraged. You know what I'm saying? I didn't even give a fuck. Like I was like, that shit ain't hurt me. Like I've been jumped before and went back to the location and told the motherfucker, the next time you see anybody jump on me and none of you people help me, there's going to be bullets flying through this fucking window. Like, that's what I told him. Yeah, so being jumped is not the worst thing that can happen to you. You know, you're going to get jumped as a young man. You're going to get in a fight. Yeah. You don't always have to bring a fucking weapon. Yo, it's not always that is not how you go about things, man. We got to find a way to do better by our kids, man, and to deal with fear that young people have, because the fear is very real. Now, I see somebody here said, how do we feel about George Zimmerman? Nah, George Zimmerman should have been thrown under the fucking jail. What did he do? He's a stalker.
He profiled Trayvon Martin.
Yeah. George Zimmerman stalked a boy he's a grown ass man.
And because he had a hoodie, he killed him.
Yeah, why was George Zimmerman taking that matter into his hands? He's supposed to call the police, and he's not supposed to intercede. The boy didn't do anything.
And he called the police, but he pursued them. He pursued the kid. He pursued Trayvon Martin, and then proceeded to shoot him.
Well, both times it is interesting how the black kid was pursued. Like this time, they went over and pursued Karmelo Anthony as a group. They went and pursued him.
Zimmerman was let go, right?
Zimmerman, Zimmerman was let go. That's hypocrisy. Mm-hmm. You know, actually, if the young man had a weapon, he would be in his grounds of self-defense. If he killed George Zimmerman, it would be self-defense. George Zimmerman stalked him for blocks and admitted it. What the fuck? You're following him. He's allowed to be afraid of you following him. You know what I'm saying? And he got off and the boy died. You know what I'm saying? Trayvon Martin died and Zimmerman walked away. And this is the same country. And African Americans feel that kind of way because they know that, there's people that are stalking them. There's people that are threatening them, openly threatening them. There's even people making unfair arguments about when things happen. You know, so African Americans and young African American boys also are aware of that. They're not blind. They watch TV. They see injustice. They heard what happened to Trayvon Martin. Yeah, you know what I mean. But in this case, I don't like to compare all kinds of cases because it's not necessary to compare Zimmerman in this case. This is much straightforward. I mean, Zimmerman's straightforward too. It's actually a crime that he was not thrown under the jail because he stalked him. That should have been first degree fucking murder, you know?
Yeah.
But this is kids, man. This is like two Trayvons, right?
Look at the only comparison I would say, because I would say, this current, Karmelo Anthony, it's much more nuanced.
Wait a second. Hold on. Wait a second. Somebody said George Zimmerman was security. It doesn't matter. He didn't announce himself as security.
No, he wasn't security. He was neighborhood watch.
Yeah,
that's not security.
And he wasn't security. He was
security.
Neighborhood watch.
Neighborhood watch is not security.
But in any case, if it is not present, if you don't have on a uniform, no one is to take you as anything else but another citizen. Period. Okay? So if you want to be out there policing people, put on a uniform so people know who you are, so they know they're safe too with you around. Okay, because bad things do happen. All right, but any case, this is not even a Zimmerman case, man. Fuck George Zimmerman. You know, he's a piece of shit. But and he's a grown ass man. These are two kids. Come on, we can't continue the cycle. You know what I mean? These are two kids, and we just have to kind of deal with it as two kids, right? So 19 and 17-year-old. And to me, it seems like they just both are boys. There's two errors here, though. There's some errors going on here. The adults weren't around. The adults had the responsibility to be there for young people. They weren't there. Any adult, your job at these games, you have to have people there that can see problems simmering and be there to resolve it. That didn't happen in this case. This young man to the right, he was incorrect. It doesn't matter what the outcome is. The outcome could have been that Karmelo Anthony walked away and nothing happened. That could have been the outcome. the boy in the right would still be wrong for confronting him. He was supposed to go to an adult. He was supposed to go to a person of authority at the event. He failed to do that. That is key.
And the adults failed him as well, right?
Yeah, that is key in anything you do at that event when you are a child. When you're not an adult, he's 19, but you're there on the game, man. You're not security. You're not running the event. You did not contact the proper people, even if you believed that was a problem. He was not under the threat. No one stopped him from contacting the proper people at the event. He is not the event owner. He is not the event producer. He is not the manager of the event. He is not the operator of the event. It's not his job to police. Okay. In fact, he is told to not do that. So he was not correct in that. And if the adults think that anybody should just be policing everybody at a motherfucking event, why are you even giving an event? That doesn't make sense. If that's crazy. What about the responsibility of the event holders to people's safety? What about them? You know what I'm saying?
What about the police?
What about the police? What you need police and security there for? You know, so that wasn't effective. And then you have a kid who, this is a 19-year-old, him and his brother. I guess his brother may have been a little younger than him. They decided to confront Karmelo Anthony. Wrong. You should have called someone who owns this place. You don't own this place, little boy. You haven't even started on life yet. You're not a responsible citizen yet. This is not your property. This is not your event. You know what I'm saying? So you're not in charge. You're just not in charge. So, and people need to learn to behave themselves. He didn't behave himself. He went over with his brother to Karmelo Anthony, and they tried to force him physically by punching him and assaulting him. Karmelo Anthony was surrounded by 6 boys, and he was getting beat, and he stabbed one of them, and that person died. Was that the correct response? Right? I don't think you should have had that knife on you. And I'm gonna tell you why. Getting your ass beat is not the worst outcome. Is not the worst thing. And I know that because I've been jumped before. Shit, what the fuck? I didn't even tell you how many times. Shit, I think I was like 15 maybe 15 the first time I got jumped. Maybe it was like 10 fucking people. You know what I'm saying? Me and my boy Grizz, you know, from DC, you know, and I saw the motherfuckers about to jump our ass, 10 of us, and I actually threw the first punch, and then it was over. Pow, 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 pow. And guess who it was by? Guess who it was by? Northwest Chronicles. Fucking around downtown in like 1985 in DC on 7th Street, down at this little nightclub, hip hop nightclub. 15 years old, right? So I think if you guys know, any of the people know, dude from Baltimore that was the DJ. He was DJing down there. I forget his name. I wish I remembered his name, but he's out of Baltimore radio. He used to be pretty big. I forget his name offhand, but in any case, so. You know, getting jumped, it's not really the worst thing as long as you come out with your life and there's no broken bones. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not that. I mean,
your pride might be hurt, but that's it.
Yeah, and then also you're no less of a man because damn, it need 10 people to take on you. That's not really. That doesn't prove they're that tough. But in any case, it would be different if it was 1-on-1, but it wasn't. They didn't give you a chance. And these kids didn't give him the chance, obviously. But in any case, if I had pulled out a knife and stabbed one and died, and one of them died, yeah, maybe it could have been self-defense. It could have been self-defense, yeah, for sure. If I would have pulled out a gun in D.C., it would have been self-defense. Yeah, that's for damn sure. It would pretty much be self-defense, but D.C. is D.C., you know? And, but this is different. This is not on the street. This is not outside. They're at an event. The people who hold the event.
That's a school event. It's a school track.
It's a school event. The school has a responsibility for the security. They are in charge, and they are supposed to hold order. And they did not hold order. And the young people did not. The young people, the guy to the right, he did not respect the authority. Because if he had respected the authority, he would have gone to the authorities before approaching Karmelo Anthony. And he failed to do that. And it's important to teach your kids to do that. Like it is, because your life is not guaranteed. Your life is not guaranteed, you know. And in this case, he lost his life. When I was jumped, nobody lost their life because I wasn't walking around with a weapon on me. Thank God. And I could have. I could have easily. You know what I'm saying?
No. Speaking from experience, after my first few jumpings, I carried around with a knife at all times.
And that might.
Right? So you can't dictate someone's experience, right?
Yeah.
We don't know if Carmelo Anthony faced the same struggle and had the same mindset that I had at his age, especially at his age when I went through something similar, right?
Yeah. Now, whether this was racism or not, I know one thing for sure. It sounds like the courts are a little racist. You know what I'm saying?
They're a little bit biased, right? And whether we want to call it racism or not is kind of obvious, right?
Whether the kid was racist,
they held the bias.
I don't know. I don't necessarily think so because it doesn't sound premeditated or anything like that. It just sounds like some petty and some team interaction. Like one team, we read it. One team is over here. Another, the visiting team didn't have a tent and a rain thing to sit under. It seems more like it's about the team stuff. So far, you haven't. Is there? Let me find out something. Was there an element of racism in? Was there an element of racism in the assault? I'm just curious if they brought that up. You know what I'm saying? Okay, the question of racism played a role in the confrontation of Karmelo Anthony and Austin Matcliffe is a central point of deep public controversy, but it played out very differently inside the courtroom than it did outside in the public eye. The trial and the evidence presented address the racial dynamics of the case as follows. Inside the courtroom, the legal evidence. Legally, no evidence or testimony was presented during the trial proving that the physical confrontation itself was racially motivated. Yeah, and it doesn't always have to be. You know what I'm saying? Like, but the cause of the dispute, according to witness testimony, surveillance video, and police reports, the dispute was triggered because Anthony, who is black, went to sit under the team tent belonging to Frisco Memorial High School during a heavy rainstorm. Austin Metcalf, who was white, and his teammates confronted Anthony purely because he went to a different high school and was not authorized to be under their designated team tent. So that's what brought out the dispute. But not being authorized to be under the tent doesn't give you the authority to physically remove anyone or touch them. You are to go to the proper authority who can do that. That's the problem here. And you know, kids need to learn how to keep their hands to themselves, you know, like seriously, like the prosecution stance during the opening statement, prosecuting attorney Bill Wowski especially stated to the jury, the case has nothing to do with race. So this is the prosecutor. But yeah, do you trust the prosecutor? Not me necessarily, right? There can be bias in prosecutions. The defense strategy, Anthony's defense team did not base their argument on racial slurs or hate motivated assault. So there you have it. They didn't. Instead, they strictly focused on the physical dynamics of the fight. Yeah, because come on, it doesn't always have to be racially motivated. It can still be wrong. It can still be wrong in other ways. And the prosecution can still be wrong.
Do I think race had a role to play throughout his prosecution and his eventual conviction and the kind of charges that were presented? I do believe that much.
Okay.
Right? I do believe that there was a racial bias on the judicial side and the DA side to charge him with murder, to pursue a murder charge instead of pleading out a deal where he does get a manslaughter charge, right? You know, where in more progressive states, that would be the answer. Right. And you know, in a case like, you know, speaking from a more progressive city like New York, ideally, they wouldn't have even charged him with murder. They would have charged him with a manslaughter charge. Right. To what degree it would be different. Right. But I don't think that here in New York, if the same case were to be tried, that he would be charged with a murder charge.
Yeah. It sounds like
he's in Texas.
It sounds like the Justice Department in Texas, they made it about race. You know what I'm saying? When no one else did. You know what I'm saying?
You can hear me?
Yeah. Oh, hold on. Somebody hop up. Let me see.
Eric.
Oh, there you go, Eric. Yeah, what's up, bro? There you go. Yeah, I can hear you.
Hey, guys.
Let me turn the mic down.
Yeah,
a little bit.
Rafika's trying to hop up.
Hold on 1 second. Let me just turn the mic down a little bit. Okay, yeah, because your audio's up a little bit. But go ahead, Eric. Got you now.
Yeah, Rafika's trying to hop up, but I think I think the link might be expired.
Okay. Well, it's probably something else. But let me see. Let me put the link back out there again. Sometimes it just reacts that way. I noticed that. Let me put the link back in the chat here, and boom. Let me see. There it is. So now there's the link again. Let me turn your mic down a little bit from my side though. Yo, go ahead and speak, Eric. You there?
Yeah, I'm right here.
Okay, yeah, good.
How's everyone going tonight?
Everybody's doing good, man. Yeah, I finally got the audio working. Yeah, there you go. Now I can hear both of you good. Yeah. So go ahead.
Cool.
Go ahead. You wanted to say something about this case, Eric?
Yeah, I just find it fascinating that a young man that like Kyle Rittenhouse, a minor with a semi-automatic weapon, could go across state lines, kind of impersonating a peace officer, and get off scot-free. Compared to this outcome, Kyle Rittenhouse's mom should be in prison.
Yeah, exactly. Because they should have done better. You don't go looking for a problem. You're not the police. Like, what is this? And you damn sure don't take a weapon. Like, come on, that's a obvious tell sign that you planned on engaging in shooting somebody. Like, come on.
When it comes to Kyle Rittenhouse, I think, the difference in the dynamics is that it was more politically motivated, right? And so it was justified because it served the right narrative, the right's narrative of, the left being so inherently, wrong and violent, quote unquote. And it took someone like Kyle Rittenhouse to take it upon himself to stop these left-wing lunatics, right?
Yeah.
And I think that was a main difference between, the Kyle Rittenhouse verdict and this current verdict with Karmelo Anthony.
Yeah, to me it seems like the court, the judge, it's the state that's making it about race. The defense didn't make it about race. The prosecution didn't make it about race, but the judge did. And I don't know. They say they didn't make it about race, but look, I mean,
well, you can just look up the picture that they have of the DA and the judge with Karmelo, with Kyle Rittenhouse. Well, not Kyle Rittenhouse. With Metcalf's dad. Like, his dad is seen in public pictures with the judge and the DA.
Let me see. What was he? What was the charge and the verdict? I'm curious about this. Yeah, because without knowing, I don't know. I'm gonna find out. We're gonna look at what the verdict is and what the charges were and how they changed or whatever. But the reality of it is that it's still, whatever the outcome is, if you can't clearly see that it is not the kid's job on the right to move Karmelo Anthony to do anything with him physically, that is wrong. If you can't see that, something is wrong with you, and you're not helping young kids. You're hurting them. Then you see what I mean at that point, because it's not his event. He's just another person participating in the event. It's actually someone else's job to determine all of those things. Who's wrong and how you deal with the situation. That wasn't his job. So approaching Karmelo Anthony, even if he was wrong for being there, even if he refused to leave because you say leave, that doesn't justify you harming him, touching him, and trying to physically remove him yourself. Wrong. The only correct response, since you're not being physically assaulted yourself, is to go to the proper authorities at the event and let them handle it. That is what you have to tell children to do. That is what you have to tell adults to do. And if you do not do that, you are telling people that they have the right to put their hands on other people when you don't. Okay? Not in this circumstance. That was wrong. See, if Karmelo Anthony had done nothing, they would have went to jail for assault. Don't you see that? It doesn't matter if he was there right or wrong. You don't have the right to assault him either. You see? So there's an element of this. I think it just seems like this went too far. And also, like, it could be an accident that he stabbed the boy out of self-defense. Maybe he didn't mean it, and maybe he was fearful, right? Maybe he didn't intend it, but he feared for his life at some point and made that call and stabbed him, right? Because he wasn't by himself. Still, that doesn't mean he planned to kill him. That doesn't mean he had anything against him.
Murder, right?
He didn't have anything against him because of his color, because why would he be over there if he didn't like white people? No, he didn't mind white people. He minded the rain. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think the kids had something to do with race here so far, right? Attitude adjustment. Yeah. Attitude problems. Yeah. But you didn't hear any testimony that some racial words were thrown out. So far, it seems like it's just he wasn't from that team, and they ain't going to let nobody from that team be there. And that's the attitude. Just like at the Knicks game, you saw some white guys beating up another white guy because he had a Spurs shirt on. Is that about race, or is that about the team? See, you gotta. There's some elements here where you just gotta accept there's toxic male stuff going on here, and not necessarily always about racial. You see what I mean? But again, I'm not the judge either. So, I don't really have to be an expert in this. Now, it says here, the charge, Karmelo Anthony was charged with first-degree murder for the April 2nd, 2025 fatal stabbing of 17-year-old Austin Metcalf. So he was charged with murder, first-degree murder.
Yep.
What the fuck?
And that's where I disagree, right?
Yeah, what the fuck is that, dude? This is not first degree murder. It's not.
And that's why he got 35 years, right?
Bro, this does not mean the judge should have not even accepted that as a charge from the prosecutor. So I don't even get, I do not get that at all. Where's that coming from? I don't get it.
That's the difference in, the racial aspect of the judicial system charging him, right? No.
They said during the closing arguments, the judge allowed the jury to consider a lesser charge of manslaughter, which carries a lighter sentence of 2 to 20 years, if they believed Anthony acted recklessly rather than intentionally. It's obvious he didn't react intentionally. That is obvious. Because he did not approach them. He did not assault them. He did not initiate the assault. This is insane, bro. This is insane. So there is some bias, bigotry in there. What it's about? There's bigotry, though. Because this definitely doesn't meet. The judge actually is wrong. The judge should not have accepted the charge of.
Well, the DA, right? The DA and the judge, right? Because the DA presented the charges and the judge accepted it.
Yeah. The judge
as a viable charge.
Yeah, the judge should have ruled it out. This is wrong. This is wrong. So again, it doesn't to me sound like the two boys cared about race here. It sounded to me like the adults did.
And even if there were racial tensions, I don't think it was the motive, right?
Yeah, it's not the motive. And also, adults can, look, kids are kids. Kids can be bigoted. All kids can be bigoted. With proper adults around, you can guide them properly. You know what I'm saying? They're not hardcore. You know what I mean? Like, it's obvious, it just... Come on, we know this. This is the United States. Every white kid is not hating on a black kid, and every black kid is not hating on a white kid. They can be friends too, and often are. You see what I'm saying? And other dynamics. Like, what the fuck is going on here? The 12-person jury completely rejected the defense claim of self-defense and found Karmelo Anthony guilty of first-degree murder. See, that's what I don't understand. This is to me, it's defense. It may not be the proper defense, which means you can say give him 10 years, you could say give him 5, but to say it's not defense is extreme. It's extreme because it's obviously not first-degree murder.
In the racial dynamics in a place like Texas, right?
Look, he was
like race matters when you're in the judicial system in a place like Texas and Florida, where these are primarily red states, right?
Bro, this young man, He's a young man, 19 years old. He's been sentenced to 35 years in prison for stabbing someone who was part of a group assault on him at a game where there were adults, where this group should not, where they didn't even have the right to do anything to him. Like, that is insane. He was not attacking them. They were attacking him. That is insane. Like, this is a crime. This is a civil rights crime. What they did with the justice, I'm not saying what the boy did. The boy didn't intend this. The young man on the right, he didn't intend all of this. He's dead. But the motherfucking judge in the system, woo! This is just pure racism, bro. That's what I see it as. Like, the outcome is pure racism, man. The boy, he may not
actually motivated at the least, right? At the least.
Yeah, this is bullshit, bro. This is bullshit. You know, I'm like, you know, this lets me know, like, the U.S. is failing its people. It's failing its people, bro. It's failing its people, and the adults are they're continuing the cycle. The adults are continuing the cycle, man. This makes no sense. You could still hate him. You could still be a racist and understand that there's no way in hell that this could be first degree murder. I mean, even a fucking racist understands that. It's the same thing that I was saying. Even the right wing in Europe wants universal health care. Universal education. It's like, this is beyond extreme. This is it's just stupid at this point, bro. Eric, what do you think about this, bro? I'm sorry, man. Well, this is just I'm at a loss now. Now that I read the outcome, I'm like, what the hell? What is this, man? You there, Eric?
You asking me?
Yeah. What do you think about this, bro?
Provoked. You can't gang up on people. I mean, there's a racial component, and that's a big deal nowadays. And I think it's very off limits for, they're in Texas. They know they can't be picking on black kids.
Let me ask you something. If it was a group of black kids,
go ahead. And yes, did he overreact to the situation? Absolutely. But they're saying that he had the knife in his bag. It wasn't like in his hand or his pocket.
Oh, so, he pulled it out of his bag when he was being assaulted.
Correct.
Yes.
All right. Okay. Let me ask you a question. Is it okay for black kids, 6 black kids, to enforce the law at a place like this with a white kid, for example? Would it be okay for them to beat a white kid up if that white kid is in the wrong place, or should they go and find the people that operate the venue and report them?
Exactly. Yeah, that's exactly what he should have done. But there's this fact that people do share tents when it rains. That's not an uncommon thing. So for them to become territorial and that this is our tent, no one else can be here, someone should have instantly reconfronted them and said, no, it's not for you to be policing the tents.
Yeah, exactly. It was wrong.
Yeah.
It's wrong. And he lost his life too. And nobody should celebrate that. Like, people shouldn't feel like, oh, yay, he's going to jail. Ha ha ha. Because it doesn't erase the fact that
racial turmoil.
It's crazy how
Zero. I see your comments about that he should have been like on the other side of the track and stuff. You can talk to any athletes that's exactly what happens when it rains. They share the tents because it's not the end of the world. People get along in this world. There shouldn't be any acrimony there. What's the big deal?
Human decency, at least.
I'm gonna find out because I don't know about that town, but I'm just gonna ask how they normally share it. But check this out. Yeah, I get you. I agree with you, Eric. Because goddamn, otherwise this is just toxic. You can't be in our tent, and we're gonna make you leave. Like, what the?
Who cares if it's raining?
Who told you you can't be here?
Just made a comment that he was asked to leave. That could also be perceived as harassment. It's not their right to approach another person and tell them and order them to do something. They had no right.
They had no right. Look at this, Eric. Look at what it says here. Check this out. I asked, are the tents normally shared at the event? Look, CBS News, according to CBS News, yes, sharing of tents during the rain delays is considered very normal and common practice at high school track meets. This is a high school track meet. They're not the security. They don't work for the school. This is standard culture became a major point of the debate during the trial. The culture is normal to share.
I work with top wrestlers in the nation, kids that can, absolutely just dump another human being on their heads. There's a big respect component to the whole thing that no, you can't start up with people because people can get hurt. And so when things get dirty or when someone does a move that's, that can be dangerous, that's stopped. If kids occasionally, they get pissed at each other, they start slapping, they start punching, it gets nipped in the bud immediately. You just can't allow it.
Bro, you're speaking professionally. You speaking professionally, Eric. You are wrestling yourself. You know what I'm saying? You go to these tournaments, man. You go to tournaments where people fight. Martial arts. That football, right. That track meet and shit. These motherfuckers ain't even fighters and they try to fight each other off the court. It's like, what the fuck? And then on top of it, it is an element of toxic behavior, bro. Like just because they're competing doesn't mean just because they're competing in a track meet doesn't mean they have to fucking want to fight. Like, what is going on here, man?
My niece actually competed in a tournament the other day. She had to beat 6 opponents. Okay, and at the end, and after beating 6 opponents, were they upset at each other? Did they get mad at each other? Did they want to fight each other? Absolutely not. Absolutely not, because that's a big part of this thing that you're trying to work through some of those differences, and everyone wins and everyone loses, and you just have to accept the defeats. But the bottom line is some of these kids didn't like the defeat, but you know what? They come up to her after and they say, wow, that's great because I'm going to get better now because I see what you're doing and it's just going to make me better. So there's no reason for them to take this attitude like, oh, you're from another team and you need to be on your side of the train tracks. I mean, just none of that. It all needs to stop.
Yeah, it's not his property. It's not his property. He doesn't work for the school. He doesn't work for the administration. He's just a person who's participating in the track meet like everybody else.
And I agree. It didn't give him a right to overreact, but he didn't provoke the situation. They did. And this is America. And if you provoke a situation, oh my God, what could maybe happen to you?
You can lose your life. And that's what happened here. And it's not to be celebrated. Like a person shouldn't be like, at least we got justice because Karmelo Anthony is going to spend the rest of his life in jail. What about the boy who lost his life, yo? This motherfucker lost his life. He lost his life, and he could have kept his hands to himself. Like,
and do you think bullying's an issue in America? I mean, honestly, do you think bullying's an issue?
It is. It's a big issue, bullying. Bro, thank you for being responsible, Eric. Seriously, man. Well, yeah.
No, it's the truth. I think, there's a lot of components that play into it, but for anyone to say that, to not understand the difference between murder and manslaughter, no one's saying that, he shouldn't face some sort of consequence for the death of another child, right? We're not saying that. What we are saying is to look at the dynamics and the nuance of the situation, and murder is premeditated. That's what murder means. I went into a situation knowing that I am going to kill someone in particular in that situation. I don't believe, based off of the facts of the case, that is what Karmelo Anthony intended to do. Right? Do I think bravado played a role into it? Yes. Do I think naivete and him being a young man also mixed with testosterone and bullying and a bunch of other factors, including the rain? Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
but
he got a lot of factors.
To say that he purposely made it rain, went under a tent, to kill someone is stupidity.
Yeah, it's biased.
Flat out.
It's biased, bro. Yeah, it's and I think you got there's an element there where if you're going to be part of the solution, part of resolving issues, making the country better, there's a part of it where you just have to see that the bottom line is that they are both one is 19, the other is 17. They're both young men. So the level of responsibility, yeah, on one hand, you're still going to have a level of responsibility there when somebody dies. You're going to. And you're still going to have a level of responsibility there when you assault someone. You're going to. 17 and 19 doesn't stop that from happening in the United States of America. But the adults, how the adults react to this, bro, it is like, to me, it's like if
they're saying he brought a witness that was counterproductive to his exculpatory, efforts in getting him off. That this witness kind of downplayed some of the facts of the situation and was probably a big mistake by his defense.
Yeah, apparently someone who was a witness for the defense downplayed the aggression level of the interaction.
Okay, let me see. So, who was that? Who was the defense witness? Do you know the name? Let me see. What?
I don't know the defense witness's name, but it was whoever was a defense witness for Karmelo.
Look at this. This is what it says too. It says this is the prosecution's case. The prosecution's counter argument was boundaries were violated. While the prosecution did not deny that the athletes sometimes mingle, they argued that a line was crossed once Anthony was explicitly asked to leave. So let me see who asked him to leave. The request to leave. Multiple teen witnesses testified that when Anthony sat under the tent, members of the Memorial High School team repeatedly told him he wasn't supposed to be there and asked him to return to his own thing. So that's members of the team, but they're not in charge. It's not their premises and it's not their property,
And your comment about the weapon, that probably should be security's responsibility to find something like that, or scan for something like that. And that's where, you keep focusing on the other side of what happened, and if they had never provoked him, do you think that weapon would have ever been presented and brought out?
Yeah. Why didn't they report Anthony to the security? Why didn't they do that?
Right. I mean, that's the most sensible, logical thing to do, right? But instead, they'll get caught up in the nuances of him defending himself, even if it was in a wrong manner to defend himself, right?
It says that fact was heavily dissected in the trial. Based on surveillance video, witness testimony from other teenagers, and court arguments, there are a few primary reasons why the situation was handled directly rather than involving school officials or security. So, yeah, nobody ever explained that. There was no one that stopped them from going to school officials. No, there was no hindrance from reporting the matter to the security so they could handle it. That was never explained in the trial. And this is, that's like, so for it just, I'm sorry, this is a biased conviction. The speed of escalation. The foremost reason brought out in the court was time. The entire interaction from the moment Anthony sat under the tent to the fatal stabbing happened in a matter of a few brief, chaotic minutes during a sudden heavy rainstorm. Yeah, but this doesn't make sense either, because look, the question is, did you have time to think? Did they have time to think about confronting him before he stabbed? How many minutes went by before they said, hey, call security? Hey, call an adult. Hey, call the authorities. How many minutes too? So in a murder trial, it's only a 1 second difference, right? In how you react. But what about them? How long did they have time to think? I mean, that what they were doing was wrong. The teen witness testified that everything happened so fast that it felt like an immediate face-to-face dispute over space rather than an ongoing issue that required calling for help. What? Is this the statement they
I guess
made?
like that's wild.
That is this must be the bad witness, because what the how do you just what is that how it looked to you? Like, damn.
And if so, are we taking the purview of an 18-year-old as legitimate?
Yo, 2
right?
minutes. I'm sorry.
Like the judgment call of
2 minutes.
Of a child?
2 minutes? 2 minutes went by, and this is what they say. A teen witness testified that everything happened so fast it felt like an immediate face-to-face. Like, yo.
How do you think confrontations happen, though?
And like you said, even this is a kid, but what about the adults? Again, this is crazy. Like, it doesn't matter if you're there. Of course, maybe it seems like it goes faster, but you weren't there the whole time. You didn't start off hitting him, so it took some time before you hit him, before you walked over to him, before you assaulted him. So what happened in that time? So when did the event start? Did the event start after he got hit? Oh, no, it started. No, it started before that, when they approached him and asked him to leave, right? So the fact that they asked him to leave several times means they had enough time to call the authorities, to call security, to have him removed. And they just didn't do what they're supposed to do, and the boy is dead. So I'm going to tell you, yeah, Karmelo Anthony, he plays a role in this boy's death, but so did they. Everyone that didn't call everyone that sat there and did not call the proper authorities played a role also in this young man's death. It's also your fault. It is also your fault. You are to blame. Like, fuck what the jury says. You are guilty. You just get to walk away with it and think you're better. Yeah. So there it is. That's my assessment of the matter. I don't want there might be some other facts that come up, you know what I'm saying? And it might make you feel better that Karmelo Anthony goes to jail for 35 years. Okay. But the boy is dead and he ain't coming back.
Yep.
And the people who were there, who didn't call the authorities, who didn't call security, who didn't call the proper people to deal with the problem the proper way, it is their fault too. The only difference is they get to walk away and do two things. Learn to do better. Learn the next time to call the authorities so someone's life can be spared. Or continue down the same path and make the same mistake again. And it is your choice freely to make. You make it yourself. Yeah. I'm happy with me, though. You know what I'm saying? I'm alive. So every time I got jumped, I didn't pull out a knife. I didn't pull out a gun. I mean, I didn't have it, but I could have. You know what I'm saying? And I damn sure was enraged. One time I got jumped, I just laughed because the dude went to jail with me. One of the guys, they arrested me and another guy, and his friends that attacked me, they got away, right? But at least the police, they sent us to the same jail. and I picked up the phone. I picked up the phone and had my homeboy come and bail me out. And when I left the motherfucking jail, I looked across at him and I was like, motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? I was like, haha, have a good time in jail over the weekend, bitch. That's what I said. And then I left. And then the next day, I went to the establishment where it happened. I went to the establishment where it happened because I was DJing there. It's called Kaffa House. It was called Kaffa House. Yeah. And I went to the bartender and I said, because I wasn't working that day, the next day when I went out, but the night when it happened, I was working there. And I went there and I said, the next time you see anybody jump on me in this place and you don't come to my defense, you're going to see some bullets fly through this fucking window. And everybody heard me and they were like, oh shit. And I just walked out because yeah, it can happen like that. So play your luck. You want to know if I got a weapon on me that day or I don't? It's up to you. Roll the dice, bitch. And so I understand Karmelo Anthony too. But here's the thing. I wasn't, as a grown ass man, I didn't feel like I needed to carry a weapon with me all the time. You know what I'm saying? In DC, I don't feel like I had to do like that. Come on, man. Come on. Let's do this with our hands, baby. Let's do this like men. If you got a problem with me, handle it like a man. A man, only a bitch ass is going to come and try to jump me, motherfucker. Like, what's up with that? That's how I rolled around. And I also rolled around like, and if I do have a gun, you better understand, maybe it's possible. And maybe somebody else might get your ass too. You see what I'm saying? Like, so I wasn't walking around afraid. And as a kid, you know, sometimes you got to take your lumps, bro. You got to take your lumps sometimes. You can't always go back looking for revenge. It just is what it is. Being beat up is just a part of life sometimes, bro. It's just being jumped is a part of life. Come on, man. Don't make it worse, you know? And you can make it worse. You can make it worse. But, you know, we got to remember that this is an American problem right here. This is an American problem. This thing about feeding into the racism, it's an American problem. And that court, they fed into the racism. They didn't do anything to help any other kid, and they lost a kid's life. And what they did was take another kid and threw him in jail for the rest of his life. And the other kid, they didn't even bother to teach any other kids the best lesson on earth. That is, call the proper authorities. Keep your hands to yourself. That's what you're supposed to tell kids. Come on. And they failed to do that to the children of their own community, in their own state, in their own county. They failed to help their children. This is a fucking failure. Like, anyway, yeah, this is a fucking failure, bro. I'm like, you know, yeah. And I know there's a lot of people that's going to, you know, because it's hard in the U.S. because there's a lot of discrimination dynamics that go on, period. But it's important to put them in context. You know, what the old ass motherfucking judge did in the prosecutor, it is not verbatim going to be what the young people always do or think. So we got to give room to young people to understand that they can be wrong in many different ways. It doesn't always have to be like the old people are wrong. You know, a lot of the young people don't want to continue the same bullshit that the older people fucking, you know, these cycles, yo. So it's important for us to break the cycle too, and to do what we can in the conversations to break the cycle. You know, that the older people didn't do. The older people in this case, if you ask me, they just tried to continue the cycle instead of solve the cycle. You know what I mean? So I just think it's, somebody said I'm still alive. Yeah, for real. I'm still alive. And you have to want that. That has to be the young man that died. There was something to be learned by his friends have something to learn. It's not just that you're going to go to jail for the rest of your life if you do that. No, it's also how to stay alive, man. If you didn't approach this man and you went to the authorities and reported him properly, you would be alive. God damn it. Isn't your life important? What's more important, you being alive or someone else going to jail? For me, it's me being alive. Fuck whether you
I'm
go
sure
to
if he
jail
had a choice, he would want to be alive, right?
Exactly. That's the whole game. And it's like that every time when you go out there, even the kid with the weapon, you need to decide very carefully what moment you invoke things like that. Be careful when you carry it. Don't just walk. I mean, it is sad that kids feel like they have to carry a knife in the bag. That's sad. Because, you know, it just means overall you don't feel safe. You know what I'm saying? And generally. And a lot of kids feel like that across the world, man. It's not just the United States. A lot of kids right now feeling like that they got to carry a knife to be safe and things like that. But the problem is, and same thing with carrying a gun. The problem is that you don't determine how all things turn out. So there's just a split second difference between using it the right way and using it the wrong way. And you don't know which way it's going to be for you either. So it's not necessarily a guarantee. Go to the places where you feel safe. Why doesn't the school feel like a safe place? Why doesn't Karmelo Anthony feel like he's safe enough to go to school without a knife? To go home? Maybe there's not the school. Maybe it's on his way home that he might be fearful. You know, that's also a problem we need to address in the society. You know, the general safety of kids. You know what I mean? But I definitely don't think the United States is going to deal with any of what I said. I think it's going to go right over their head because motherfuckers are caught in a cycle and they want to be right and they want to judge. They don't want to heal.
I think that's what happens with division.
They don't want to heal, and they don't want things to be better. It's more important to judge. That's my view of what's going on in the U.S. But go ahead, bro. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I think that's what happens with division, lack of community and unity, right? Let's say in a hypothetical world, the coaches were a lot friendly to each other, and they allowed that camaraderie to have him under that tent, right? Where they didn't make it a culture of, no, you can't be under this tent, and maybe this kid wouldn't have felt the need to defend himself in that way, or take the life of someone, unknowingly, right? And at the end of the day, no one wins, right? Like here we are discussing, a case, but at the end of the day, none of us are in jail and none of us are dead, right? Which is the outcome of the two individuals involved in this case, right? So people can argue the nuance of don't bring a knife to a track meet and, don't use a knife to defend yourself because you're not supposed to have it. Also, don't punch anyone and don't shove them because you feel entitled to a certain space that doesn't belong to you. Because once you graduate, you are no longer a part of that team. You are no longer a part of that track team, right? So the same can be said, right? And I think, the nuance to it is, of course, there's nuance to it, is society, right? Camaraderie, right? Unity, right? Those kill actions such as this. Anyone who becomes overly defensive or overly aggressive, it's a byproduct of either feeling entitled, hateful, or not knowing that individual enough to care about their life.
Yeah. Yeah, it's facts, Michael. It's a tragedy, I could see the loss
It's
in
promoted.
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, it's promoted. No, it's promoted and applaud in certain cases, right? Like we have people in the comment section applauding it.
Oh, really?
Right?
Let me look.
And necessarily justifying it, right?
It says money. What is he talking? Yo, my name is not Money. Okay, like what the fuck? What the fuck is? Anyway, I don't expect that to go anywhere well. In any case, yeah, I didn't actually watch the trial. If you were here when I started, I said that. You know what I mean? And no, I'm not pretending. I didn't even follow this case. I just opened it up today. And I just went through the information today that's out there that's public. I wasn't in it. It was a closed case. So nobody that's in the chat was actually there. You're all relying on what was reported. So, but is this really a special case in the United States of America?
There we go.
You know what I mean? Isn't that special? I'm American.
There we go.
I'm born and raised in Washington, D.C. I didn't move outside of the U.S. until I'm 30. This shit is a problem in general. You know what I'm saying? Like, and this is a bigger problem outside. It's a problem outside of the U.S. also with kids. Like there's a resource problem when it comes to kids. Largely, not enough adults being paid to monitor children in a positive way, like at this event. All it took was an adult in the vicinity to stop this interaction from even happening. And it just wasn't there. And that takes a little money from your county to spend it. That's what it takes if you want the results like this coming out better. You know what I mean? And if you don't care, then you don't care. Fuck it. We're not going to give the school any more money to make it safe for kids. Okay, that's how you feel. That's a personal choice, But I have to be honest about what I see here. And even if there is bias, even if there's bias that kids have, the job of a real school is to curb those biases in a healthy way and to solve those biases to create healthy young people. That's the job. The teachers in the schools are on the front line. So if there is any bias in here with the young people, guess whose job it is to curb the bias, to help them work through the bias. Guess whose job that is? It's the schools. So they did their job by showing up to the track meet. What did the adults do? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't see the adults there anywhere in here. So, and again, I'm not a person that's trying to take away the responsibility. No, because look who's, they already got the responsibility handled. One person is dead and the other one's going to jail for 35 years. Responsible, happened. There you have it. They took responsibility. But if you want to solve it from happening again, then you got to look a little deeper into it. You know what I mean? Look at the
That's
causes.
called progressiveness.
Yeah, it's like I don't
It's
want it
almost
to
like
happen.
you're progressive.
Yeah. And look, somebody else said it's the responsibility of the parents. Man, are you out of your mind? No. When you are
in a split second, you're expecting an 18-year-old to make a grown man decision or to make a decision that's logical.
It is not. Listen, sorry. You pay for the school. These kids spend more time in the school than they do with their fucking parents. Okay?
Yes, they do.
What are you talking about? Like, you think what you do in a couple of hours with your kids is going to determine the outcome as soon as they leave the door? No. Everybody else plays a role in society.
Called society. That's called society.
Especially the school, because they get paid to play a role too. And this is security. And neither one of these young men basically responded in the best way possible. You know what I mean? The kids that confronted him, they were wrong because they are not the security of the school. They are not the ones who run the school. They're just participants. There's staff there to do that. Every child needs to be told by the parents and the staff, you need to go to the staff. Obviously, it's not the parent. Think about this. It's not the parents. Maybe the parents told this boy, yeah, you better confront him. That's the right thing to do. And physically move him and beat him up if he doesn't leave the tent. Maybe the parents did that. But the school is there to supersede all of that dumb shit. The school is there to make sure that things are handled properly and that young people learn how to deal with things properly. That's what you learn in school. Whether it's how to deal with math properly, whether it's social issues properly. Yeah, because that's why you're in school. That's what you have. Counselors and things like that, And I mean, this is typical stuff you learn in school. And you're there for 8 hours. You know what I mean? You're only with your parents 2 hours. So, yeah, maybe your parents could teach you geometry. Maybe it's their responsibility, or is it their responsibility to put you in a proper school where you learn it? Maybe they know and they could teach you, but they don't get paid to be your teachers. You see what I mean? So it's like there's some point intersections there. So when they're on the campus, it's an issue. It's a responsibility of the campus also to be effective in dealing with these issues. And I'm sure this is not the first time something like this has happened. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just ridiculous to think that to try to cast it somewhere else. Everybody plays a role in a responsibility in this. And that's what I was saying. It's not just the parents. It's not just the teachers at the school. It's not just the security staff, but it's also the goddamn judge and the prosecutor. Like, what is their role in teaching the kids? Their role would have been a verdict that shows you how to deal with these things better. It would have shown that, hey, not putting all the blame on one kid, but acknowledging the wrong of the other kids. Did another kid put their hand on Karmelo Anthony? Who were the other kids that put their hands on Karmelo Anthony?
His brother's the one, I think.
Yeah. Well, they should be.
His brother pushed him.
They should be charged with assault. They should be charged with assault because that's also wrong. And they're not going to learn that lesson. There it is. And a lot of kids aren't going to learn that lesson. That could be the difference in their life. Now, when you have these kind of laws with defense, you have the right to defend yourself. You put your hand. That's the United States of America, right? Put a 1 in the chat. In the United States of America, if you have the right to defend yourself, if someone puts their hands on you, put a 1 in the chat. If that's your understanding of the law. If someone puts your hands on you, do you have the right to? If someone punches you in the motherfucking face, do you have the right to defend yourself or not? In the United States, because you can't have it both ways. Where are the twos at? I don't see no twos. Look at this. Proportion. Yeah, okay. Well, yeah, I tell you what, you figure the proportion out yourself when you get punched in the face. Okay, because I'm sure that's what Karmelo Anthony did. He was like, oop, I don't like this proportion. Better do something about it. You know, now, it's very simple. So you can't have it both ways. If you have a law that says you have the right to defend yourself with violence, then hello, why are you physically assaulting someone? You can't have it both ways. So the person who assaulted him and his helpers, the people that they should be charged too. Karmelo Anthony shouldn't be the only person charged. His brother, if he was alive, he should be charged with assault also. But he's dead, so he can't be. And he tragically lost his life. Unfortunately, because kids ain't perfect. Kids like him ain't perfect. Kids like him don't always follow the law.
They're kids.
Kids like him don't always follow the law.
That's a great point, B.
You know?
And I think there is, but I think there's a racial component to it. And I think if you switched the races in this situation, and if I think it was a white kid stabbing a black, the opposite stabbing a black kid, I think you would hear a lot of defense for the white kid being, provoked, just the same way. And I think it would be on racial lines, and I think that would be very revealing.
Yeah, because this is America, man, and the United States got racism issues big time. So let's not play around with that. You know, I get it. You know what I'm saying? I get it, and I live outside of the U.S., so I don't try to promote that kind of shit. It's because I don't want to be part of the cycle. You know what I mean? I realize there's some flaws we have in the U.S. that other people are trying to avoid if possible. You see what I mean? Not that it doesn't exist in some other places, but it's really existing in the U.S. and motherfuckers aren't doing anything to deal with it. You know, they're justifying things. And it's just, it's sad. You know, it's sad. I think for me, I see two kids that one lost their life, both lost their lives. One is just going to live it out in misery in jail, a lot of hard times in jail, and he won't have his freedom, won't have a normal life. And the other literally lost it. And then I see people justifying, trying to figure out how one is wrong and how the other one is totally without wrong. But to me, it's like, it's not about trying to figure out who's wrong and who's not. To me, there's something else that's important too, because they're kids. Of course, kids.
Two things can be true at once, and I think that's what people are forgetting, right?
Yeah, kids can be wrong about shit. Doesn't mean they deserve to die, and it doesn't mean they need to lose their life and go to jail the rest of their life. You know, come on, man. And it doesn't mean that the situation they're in is easy to figure out how to deal with. You know, but it is important for the adults and for the people that aren't there to be able to decipher that, because you're not there. There's no emergency. You don't have to rush to a judgment. You see what I mean? You're not in a life-threatening situation here. So you can think about it and analyze it and see, there's some other components to this that need to be addressed. And that part of helping the society is addressing those other components. You see what I mean? Like, it ain't just. So actually, when I address them and when I see them, because I'm not in the situation and it's not my life being threatened, I have the time to kind of analyze it. And what I see out of this is like they're kids, and one kid did a wrong and another kid responded with a wrong. Now, because a knife, another thing about it, a knife is a dangerous weapon. A gun is a dangerous weapon too, but knives are even more dangerous damn near. Like, bullets leave clean wounds often. People survive in bullet shots, depending a lot of times, a knife shot, a knife wound is pretty harmful. So I would tell kids, if you want to defend yourself, man, shit, the knife is probably not the way to do it, bro, because you're going to go to jail. You were going to go to jail. Like, someone's going to die. Defending yourself doesn't mean someone always should have to die, man. Like, come on, and it is hard. And I think obviously a kid who's carrying around a knife, he's got to be dealing with some other problems too. Got to be dealing with some other problems. You know what I mean? Everybody got knives. Yeah, this is what he said. Everybody got knives, man. That means a lot of kids don't feel safe, whether it's at the school or whether it's on the way home from school. It's all the same thing. Because if you want kids growing up in a decent way, safety and them feeling safe is a key necessity
It is.
You know,
It's a component. Yep.
yeah. Otherwise, you are molesting them. You know, like safety, kids, for things to go right, kids have to feel safe. So, what's up with carrying the knife? And also, for things to go right, you have to have good social skills. You need to know, and you need to be taught social skills. You need to know, and the teachers need to teach it, and your parents. But you need to know that when someone is not doing something proper, who do you go to? You go to the authorities. You don't go. You don't assault them. That's antisocial. Beating a dude up for being in a tent at a track meet is fucking antisocial. Like, what the fuck? That is nothing, man. You could just tease the guy. How you doing today, man? The team's having a hard time. Come on, what the fuck? You know what I'm saying? Y'all gonna lose today. Yeah. It could have went that way and shit. You know what I'm saying? Instead, it was like, nah, you can't be here. You know what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck, man? This is too much, bro. He was beaten up. Who said he wasn't he was beaten up? He was jumped. The dude was jumped. That was already established in the court hearing. You know? He was also assaulted. He didn't throw the punch, the first punch. Everyone said that he got punched, that the other kid punched him. You know? Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's true. And here, you can look it up yourself. Here, it's already out there, all the information. Here, let me pull this up. I'll put this in the chat for people. You can read it yourself. You know.
And I see your comments, and you really keep downplaying the situation. You really keep also ignoring the fact that he wasn't the one who instigated the situation. Yeah. The other people instigated the situation.
Yeah. They instigated it, and everyone says that in the courtroom. It's like, but you know, the jury saw it as he still shouldn't have had a knife on the premises, and so therefore it's first-degree murder. I mean, is that first-degree murder? Or is that manslaughter? I mean,
I would say manslaughter, but here we are, right? The kid is doing 35 years.
Yeah.
At 18 years old.
They got him for first-degree murder, yo. It's like what? Like he planned the event. You know, it's totally ridiculous. I mean, and in that's where I think the adults do the society wrong, because the adults were supposed to say, yeah, this is a white kid and a black kid, and yeah, they fought each other. They had a fight, and yeah, one of them got jumped, and yeah, he was wrong for stabbing and killing the other one. You're not supposed to do that either, but it's not first-degree murder. And if we charge him with first-degree murder and convict him of first-degree murder, we're going to be furthering racism in our country. And that's wrong. And in this case, these adults, they didn't have that savvy. They chose to continue it. And now everyone is going to be like, this fucking place is racist. And yeah, it is. Because look at it. You didn't treat the little kid like a kid. You didn't treat the kid like a kid. You didn't treat him. You didn't treat him like he's supposed to be safe. You treated it like he's a monster when he got beat up. I mean, what the fuck? This is crazy, man. This is just insane to even, you know. And I know some of you in the chat don't mean what you're saying. I know some of you are just trolling. And I know some of you probably ain't even Americans. You know what I mean? And some of you are actually racist. I know that too. I know the difference between all of that. So I don't take all your comments serious, you know. And I also know that racists don't make things better for themselves. So don't get me wrong. I ain't necessarily worried about you being a racist, because you racists usually fuck up your own lives. You see what I'm saying? I mean, this boy, he's not a racist. I don't think he's a racist, but he attacked another boy and he fucked up his life because he lost it. Doing dumb shit, being stupid doesn't necessarily benefit you. So you just keep on being stupid. You know what I'm saying? As long as my kids are taught something different, I'm happy with that. You see what I'm saying? I teach my kids, go away from trouble. First time you see trouble, go. Get out of there. Go away. Go the other direction. Right? If one of your friends is instigating something, leave. That's not your friend. He's being irresponsible now. Go. You see what I'm saying? That's what I teach my kids. Stay away from the confrontations. If there's a problem, find an adult. Tell the authorities. That's what I tell my kids. So I don't tell my kids to go and physically try to enact justice on anyone. But I do teach my kids self-defense, but it's within reason. You see? And I also tell my kids, you know, even though they have a punching, a kickbox, a bag up in this motherfucker, and I teach them, and they got boxing gloves and shit, I also teach them, don't walk around like this trying to bully people. You're going to scare someone into hurting you. You see what I'm saying? Like, I teach my kids that. Don't do that. That's the wrong way to be.
Well, that's why I think he's going to get off on appeal, because they're going to review it for what it was, that he didn't instigate it. Yeah. And so it can't be premeditated murder. It can't be first degree murder, because he didn't instigate the situation.
Yeah. Yeah.
I agree, but I do think that this is Texas, right? Like, this is Texas. This isn't a progressive state. This isn't a state where, you know, they look at the facts in a progressive manner. You know, I would hope that they would do, you know, it would get reversed on appeal, or at least pled down to a lesser charge. But I don't have the faith in the Texas judicial system for something like that to happen.
Hey, yo, let me say something real quick, and then I want you guys to engage the chat. Well, I'm going to take a second. I got to make my latte. But check this out. I saw somebody, who was it? Drea says, racism fucked up a kid's life who defended himself. Racism doesn't affect the races. Well, here's the thing. It does. I know what you mean, but it is. And even though a lot of people don't consider this, listen, people who are racist, they're fucking up. They directly have hurt this kid's life by charging him beyond what is obvious. You know, he obviously didn't intend it, right? And he wasn't the one who instigated it. So yeah, they have hurt his life. If that boy had some racial intent, which I don't think he did, but if he did, he lost his life. But here's the other thing. There's the indirect part of it. You teaching people to do this. Think about all the racists in the United States of America. How well are they doing? How are these people's lives? They're not solving problems. They're creating more problems, and they already got problems. They're not living well. They don't live peaceful lives. They're not living out lives where they're happy people. Yo, what they got out of their racism is furthering a cycle where wealthy people abuse everybody, that including them. This is what they get. And their kids pay the price too. And their women pay their wives pay the price. Their daughters pay the price. Their sons are paying the price. And if they're not smart enough to figure that out, then you just continue living that way. You see what I mean? But it's much easier. If you ask me, you get much more out of your future by not being a racist. You know, you get much more peace. The society you live in gets much more peace. And you get much more progression. So I think ultimately racists hold themselves back, and they hold back the entire society too. But I don't think it's something that they win. You know what I mean? I think, and I think that just goes to the stupidity of it. Like the judges and this overbearing thing, they don't realize how they just keeping people in a cycle. I mean, but that's my view of it. I'm not saying that they don't harm people though. Racists harm people. But what I'm saying is that they also, you know, they're harming a whole lot of people that they may not even realize, including themselves, you know? Yeah, that's what I mean. But yo, I'm gonna let y'all engage the chat. Let me make a latte real quick. I'll be right back.
Yeah, no, to piggyback off of what V said, I think when dealing with racism, the hardest thing to accept is that the harder part is to be progressive enough to not perpetuate the hate, right? To be hurt and to show better is the hardest thing to do. It is the hardest thing to do. And I think that's, you know, unfortunately, you know, the burden of the oppressed, right? Or the people who face racism, right? And I think this case is a prime example of that when we look at the dynamics of it. Do I think on a judicial level race played a role? I do, right? I do think that, they showed inherent bias with, Austin Metcalf's dad, knowing the judge, knowing the DA, having public pictures with them. That by default, that had to have played a role in how they charged Carmelo Anthony, right? In the same breath, am I saying that Carmelo Anthony didn't do something wrong that he deserves to get punished for? Yes. But I do believe murder was a bit excessive because I do not believe that he woke up that morning, packed a knife in his bag, and said, I'm going to go into this tent when it rains to kill someone. I do not believe that. Right? And we can also say that he intended on, you know, um, Austin Metcalf punching him and his brother pushing him. I don't see that being planned. Like that is not something you plan. And especially at 18 years old, I saw people in the chat saying, he stabbed him in the heart. Do you think that an 18-year-old, you at 18, knew when you pulled out a knife to stab someone in the heart? Because that would be disingenuous. That would be a lie at worst, disingenuous at best, right? Do you have anything to say, Eric?
Yes, and I'd like to touch base. Chad, I see that you're really downplaying the racial component. If Carmelo was a white young man, do you think that they would have approached him the same?
I do think that played a factor. Do I think it was the main factor? I don't. I think it was a factor, right? I think it allowed for them to be maybe a bit more encouraged to approach a Carmelo Anthony in a more aggressive manner, and that's what led to the overall outcome in terms of the situation playing out. And I think
Big Chad, that's why I think you're just in a personal state of denial. Because it's not the case, and they had not picked on other white kids before. So here it was like the perfect combination of events, and I think they thought they had an excuse to do what they were doing, but they didn't, and that's where they were wrong. And so they started the situation. They're at fault.
I agree to an extent, right? I do think that racial dynamics could have played a role in it, right? I think we can't, from our obviously we're not in that exact position to say for certain. Can we surmise that played a role? I do believe that it made confronting an individual like a Carmelo Anthony more reasonable to them, right? And more justifiable because he wasn't necessarily on their team. He didn't
Right.
necessarily
And
represent.
like World keeps commenting that that they were 13 to 15 times. What gives them a right to order somebody to leave 13 to 15 times? I mean, they should have been kicked out after the first time. So here they were allowed to harass this young man 13 to 15 times. That's provoking a situation. Absolutely.
And I do believe that, to circle back what V said, that's where you do have the adult component, right? The adult component should have played a role,
Yes,
right? They should
worlds.
have.
They are harassing him. They don't have a right to do what they're doing. They don't have a right to verbally attack him, and they don't have a right to physically attack him. That's absolutely harassment.
I do believe it, it's what ultimately caused the unfortunate scenario, right? He felt threatened, right? To deny that a Carmelo Anthony felt threatened and that is how he responded,
You know
even
what?
though he did respond in a poor manner.
Oh, go ahead. Say that. Sorry about that. I cut you off.
No,
Sorry.
no, I think, Carmelo Anthony, it's to deny that he felt threatened by the scenario and situation is dishonest, right? I think how he clearly responded to it in full was to take a life unknowingly, and that's wrong, right? Multiple things can be true at once. But go ahead, V.
Yeah, multiple things can be true at once, and I think I think there's an issue here that I see. like that a lot of people may not understand. It's very simple. Multiple things can be correct, and here's the thing: they are also
Right.
they're also
But
kids,
what we see,
right?
in V here is they're bringing up side issues like the knife. They're bringing up side issues.
Yeah.
They're ignoring the fact that he was harassed.
Well, and also, yeah, I agree. But and that's what I'm saying. They're ignoring that part, and that's actually wrong. But here's the thing: how do you deal with this situation? And so, for me, I see one thing that these people that they avoid when you go back to it. What are you supposed to do when you recognize there's a problem at a game when you are a player? When you are a participant, when you are a spectator, when you are anyone else but the security or the staff? What are you supposed to do when you see a problem? Right. And so what you're supposed to do is notify the staff,
Right.
notify
So,
the security.
If he was targeted on race, now that becomes a hate crime.
Yeah.
So now that harassment that's like a misdemeanor now becomes a felony.
Exactly. It's true. It's true. And I don't think anybody can get out of the fact that what you're supposed to do is, now I'm going to ask the chat. You tell me, if you are not the staff and you are not the security and you are at a school event and you see a problem, what is a spectator or a participant in the event supposed to do when they see a problem? Who are they to notify?
The administrators.
Because if you don't know the answer to that question, you can't help. I don't think any kid. You can't help anybody, period. You're a problem to the society if you don't know the answer to that.
There you go. And I think how we're seeing the dynamics of this scenario could be seen as accusatory, or it could be seen as justified, or it could be seen as progressive. The overall outcome of this trial and the verdict was not progressive. And I think that's what a lot of people don't understand. It was not progressive, right?
Yeah,
Are we
exactly.
seeing Carmelo Anthony's absolved of wrongdoing? No, we're not. But we're in the same breath trying to take in the nuance perspective of what happened while giving out a progressive take on it by saying that murder is a stretch.
All right.
Right?
Yeah. You know what? I can see there's an issue going on here. So I'm going to change the rules now. If you are in the chat and you do not answer my question and you just dodge my question, then basically I'm about to put the chat in subscriber mode, and then we're going to go from there. So to keep the chat open, matter of fact, I'm going to put it in subscriber mode. The only people, I hope you subscribe right now. The only people that's going to, after I put it in subscriber mode, if you're in the chat after I ask a question and you just purposely ignore it, then, we already know you're not here for any real reason other to obstruct, a good conversation from happening. So again, I'm going to ask the question. When you are a participant of an event, a track meet, or you are a spectator and you are attending a track meet and you see something wrong happening, who are you to inform first? Who are you to inform? So let me just.
And again, I think it is about the progressive view, right? Understanding that Carmelo Anthony, even with him being a young man and not necessarily knowing or understanding the full consequences of his actions, but going about it in a way that was detrimental and impactful to not only his life, but the life of obviously someone who's no longer here, is the progressive take, while also acknowledging that, to assume just because you're upset that someone got killed, but you're choosing to ignore the circumstances under which that life was taken and just assume that it was purposefully, that means that you would have known Carmelo Anthony was inherently dangerous and had that pre-existing mindset of killing someone. He was a killer. You don't know this kid to say that he was a killer. And if you assume that, that means you're saying that black people are inherently killers because he chose to handle it in a manner that wasn't the most progressive way that ended someone's life.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, exactly. I think it's a lot of people that are headed for trouble, you know. People that were, a lot of these people that were in the chat that don't know the answer to that question, they're headed for trouble, and they're teaching their kids trouble too. You know, because you know, because if you don't know, the answer is that you contact the staff, and that's what you tell your kids, and that's what you are to do. Also, contact the staff. If you don't understand that, the staff or the security, if you don't understand that's how you are to, that's your role in helping things at an event that you're attending, right? Then you are a problem. You know, you're not helping. You're not helping kids. You ain't helping the kid on the right. You're not helping the kid on the left. You're not helping your kids. You're not helping your wife, your spouse. You're not helping anyone else. You're just being crazy. You know what I'm saying? Like straight
You're
up.
a danger to society and yourself, right? You are not a co-contributor to a better society.
Look, and Big Chad said you don't carry a knife, and is okay. So that's a problem, right? So if you see someone carry a knife, if you see someone doing something wrong at an event, who are you to inform at the event? That's the question. Who? And everyone knows the answer to that question. It's the staff. And if you don't know the answer to that question, you are a problem also. You're just as dangerous as any of these kids.
Because it's only a matter of time before you find yourself in a situation like that and you do something similar.
Exactly. You're going to find yourself.
And VIP keeps mentioning, you know, we're not saying that Karmelo doesn't, you know, face any consequences for his actions. Okay, we're not defending that, but what we see is a lot of people downplaying and defending the actions of the perpetrator, and Karmelo was not the perpetrator of the situation, and that's where you got to look at the perpetrator.
Yeah,
and even if we want to use a different terms in terms of initiator, right? He didn't initiate the conflict, right? He wasn't the main aggressor. He was the more aggressive, right? But he wasn't the main aggressor. His actions were caused due to someone else's actions, and his just so happened to be worse. He was reacting to a bad situation in a worse way, right?
Yeah, exactly. You know,
and they both lost. Two kids both lost.
Yeah,
one is no longer breathing, and the other will spend the majority of his adult life in prison as an adolescent or a young man, if you want to call him that.
Yeah, and it is sad, like, you know. But here's the thing: it's also I see Chad. Chad said he said administration twice. Yeah, that's the correct answer. That's what you're supposed to do. But then he also said you're not supposed to carry a knife. Yeah, that's true. But listen,
like no one's saying that's right.
If we want to help, right? And see, you got to ask yourself: is your goal to punish, or is your goal to help? So my goal is to help. And if punishment is a part of help, then that's fine. But if punishment is not the only help that needs to be done, then it's not fine. If more help needs to be done, then punishment alone is not help. You see what I'm saying? So what I mean is this. If he carried a knife, the question is why? If you want to help, the question is knowing why. You cannot help if you're not out there seriously trying to figure out why. Right? So here's the thing. In my mind, a lot of kids are carrying knives. And in my mind, and that's not just the United States. And in my mind, a lot of the kids say they're afraid. It could be on their way home from school that they're afraid. It could be on their way to school that they're afraid, or it could be in school that they're afraid. And I contend that if children are afraid, then something in overall society is a problem. Because if you want children to grow up healthy, it needs to be without fear. So I think that there's a bigger issue here, and it's not just punishing Karmelo Anthony. I think there's a bigger job to be done. And it's not just in the punishment of Karmelo Anthony. I don't think you do it that way. I think if you want to fix the problem, you get to the root of why he had a knife, right? You get to the root of what's going on. Are there more kids that feel the same way that he feels that make them carry knives? And you try to deal with the larger issue, like, because there's obviously an issue where kids don't feel safe, you know. Now, I don't think I heard anything about the intent of him having the knife to have anything to do with the school. It doesn't sound like that. It sounds like the school was a safe place, but it's typical for a lot of kids to feel like it's when they leave school when it's not safe. And so a lot of kids tend to bring weapons. Sometimes kids bring weapons to school too, because maybe the school ain't safe. Shit, I went to school, public school in DC in the 80s and 90s. You know what I'm saying? So I know that school may not always be the safest fucking place.
It's a parent's breakdown. I think it's the parents' breakdown. If you look at, if there was a big fact that just came up, Godzilla posted that they had been suspended previously for bullying and doing this kind of behavior. And that's where the parents need to somehow get control of that, because if you don't get control of that young, it just gets worse. And I think that's where you see the situation. They became big, they became strong, they became confident, and that's where it really becomes a problem, is when they become basically a man-sized human being with that kind of strength, but they don't recognize that you can't go around bullying the world and policing the world like that, because the world's pretty tough and the world might come back.
Yeah, and stab you. And it's obvious if you have a weapon, then you feel like you're being bullied. You know what I'm saying? You feel like you have to protect yourself from something that you can't protect yourself from without it, right? That's kind of, you know, so I think somebody said they're carrying knives too. Yeah, I mean, guns too. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's the same thing. Why are kids carrying guns? What is behind it? And I think overall it's obvious. It's because they don't feel safe generally, right? And
I do think that they don't feel safe, but I think it's more so having to do with the lack of society and community.
Yeah.
Right? Community, right?
Yeah.
You're not afraid of people you know.
No.
You know, and this is a topic that I've discussed with a few police officers, even in here in, in New York. It's like, that's how you build the trust of your community that you are policing, or that you just want to know, right? You say good morning, you say hello, you make these things a formal rule, and you break the ice when it comes to social awkwardness and not knowing individuals. Something as simple as just good morning can now eliminate that threat value, or that perceived threat value.
Yo, bro, you speaking facts. You are speaking facts. Yeah, for real, man.
And it's the community factor, right? And I think, to circle it back to our current political climate, it's what happens when we sow hate, right? When we sow division, we see society as a team, like we would root for a football team or a basketball team, when society's not that, right? We are all one race.
We all on the same team. We're all on the same team.
There we go.
Yeah,
everyone.
We're all supposed to be on the same team. But I like what you said, because we're not teaching kindness, and kindness is the difference. When you go outside and you smile at somebody, hello, or you do a kind gesture, that gesture that builds trust in a community.
That changes the world.
Yeah,
that changes community.
And
right?
when you see a person that's like you, who walk down the street, who's got 5 fingers, 2 eyeballs, just like you, similar clothes and all of that shit, but you feel this wall, like, that's not necessarily good. That means people need to do more gestures of kindness so they don't feel alienated from each other, because but I like also what Eric said, like this bullying thing. Look, this again, a lot of people focus on the punishment of Karmelo Anthony. Yo, if your kid would be alive, if he just knew, go to the proper authorities. If that was the difference in your kid's life, in life or death, if that could have been a difference in Austin's life, that was his name, Austin, right? Would you tell your kid, just go to the authorities, don't confront them yourself? If that would have been the difference between your kid being alive and dead, would you do it? Would you tell your kid that? Because I would, because I do. Straight up, I do. It is insane to teach your kid to confront another child physically. That is insane. That makes no sense.
Yeah.
That's dangerous. Don't you get it? Like, your kid ain't Superman. Like, what the fuck?
Exactly.
You're fucking kidding. You want him to live. You don't want him to just be right. You know what I'm saying? You don't want him to just be innocent. You want him to survive. Like, what the fuck? Who teaches their kid, you know what? He was in your tent. Go over there and make him leave that tent, man. Who the fuck is he to be in that tent? Get him out of that tent. Like, what? That is insane, bro. That is, if you teach your kid that, you're setting him up to die, to fail in real life every time, man. So, that is crazy,
that's
bro.
where they need to sit down with dad. That's where they need to sit down with Austin's dad and ask him, have you ever said anything like that?
I hope so. Obviously he didn't get through to him, because I worry about my kids every day, and I see the scenarios that go on. I grew up in the urban city, bro. Yeah.
Or the opposite. Did he incite that type of behavior? You know, are you also guilty? Did you ever say, you know, under oath, did you ever say, hey, if you're in this situation, you should go police them and you should do this because, you know, that makes him also guilty?
If he told him, if he told him to confront him,
because that is absolute thing.
He is going to, you know, what's going to happen is that if he's the one who pushed him to go in that direction, right? Through his parenting, right? Eventually the punishment of Karmelo Anthony is going to wear off, and then the reality that he lost his son is going to set in, and then he's going to start thinking, was I a good father? And it doesn't matter if you get blamed for it. It doesn't matter if anyone says you're the one who should have done. Doesn't even matter. You're going to know inside, and as a father, you're going to live with it the rest of your life. The advice you give your kid and how they turn out. That's what happens to parents in real life.
And I think it was Afrika who made a great point earlier that his brother's never going to confront anybody again.
I hope not. I hope he doesn't, because it's not necessary. First of all, it's not even necessary.
It shouldn't have taken this to learn that lesson.
Yeah, it shouldn't have, man, because that's just it's not even worth it, man. It's not even worth it. It's just not worth it.
It's not, and we have, you know, there's someone obviously in the chat who's saying, you know, I have multiple knives, but I never, you know, intended to use it to kill someone. You don't get to dictate how someone else defends themselves.
No,
you don't.
No, you don't.
You don't,
because you don't know them.
Multiple people have guns. Yeah, multiple people have guns. Some people shoot, some people don't. Right? Yeah. How you defend yourself, you don't get to you don't get to, right now. How that person defends himself will obviously dictate the consequences they face later on, whether that be self-defense, whether that be manslaughter, whether that be murder, right? Mm-hmm. And I think that's what this case encompasses, right? Mm-hmm. This kid felt unsafe, right? Due to, you know, a plethora of reasons, most likely obviously being, you know, maybe in a hostile environment in the past, maybe he felt the need to defend himself for a plethora of reasons, which we don't know, but we also don't get to dictate how he responded. And how he responds as a young man, because he's still technically a kid, right? This is high school. And he responded in a poor manner where the adults of the room and that vicinity failed him. They failed him because they weren't there to intervene. Yeah. They didn't set those rules in advance, right? Hey, guys, if someone from the opposite team comes, hey, just grab me, right? Like, they didn't put those, you know, those precautions in place and fostered the proper behaviors, because these are kids. They don't know how to handle a situation, and to assume that a Karmelo Anthony at 18 years old had the intent to take a knife and kill someone purposely. I, at 18, didn't know, hey, with this knife, if I stab him right here in the part of his chest, that's where his heart is, and that's where he's going to die. He didn't stab him multiple times. He stabbed him once, right? And it just so happened to be an unlucky stabbing, right? With a wrong decision in that moment that cost him 35 years of his life, that cost Austin Metcalf his life, and irrevocably damaged a community as a whole. May that be through racial tensions, may that be through lack of trust, may
Yeah.
that be through,
You know what I think,
fear.
bro?
Right?
You know what I think? I think the prosecutor, prosecutors follow the law. Obviously, they look for the
Supposed to,
sentence.
yeah.
So the ethics of it can be questioned. It can be questioned. Are they behaving ethically? The judge, however, plays an even keyer role in making sure
Yes.
that justice is served. Right? That justice, that there's a just
Without
end.
a bias.
Right, without a bias. And I think that is a problem because I think what the judge's goal is to come, justice is supposed to mean the society benefits, right? The society heals. Healing comes with the outcome. You know what I'm saying? And I just think what they did was they furthered bigotry, and instead of real understanding about two kids that really in any normal situation would go on to have successful lives, bro. They turned a tragedy into something where we need to figure out who's guilty and who's innocent. It's like, no, man, there's a lot of simple, small things that could have changed the outcome here. And they were failed. These kids were failed, bro. These kids were failed. Like, to me, that's what it seems like ultimately, like. And I just hate to see society blame fucking kids.
Agreed.
Like, I just hate that because that seems like such a cop out. It's such like a way to go about it because it's like taking kids can make mistakes, and sometimes these mistakes into tragic ends, and it doesn't mean they meant it. Doesn't mean either one of these kids are bad or meant anything like this. But the adults, the goddamn judge, man, instead of like saying, hey, we have a problem here in America. We got kids like Karmelo Anthony carrying knives in their pocket. Why does he have a knife? What's going on in his life? He doesn't have a criminal record. What does he have to fear? And then we have a kid that is bullying, thinks that it's his job to tell them what to do. No, you need to go to get the adults. You need to get the adults and the staff involved. That's what you're supposed to do. And now he lost his life. Nothing will bring his life back. Nothing will, Karmelo Anthony is now going to, he could have done something good, but I think the judge chose to be exploitive. And that doesn't help, man. That doesn't help, bro. It doesn't help, man. I mean, I can only say what my view is when I look at these two kids' faces. Like, neither one of them seem bad. They seem typical, fucking typical. They just seem like typical fucking kids, bro. Like, but they're in a society that's not so typical. You know what I mean? And but look, check this out. I pulled up something here. Just to review it, because I was curious, what would the outcome be in Denmark? I'm serious, because Denmark has some different laws, bro. And I just thought, like, what would the outcome be? And it says here, if the same incident, this is based on the facts known about the incident that are public. So just to inform everybody. And of course, this is Gemini and it's AI. So you feel free to research it yourself, right? The facts are the facts. And then what it derives from the facts, what the most likely outcome is not a fact. It's what it thinks the most likely outcome is. Just to let you know that. I'm sure some of you already do, but some others might not. Okay. If the exact same incident involving Karmelo Anthony and Austin Metcalf had taken place in Denmark, the legal framework, specific charges, the sentencing outcome would look drastically different from the American justice system. Denmark relies on the Danish criminal code, straffeloven. That's what it's called in Danish. That's how it sounds, straffeloven. And which treats youth offenders. Oh, you want to know what straffeloven means? Penalty law. That's what that means. All right. Which treats youth offenders, weapon possession, and homicide through a fundamentally different judicial philosophy. The likely charge, Yeah, that's manslaughter. Mandrap. Intentional homicide. Okay. The likely charge. Let me see. Unlike the U.S., Danish law does not divide intentional killings into degrees, like first degree or second degree murder. Instead, Section 237 of the okay, so they're saying if it goes down in the court as intentional, right? Okay, so this is instead Section 237 of the Danish Criminal Code uses a single overarching term: manslaughter, intentional homicide. That's one thing. You see, they don't break it up. Defined simply as intentionally taking another person's life. So in the Danish law, they don't even have manslaughter, really. That's not, or not broken into different categories. It's together. That's what you are to consider when you prosecute. All of that shit. Why is that? Because in Denmark, even in self-defense, you have to specifically be in fear of your life. That's when maybe you would be able to kill somebody or harm somebody to that degree. You see what I mean? Otherwise, you're still obligated to turn your back and leave. If you can walk away, you need to leave, right? You're not. It's not this thing about you're in my home. Pow. It's not that simple, right? As a lot of Americans seem to think. A lot of Americans are like,
it's not Americans think. No, it is.
You know what I'm saying? No, but it deters a whole lot of other shit from happening. But instead of Section 237 of the Danish Criminal Code uses a single overreaching term, mandrap, manslaughter, intentional homicide, defined simply as intentionally taking another's personal life. Why it fits? Because Anthony pulled a pocket knife from his bag and stabbed Metcalf directly into the chest during a fist fight. Okay. Danish prosecutors would argue he acted with doulos eventualis, conditional intent, meaning he knew that stabbing someone in the chest with a knife would likely result in death, yet chose to do it anyway. Okay. So even the Danish law sees it as extreme, right? Alternative charge. If the defense could successfully argue he only intended to hurt Metcalf, but the wound incidentally proved fatal, the charge would drop to volte. That's just violence with death. Okay, so that's closer to manslaughter, right? To follow assault resulting in death. Section 224, 246. However, the introduction of a knife makes a full mandrap charge the most likely outcome. So he would be charged with first degree murder in Denmark. Like the moment you take out a deadly weapon, you have to know in Denmark that you could likely kill this person with it. You see what I mean? So a knife, yeah, there's a difference there. And the U.S., we kind of use defense. I have a gun. I can shoot you. I'm using a deadly weapon, but maybe not. The defense might be like, yeah, but he didn't mean to kill him. That's an interesting difference. Difference. Like, and to people watching this, you can tell this is the first time I'm really going through this. I don't know what it was called, and I don't know that they just throw them together. Right. But I do know what I've been told to instruct my children to do. You see what I'm saying? And I know as a parent what I instruct them to do. And that is leave. Do not be involved. Go the other way. It's not important. You know what I'm saying? Like, but in any case, the defense, extenuating circumstances and self-defense. Under Danish law, defense argument of being outnumbered or reacting to fear and chaos would fall under Section 13, self-defense. So there is some kind of defense plea that could be taken, right? And sometimes people will do it. They argue self-defense anyway, right? Even if you have a weapon. The verdict on self-defense, just like the Texas jury, Danish court would almost certainly rule that Anthony exceeded the limits of the lawful self-defense. In Denmark, self-defense must be strictly proportional, meaning, so is self-defense in the United States, must it be strictly proportional? No.
No. It's based on feeling threatened.
That's interesting. That is not the federal law of the United States of America, right? That's not the state law of the United States. Or is it federal or state? There might be a difference. But in Denmark, in Denmark, it's all federal. So this is one law. There's not this state law underneath. There's one law for everybody. Right, in Denmark. In the U.S., there's different laws depending on who decided to prosecute you. which makes it even more complicated, right? Now, meeting a non-lethal push shove with a lethal weapon, a knife. Well, he got punched, so that's what they say, the witnesses say. But a knife is legally considered an excessive use of force. So, mitigating factors. However, Denmark heavily weighs emotional distress. Under Section 82 of the law, the court can lower a sentence if the act was committed out of agitated fear or temperament provoked by the victim. The physical disparity, Anthony being 5'8" and confronted by a 6'1" athlete, would be strongly factored in as a mitigating element to lower the prison term, even if it didn't excuse the crime entirely. You can see that didn't happen in the U.S. though. So in one way, Denmark is they see a knife as a deadly weapon. Period. When you pull it, you should already know that you intended that you could kill this person. You should know that's a likely outcome. That's not what they say in the U.S. But on the other hand, in the one law in Denmark that you have to follow, there's 88 that says a 6'1" athlete would be strongly factored in as a mitigating element to lower the prison term, meaning the other guy was bigger than him. I didn't know dude was 6'1". Yeah, he's 3 inches big.
V, can you post the link one more time?
The link? What'd you say?
Yeah,
Yeah. Let me put that in the chat real quick. Here it is. Boom. Oh shit. Hold on. 2 seconds. Let me do that. It's interesting, people can learn from some different societies on this, how they deal with it. Let me see here. Panel.
Folks, you can follow Victor on Facebook at Victor Bennett.
Let me see here. Okay. Yeah, exactly. Thanks for that, Eric. Now let me see here. I put the link to the panel in the chat. So there it is again. Now, let me go back to here, and I hope people can appreciate this because I'm not contrived in this. I haven't looked into this. I'm simply looking at the information right now, right here today, and telling you what I think. So I'm not coming to you with a politicized view of this, meaning that one has to be right or the other one has to be right. That's not what's going on here. Now, let me see. I don't have a political approach to this. If there is one, it's just that everybody should have universal health care, universal education, and child care, and a vacation when they pay taxes. All right. So
I think that would help.
Yeah.
I think that would help.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
That would help lessen violence. That would bring communities together. That would foster more, progressive ideas. And that would lead towards less violence.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
If you got a full-time job, you should have a vacation too. But you should be able to afford one. It should be guaranteed in there. But hey, But now, so it says temperament, right? Section 82 of the Danish law, the court can lower the sentence if the act was committed out of agitated fear or temperament provoked by the victim. The physical disparity, Anthony being 5'8" and confronted by a 6'1" athlete, would be strongly factored into the mitigating element to lower the prison term, even if it didn't excuse the crime entirely. All right. Now, the sentence significantly shorter in Denmark. The standard baseline sentence for mature adult convicted of manddrab, right, which is murder in Denmark, is 12 years in prison. However, Anthony's age would completely shift the calculation. The age factor. Anthony was 17 years old. Okay. The other kid was 19? Hold on. Who's 19 and who's 17? All right, I'm gonna look into this. I'm not sure. I'm gonna look into this. All right. However,
Sorry, I think there was a year difference between the two.
A year difference. So who's the older one?
Metcalf.
Karmelo.
Okay.
I believe Karmelo was 19.
I think it says he's been convicted at 19 years old. But when it happened, yeah, this is interesting. Let me see something here real quick. Who was older and who was younger? I just want to make sure. Because that's a factor in how the law is going to see this. So let me make sure of this. Karmelo Anthony and Metcalf were 17 years old. However, looking at the exact dates of birth, Karmelo Anthony was slightly older than Austin Metcalf by a matter of months. Okay, so it's just a month's difference between the two. But Metcalf was significantly larger, basically, than Anthony. So, all right, so let's go back. So they're the same age here, pretty much, right? So let's go back here. Okay, hold on, mitigating. Okay, the sentence significantly shorter. The standard baseline sentence for mature adult convict, right, in Denmark is 12 years in prison. So that's for the adults. The age factor, they're both minors, basically, right, when this happened. So Anthony, 17 years old at the time of the stabbing. The age of criminal responsibility in Denmark is 15. So that's different too, right? But still, Denmark treats older juveniles and young adults with heavy focus on rehabilitation. See? So under Danish sentencing guidelines for offenders under 18, a mandatory reduction is applied. That's to everybody in Denmark. Doesn't matter what color you are, doesn't matter your religion, doesn't matter your gender, doesn't matter your sexual orientation, doesn't matter your nationality. Yeah, the weapons factor.
That's the minor part. If he is a minor, then that's where the parents need to be brought in and questioned. Were you recommending this behavior?
Yeah, well, I definitely think that's a good thing to do, to get the parents, and I think it has a factor though, bro. I think there's a factor because if I understand this right, if your child gets in trouble, what happens is that the parents are informed. The parents who have not just custody, but there's different kinds of, there's custody in terms of living in Denmark, who you live with, and then there's right. And usually both parents have right to make major decisions, period, even if they don't have custody, right? There's some things that are so big, they just have to consult both, right? And that's another aspect to it. But usually if you have any kind of custody, right? I think even in some cases, if you don't, and you're just a parent, you would be invited to some of this consultation.
You're still absolutely responsible for your children's behavior.
Yeah, you would be invited, and I think they would judge. Are you interested in knowing your child, the outcome of your child?
And that can be very problematic, and it can be very costly. And that's another reason why you need to talk to your kids about not engaging in this kind of stuff. So it sounds to me that if they had prior history, then it was not under control.
And I'm gonna tell you something else, bro. The judge is actually going to sit. And we talking about before you even go to court or whatever it is. You can go to court all you want. You can do that. You can, but there's going to be a difference. The judge is actually going to speak directly, and the parents will be speaking directly to the judge too. So the judge is going to hear and see the parents' reaction and hear the parents' thoughts. You see what I'm saying? Like, they're going to actually know what they are. So, like, they're going to see how you react. They're going to analyze all of that shit. And guess what? Because it's a child, they're going to have child psychologists there, too. Watching the parents, too. And I'm serious, man. They're going to, because they ain't got money and time to waste. They want to know what the fuck is going on for real. And then they're going to give their verdict. And because the verdict is supposed to be help. You see? So you can't help if you don't know all the factors, right? Now,
now I believe Karmelo also had prior history. I believe he was suspended at the time.
He might have been. Yeah, he might have been. Well, let's look into that. But let me see here. Let's finish this part. Older juveniles, okay, and young adults with heavy focus on rehabilitation. But under Danish sentencing guidelines for offenders under 18, a mandatory reduction is applied. The weapons factor. Denmark has incredibly strict knife law. It has its own knife law. Okay. It's outside of the gun law. Carrying a pocket knife at a public sporting event is highly illegal, would add an automatic aggravating factor, slightly pushing the sentence back up. Okay. Expected Danish outcome. Taking into account the 12-year standard baseline for homicide, reduced heavily due to his age, minor age of 17, and mitigating panic fear of the confrontation because he was being confronted, and that's just a fact. But slightly elevated by the illegal possession of a knife, which many people also said in the chat he shouldn't have had a knife. Okay? So everybody agrees he shouldn't have been confronted and he shouldn't have had a knife, right? At the place. Those were both incorrect. And illegal. Because if you punch somebody, that's assault, motherfucker. Like you got to be charged with that. If you live, if you're alive, you got to be charged with assaulting Karmelo. Like what the fuck? This is crazy, man. Likely sentence.
Right. So we're not dismissing Karmelo. Even if he hadn't done anything, he's still guilty just for having a knife.
Yeah.
And I want to bring this up because if you notice in your text there, it says Denmark has incredibly strict knife laws. The Knivloven.
Yeah.
And that's actually a common thing in Europe, in Switzerland. When everyone wants to compare to the gun laws. The gun laws in Switzerland are incredibly strict. You can only have the guns that you were trained on in the military, and you cannot have weapons or you cannot have ammunition. Period. You can't have any bullets.
Yeah.
And you're like, that doesn't make any sense. Well, it's a hunting thing. If you want to go out hunting, they'll give you some bullets. But it goes farther than that, and that foreigners cannot have a weapon. Period. Not even a knife. So, and then you ask people, well, why would, why? Yeah. What would you need a knife for? So I understand the component, when people say, well, he brought a weapon. Why did he have a knife at a track meet? Yeah, that's a great question. And he should probably, have already been in trouble for that.
True. Yeah, exactly. Somebody should, how do you get it there to the track meet, and, but there's a lot to be said about that, but then again, I think in the United States and anywhere, they're going to have to deal with that. Like, yeah, why do kids have knives? Why do adults have knives in America? Why are they carrying knives around? Why are they carrying guns around? It's to defend themselves. That's what they call it. Bingo.
Right.
Bingo. That's not why you have it in Denmark. That's not why you have it in Sweden. There's no law that say you could use that. What the fuck? They don't even have that.
I think it circles back to the perspective of a progressive society, right? It is not encouraged, and in fact, it is outlawed to have knives and guns and some of these progressive.
Rafika just got into the chat, V.
Okay. Rafika's there? Okay. Oh, she just got into the back chat, you mean? There you go, Rafika. What's up? There you go. How you doing?
Hey, Rafika.
You there?
Go ahead, Mama.
I think your audio is stuck.
Okay.
The audio, you're chopping up. It's not coming through clear. But I can hear you slightly, but it's chopping out. It's going out. Excuse me. Yeah, it is going out. I still can't hear you.
Yeah, it's coming in and out.
Don't worry. Try to link it up. Try to get it fixed out.
Let me drop out. That'll probably help.
Is it there? Is it working out now?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can
hear
hear
me
you.
now?
We can hear you now. We can hear you now. What's going on?
Oh no.
There she is.
You don't know?
You guys hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah.
We can hear you.
Go ahead, Rafika.
She can't hear us for some reason.
Okay.
Rafika, can you hear us? Okay, yeah, but your audio is not good. Your audio is choppy. Yeah, your audio is choppy, Rafika.
Rafika, you might need to shut down the feed.
Yeah.
How about this?
Okay, it's better now.
Okay.
Now I can hear you. Perfect.
Now can y'all hear me?
Yep, we
Yes.
can. We can. We can. Go ahead. What you got? What you thinking?
I gotta put it on. Oh no. I can't put it. Well, I gotta put it to my ear. Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Welcome.
Okay. How I feel is that young man is not wrong.
Oh, what you mean? Go ahead.
He is not wrong at all. I feel that
which
he was
one?
raised by, for what I learned,
Go ahead. Which one?
Karmelo.
Okay, there you go. All
For
right.
what I understand, Karmelo. For what I understand, he was raised right.
Okay.
He's raised by his mother and his father. They raised him. He came from a great background. He had, I think, a brother and a sister. I think he was the oldest, and he was being bullied. That wasn't his first run in with the twins.
Oh, that wasn't his first running?
That's when it first happened. That's what I read. It wasn't their first run in.
Okay, where'd you read that at?
When it first happened, it was online in the article. Yes.
Okay.
That's why I kept putting in twins. I kept saying brother. It was his twin brother. Austin had a twin brother. That was his twin brother.
So they're the same age. His twin brother.
Yes.
Right. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So I don't know why the reason why he brought the knife. I can imagine why he brought the knife. Due to, Texas. You know how they roll in Texas.
But where did you read that they knew each other? Because this, what I'm pulling up now, it says
he
they
wanted
didn't
to
know.
go underneath the tent. Yes, it was raining. Again, who is Austin and his brother to tell somebody to leave from underneath the tent? They could have went to go get a teacher, a coach, or whoever. Why is he over here? For what I read, Austin touched him one time, and he went to go touch him the second time. Yes, Karmelo said, "Touch me again, and you see what's gonna happen." He went to go touch him a second time, and yes, he did. He stabbed him.
Okay.
But this is after he was surrounded, and I believe he was the only black kid underneath that tent. And yes, it was recorded. Several recordings from several cell phones.
Oh, really? Recordings?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, let me see.
And when the police got there, yeah. Look it up from when it first happened. From the articles.
Okay, let me try to see if we can find some. There are two different types of video recordings related to the incident, and both played a critical role in the trial. However, they may not be exactly what you expect. The two recordings show to the injury are detailed. Stadium surveillance video, there's a recording of the actual confrontation, but it's not a close-up or high-definition one.
No.
There's footage, but it's kind of hard to see what's happening.
Say that again?
No. It's from the kids' cell phones. No. And it was one girl. I want to say she was going with one of the boys. She didn't want to show her video to the police when it first happened. You have to find the articles from when it first happened.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened because she knew they provoked the situation.
But where is who's reporting that? That's what I'm trying to find out. Who's reporting it?
Maybe we look up if there were any videos suppressed from the trial.
Okay. Yeah, exactly.
And, to keep the conversation going, I think it's a great perspective that you were able to pull up with Denmark and the progressive take on how a trial like this would have less nuance throughout the judicial system, but also take into account, the age of the individuals involved, right? In terms of bringing a psychiatrist or psychologist to assess what the potential frame of minds would have been in that scenario, in terms of, obviously the law itself not encouraging things like weapons such as knives or guns, and taking that into account as well, taking account the size difference, right? The intimidation factor with the size difference. These are all different ways of a progressive viewing on a nuanced perspective, right? Like the whole scenario in itself is a very nuanced scenario, right? I do think that, obviously the progressive thing would have been to charge him as a child, right? Which, again, that is up to the state's DA to charge him as an adult, right? Which is an issue in America, right? We disproportionately think harsh sentences and not rehabilitation when it comes to our justice system. And it is the reason why we have over incarceration when it comes to our prison system, right? If I'm not mistaken, America
Prison
has
system,
one of the
especially
largest
our black
incarceration.
and our black people
You know what?
also too.
Yes,
It says
black
here.
people obviously get disproportionately arrested or accused or charged, and that's more nuanced, right? Obviously, there is over policing, but there is also, harsher sentencing, but there is also socioeconomic issues that lead to higher crimes. May that be petty, may that be violent, there's a nuanced perspective, right? I also think that, wealth inequality, all these things play into a role into why people commit crimes, right?
I don't think anybody no, I don't think there's too many reasons. There's no reasonable people that deny that he was confronted, right? That's just what it says. Everyone knows that he was confronted, right? That they admit to confronting him, so they've been on the stand already. The brother's been there. I believe the brother testified too, right? So, and the other witnesses, right? They all agree he was confronted. Simple. And they tell why they confronted him. They confronted him because they told him to leave. So it's all there. Only an idiot would try to say he wasn't confronted. But here it says it says in Denmark, according to the law, it says taking into account 12 years is the standard baseline for homicide, period, right? Now, reduced, can you turn that down in the background? Somebody's watching something. Yeah. Let me just pause that for a second. Yeah. It says here.
Okay, I got it down.
Yeah. It says here that it says given the baseline 12 years, right? Reduced heavily due to his age. Is a minor, 17 years old. It doesn't matter who it is. 17 means it's going to be reduced, right? He cannot be tried as an adult, period. Denmark has one law. It's federal law. There is no state law that differs from the federal law. You see what I mean? In Denmark, the law is the law for everybody. One law, right? Now, in mitigating, due to the mitigating panic fear of the confrontation, which they acknowledge too. They acknowledge, they're not even claiming that he didn't have fear. They're just saying it was excessive, his response. They're not claiming he wasn't afraid. Now, it says, but slightly elevated by illegal possession of a knife. So the knife would still make it illegal. You're not supposed to have the knife in Denmark, period. Right. But having acknowledged all of that, it says his likely sentence of Karmelo Anthony would be 4 to 6 years in prison.
And that's what I was getting ready to say. Okay, at least for the knife. That's it.
It would be likely sentenced. Karmelo Anthony would likely be sentenced to 4 to 6 years in prison or placed in a secure juvenile residence facility until turning 18 before transitioning to a standard prison. Actual time served. In Denmark, inmates are standardly released on parole after serving 2/3 of their sentence and if they show good behavior. Okay. Anthony would likely serve roughly 3 to 4 years in an actual prison time, a stark contrast to 35-year sentence with the 17.5-year minimum before parole he receives in Texas.
Okay.
Yeah, so
that's fair.
yeah, and that's for anybody. It doesn't matter what your race is, what your color is, what your religion is, what your gender is. With all of that, just based on what's been publicly released in the public, CNN, CBS, Texas local newspapers, the judge, the trial attorney. All that shit that they said, this would be the outcome. But in Texas, it's 35 years, bro. 4 to 6 years turns to 35 years in Texas. You're guilty, kid. Guilty as charged, kid. Life in prison. We got a victory. Yay! Problem solved.
Yeah.
Yay!
And then someone brought up the Kyle Rittenhouse. I can't remember who brought it up, but remember, I'm from Illinois, and I remember when that happened. I was living in Illinois at that time when that happened. And I lived right by the borderline of Kenosha, of Wisconsin. And I remember Kyle Rittenhouse lived in Antioch, Illinois. He crossed the borderline because he wanted to play big dogs with the other white guys that wanted to patrol a business. They were calling themselves to protect this one business, this car lot in Kenosha. Somehow he got lost from the group, and I don't know. I can't remember exactly what happened. How he got to shooting the protesters, but he just got to shooting them. And I seen the video. It wasn't no cause for that. And then when he got to the police act like he was the victim, let him by, and he drove all the way back home to Antioch. First, his mama drove him there. Why the hell is you driving a 17-year-old with that gun across straight line?
She is just as crazy. She is crazy. Like, that is ridiculous. You brought your kid to a fucking crime. I mean, you
a protest.
To a protest. Why would you do that? And if you disagree with the protest, why would you? Yeah, it is just like all the excuses. Look, I know for a fact. Number one, it's just we got another problem in the U.S. State to state, the law is different. State to state, you don't know what the outcome could be. This kid could walk out in one state, and in the next state, he could go to jail for 35 years for the exact same incident. The exact same.
Yes, and what's the credit? But hold on, but this same judge.
Yeah, the judge is his family's friend. Yeah, the judge is his family's friend, right? Let's pull that up now.
No. That same judge gave my nephew 15 years.
Oh, really?
My 17-year-old. No, he's 17. No. He was 17 at the time. My nephew is now 20 years old. Gave my nephew 15 years. And then retired after that.
Yeah, that's Rafika because he's racist.
Yeah.
Let me see
and
here.
Kenosha is nothing to play with if you're black.
No, the U.S. got a lot of issues with
what happened with the Kyle Rittenhouse situation. Kyle should have probably got the death penalty. So
yeah,
that's where it seems like we just can't get these outcomes right anymore. It seems like in the Kyle Rittenhouse case, it was completely backwards, and in this case also, it was also backwards in the way that he was overcharged.
Yeah, exactly. They just added fuel to the fire instead
but it
of.
Also seems typical of what's happening in America right now, that we just don't seem to be able to get these violent crime cases right.
Yeah. I also do believe a big part of it has to do with the difference in, state values in terms of leaning more conservative versus progressive or blue, right? When we look at, the disproportionate sentencings when it comes to Texas or some of these southern states, Florida, whichever one you want to pick, they believe, conservative values is rooted in punishment for a crime at the harshest of levels. There is no reform, right? There is no second chance at a
Yeah,
lot of things.
Nope.
it's tragic.
And, you know, when you look at
Right.
the wider lens
Yeah.
of it, you know, that disproportionately affects people of color, right?
Yeah.
And the sentencing does tend to see people of color as more inherently dangerous when it comes to sentencing, right?
Mm-hmm.
And especially when we circle conservative values, right? So to tie it back into political talk, that's not necessarily the case when it comes to more progressive and blue cities or states. And I think that's another reason why you do want to question your political ideology, right? If you found yourself in a situation like a Carmelo Anthony, would you want a second shot at life for a moment's notice and a wrong decision? Yes, a kid's life was taken away, but also another kid's life is lost to the prison system.
Yeah.
And if we continue to move in this manner, there will be no readily progressive way to rehabilitate society as a whole. If we're thinking, you know, Carmelo Anthony enters the prison system at 18 years old and, you know, does 35 years and comes out some reformed individual, I
That,
think that's
that's a
disingenuous, right?
joke. That's a joke, bro.
Exactly.
That's
He's coming from a violent environment with
yeah.
grown men. He's still, you know,
Grown man.
at the child lens, right?
With a child lens, and guess what? Guess what they use in the
Mhm.
federal penitentiary too? Knives. What the fuck?
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Like what the hell?
Then
They just send
and
them
they
to a
gonna
place
send
where
them to the
people
worst
love
of the
lives.
worst.
Exactly.
And they gonna send them to the worst of the worst.
So is he going to state pen? Either way, state pen,
State
fed
pen.
pen. Either way, they use knives in there, man. What the fuck?
He's going. He should be going to state pen.
You know. Now listen, I just wanted to say this. That this thing about the picture, it says the picture's not real. It said they don't actually know each other, and they said it's bad. It is bad actors online trying to sow division. That's what they say. They say it's not. They say look what it says here. It says high profile trials that carry heavy emotional, racial, and social weight, like this one, especially following the controversial removal of the black prospective jurors by the prosecution, frequently attract bad faith actors online. So they're saying that people trying to take advantage of the community are doing this. That is not factual.
That's great to know.
Yeah, I mean that's what it says. It says that the controversy over the black jurors is one thing, but they're saying that they didn't, because come on, that is obvious. If you think about it, that obviously means he have to recuse him. You can't do that.
He would have to. He would
That
be
judge,
forced to on a legal level.
that judge, I think, that judge, man, that is not a wise thing for a judge to do. If you know, if first of all, if you know the person at all, know their family at all, have any contact, direct or indirect, you're supposed to recuse yourself. But if you're crazy and you got photographs out there, you would be like, fuck it, I'll do it anyway. Man, you're going to destroy your career. Even if you don't get disbarred immediately, you're still going to destroy your career, because that's good. They're going to hold that over you the rest of your life. So they're saying that the photo is fake and that it's concocted the story. You know, that's what it's saying right now. But so, you know, just so people know, you know.
No, that's great. You know.
Yeah.
And like I said,
and,
I think
and I think a lot of it is that jury stuff, in terms of Sixth Sense been pointing that out, that 3 jurors got struck that were all black jurors because basically they're black and they're biased. And you know what? Everyone's biased. So I think that's the whole problem with the system right at the beginning, is that they're getting rid of, you know, people that should probably be on the jury, in terms of it should almost be mandatory that there's some minorities on the jury. And in this case, yeah, and in this case, you have where it looks like they were purposely purged. So you know, that's where I think like the feds almost need to step in and oversee the situation and say, hey, you guys, you know, there has to be at least one black juror, and if that's the one that lets him go and creates, you know, a mistrial, well, guess what? Welcome to America.
Yeah. The U.S. got problems. We got problems with racism, and it's open. It's out there. It's a public spectacle. It's political. It's promoted politically. It's exacerbated. It's just, yeah, we got
So
problems.
they're really not letting the system play out as it currently is. And if you don't like that outcome, well, you know, we don't like the outcome in the Kyle Rittenhouse situation. For God's sakes, he's a minor. A minor cannot have a gun. MAGA, Republicans, whole world. A minor cannot have a gun.
Okay.
It's crazy. It's true. Putty knives or screwdrivers. Let me see. Did this have any connection to the incident? I'm just curious.
And
Maybe
cross state lines with a gun, and I'm pretty sure it was curfew
and that's
too.
that's why his mother should also be in prison.
Mm-hmm.
It says here, okay.
But yes.
It says, however, your question touches on a very nuanced detail regarding how the physical weapon factored into the timeline of the confrontation. What happened actually was police forensics and court testimony confirmed that Anthony was carrying a standard folding pocket knife in his track bag. The bag warning. According to the official police record affidavit, when Austin Metcalf and his teammates told Anthony he needs to leave their school tent, Anthony did not immediately throw a punch. Instead, he grabbed his track bag, opened it, reached inside, and explicitly warned the group, "Touch me and see what happens." The misjudgment, witness testimony. This is just what they're saying. I'm not saying it's true because obviously I'm just seeing this now for myself. So it's going to take a little time. But this is what some of the information that's out there. The misjudgment, witness testimony revealed that because they were at a track meet, the other teenagers assumed Anthony was simply reaching into his bag for a standard track gear, such as a spike wrench or a cleat tool. Because they didn't realize he was pulling a lethal weapon, Metcalf stepped towards him and initiated. So there's something here that doesn't sound right, though. I'm sorry. This doesn't sound.
That tells you they didn't play the video from the cell phone.
This doesn't sound right at all. Like, come on, because if it was, I'm sorry. If you think someone is, it doesn't make sense because you can't have it both ways. If the guy is telling you, watch what's going to happen, first of all, you're not supposed to be confronting him anyway. What the fuck? What is going on? But if you're confronting him and someone goes into the bag and says, watch what happened, I bet you won't. And you still do it, and
that person.
And they ask you, well, why did you do it? Oh, because I thought he had a cleat cleaner. What the fuck? What is this? The dude is lying, bro. Like, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. This is just more bizarre every time I open it. I'm glad. Yeah, go ahead. Somebody in the chat asked me about this.
Not to cut you off.
Yeah, go ahead.
Not to cut you off. I just remember about the article. The girl refused to give the police her video. That's what happened. She had the video. She was one of the people who had the video, and she refused to give the police her video from her phone.
Yo, show me the article. Show me the article. Put it in the back chat here, or hold on. No, put it in the link. Put it in the link in the stream, because I'll be able to open it from there if you don't mind.
And that's why.
Okay, you're gonna have to give me a minute because I'm outside with my dog walking her, and then I gotta go in the house and I have to look for it.
Okay,
I don't have it. I have to go look for it.
All right, do that. Don't worry, you can send it to me later. Tell your dog I said hello. What's up, doggy? All right, let's see here. Did the girl refuse to give the police the video?
Oh yeah, I think it's a stark, eye opener to see the difference in judicial system here and the nuances when it comes to them choosing to charge him as an adult, the factors of, the lack of progressiveness to assume that, to give an actual 18-year-old child or kid, 17 at the time of his crime, a 35-year sentence.
Yeah, that's weird. That's crazy. That's just
it's wicked. It's insane.
It's wicked, and you ain't gonna bring the kid's life back. And the judge is completely fucking irresponsible, bro. I'm like, the judge is totally irresponsible. I'm sorry.
And the judge is essentially the one who hands out the sentencing, right?
Yeah.
So he could have had exceptions, and he could have had nuance or added nuance to the case, right? In terms, because especially on a state level, that's the one thing that the judge has to go by. Obviously, guidelines depending on what the charge is.
You
And
would
that's so.
think.
If I'm not mistaken, you
You
said
would
what? I'm
think.
sorry.
You would think he have to
No,
go by
yeah.
guidelines. You would think it, right? But I mean,
So
yeah. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
no, they said that because he was charged with capital murder, the minimum sentence he could get was 25 years, which means the judge saw that and gave him 35 years.
No,
Think about that.
but here's the thing: the judge
He
didn't.
added 10 years to that.
But yeah, and the judge didn't even have to accept first degree murder as a even. He didn't. He could have said no.
Thank you.
It doesn't even
ready
meet
to say
the.
that. I
So
was getting ready to say that.
he could have said it doesn't reach the threshold of it. Based on the evidence,
Well,
he could have said that.
that would happen. That would happen when they're charging him initially, right? Not at the trial stage. So once
Right.
it's already in motion, right? Then he can't do anything.
No.
But he could have denied it. He could have denied it when it was presented, when the charges were presented initially before it goes to trial. He
Right.
can disagree and say, "Hey, I'm not going to agree to take this to trial under a murder charge, under a capital murder charge," right? And the DA would then recharge, would reclassify the charge as manslaughter.
No. In this case, it's different.
No,
It's different.
no,
It's different in
no,
this case.
No, because
He
I
couldn't
was
do it.
told, because I was told that the judge can sentence a person at any will, that they can downgrade it or upgrade it as they choose.
But
I don't think
to
it's
my
the
understanding,
case.
they're confined to the sentence. So if murder is the charge, they have a maximum and minimum that sentencing guidelines. That's what it's called, right?
Yeah.
So once they're charged with a charge,
No, you know what it
the,
is?
the judge then has to go within that sentencing.
Yeah, and it says here. Oh, but back.
What
It
is the
said.
guidelines?
What are they? Hold on. It says this. Look. First of all, the video didn't exist. That video with that girl, it didn't exist. She said it did, but they didn't have
It's a
it.
damn lie. It said it's no. See, they lying.
No.
It did.
No,
I
but
can find the
if
article.
it existed, she don't have the right to say no. It's not
Yeah,
something they have
it's
to.
criminal evidence.
Yeah, they take that shit anyway. It's not a question of is she going to give it over. What the hell? She going to be in jail if she don't turn it over.
He's going to get acquitted. He's going to get acquitted on technicality.
But this thing right here, in terms of the,
See, and that was the issue.
in terms,
go ahead, V.
yeah, in terms of the judge, it says here, the American legal system, a judge cannot simply look at the charge like first degree murder and refuse it. It just because they personally disagree. It says how the law works. It says here, separation of powers, the prosecutor's choice under Texas law, deciding what crime to charge a defendant would belong entirely to the executive branch, the district attorney prosecutor, not the judicial branch. The grand jury reviewed the evidence and officially indicted Karmelo Anthony on a charge of first-degree murder. Once the indictment happened, the Judge Roach had to legally oblige.
Yes.
He had to go along with
what
it,
I'm saying.
but he could offer the
That's what I'm
jury.
saying.
Yeah, he could offer the jury a lesser. He made space for the jury to say, yeah, but it didn't rise to first degree, but manslaughter. We'll take that. The jury could have done that. He gave them that opportunity, and he didn't have to, but he did. Obviously, because he wants to avoid a retrial or avoid some other
That's
thing,
what
right?
I'm saying.
Yeah. So
once the DA brings up the charges, they have to charge him. Like the trial is based off of those charges. The jury is then given those options in terms of what those charges are, and then once he's convicted, the judge has sentencing guidelines that once he's convicted, he has the sentencing has to fall within the charging guidelines.
But wait a second.
Right?
Check this out. There is one thing he can do, though. There is one thing it says here. Check this out. And this comes after. This comes after. Look, it says after the final words from the prosecutor. Right. Check this out. It says there's in an extreme scenario where a judge can throw out a first degree murder charge during a trial. It's called a directed verdict or a judgment of acquittal. After the prosecution finishes presenting all of its witnesses and evidence, the defense always makes a standard motion asking the judge to throw out the case, arguing, Your Honor, the state's evidence is so weak. Okay, If a judge agrees that the state completely failed to meet the baseline legal definition of murder, the judge can step in, overrule the prosecution, and dismiss the charge. So actually, there's a problem here. I can see what happened, and it's because of the rules, and it's so fucked up. The prosecutor
never did that.
Yeah, no. But see, there's a problem here. The prosecutor, he went for the charge with this evidence. The judge can't say no. The grand jury can say no, but the grand jury didn't say no. And once it's presented, the judge, when he offered the manslaughter to the jury, he fucked this part up. Because now they have the right to consider two different things. And they consider, see, if he didn't do that, he could have avoided the whole thing and just said, no, actually, this don't reach first degree murder. I think it is something wrong here. I'm sorry. I don't know what it is, but there's something wrong. Yeah, there's something wrong here with this. Yeah,
the judge has the right, when the DA comes before him with the evidence before it reaches the grand jury, to say, I don't believe that this evidence qualifies for capital murder, right? And the DA comes back to the judge and says, okay, we'll prosecute him under manslaughter charges, right? Based off the evidence. And the judge then agrees, right?
Yeah.
So am I saying he was right? No, I'm not. What I am saying is that the judge didn't feel like it was justified to not go forward with a capital murder charge.
And right? on top of it, look at what else happened. This is something that happened here too, where he shouldn't have talked. This boy should not have talked. You know, it says here that if I'm just saying he didn't act in his own best interest here. However, in Anthony's case, the state presented a clear stadium surveillance video of the stabbing, eyewitness testimony from multiple students, and Anthony's own immediate statement on police body cam. I'm not alleged. I did it. He fucked himself right there. He should have never said that. He should have never said that, because the way
the right to remain silent.
Because the way the law works. Yeah, the law works. They don't have a lot. They only have the room that they have within the Texas law. And if he hadn't said this, there would be another way out. He didn't give himself that other way out by saying this, you know, because they used it against him. And this is like saying, I'm not alleged. I did it. Like, what the fuck? Like, you know, this completely undermine his own case, man, because the state presented more than enough baseline evidence to support the murder charge. So there's a problem, though. There's still a problem here. The ultimate issue is this. In the United States, they throw the book at fucking kids. You can't make a mistake, kids. Don't carry knives, and also, kids, don't confront other kids. Go to the authorities. Even if you're a kid, even if you're a kid, even if you're this guy's brother, even if you're another student, you can still feel bad about the outcome. Not just for one, for both.
Yeah, for everyone. And the families too.
Yeah, you can still feel bad about it. You can still be like, damn, what happened? Like, this shouldn't ever be the outcome, right? You're allowed to feel that way, but still, look, because in Denmark, the most this kid would be going to jail for is 4 to 6 years, and they will be focusing on rehabilitation. Period. And instead,
that's bullying gone wrong.
Bullying gone wrong. And in the United States,
that's exactly what it is. Can we talk to the chat a little bit? We have some people defending the instigators, and we're not saying that what this young man did was okay, that the consequences shouldn't be there. But what the two twins did was absolutely wrong, and they instigated the situation, and they are also guilty.
Somebody wrote Karmelo is an idiot who was harassing them, but he wasn't harassing them. So
no. Are you aware? Tara, are you aware that they had prior incidences of this?
I want to confirm that, though. Like, where do you?
I'm trying to find our
And
first
listen,
articles, and I'm having a hard
yeah,
time trying to
you got, and also some of these people in the chat, man,
finding the
they're
first
not being
article
genuine.
Tara
of
and
it right
Ice.
now. I'm looking it
I would
up
like
on
to
my
address
other
Tara and
phone.
Ice. They have no right to approach this young man. They have no right to order him to do things. I don't understand why you guys think it's okay for them to go harass him.
Yeah, that's wrong, because if your
See,
kid died, would you rather have your kid alive? You could have tell your kid that actually they shouldn't have approached him at all anyway. You don't, because you should.
Tara, you're absolutely condoning that. You're absolutely condoning some white kids going and harassing a black kid.
Tara, it wasn't
Yep.
their tent, Tara. It was not their tent. They don't own the tent. It's a school facility.
Thank you.
It's owned by the public. You know what I'm saying? The public is who
Again.
finances it. And actually, he didn't. If the kid didn't die, didn't die, don't you understand? The kid who assaulted him would be up on assault charges too. You know that, right? Because you don't have the right to assault anybody either. You have the right to ask him to
Thank
leave,
you.
but you don't have the right to enforce him leaving physically.
Tara, who
So,
instigated the situation?
they say he's in a stand your ground state. He can say he did it in self-defense, and progressive state jailing is better than Khalif Browder. Let me see what they have to say about the stand your ground.
Yes, he did assault him. He did physically assault him, and so I believe that you're really just misinformed, or you're willfully lying. But even worse than that, he
She
was
lying.
verbally assaulted.
She lying. She don't want to
Yeah,
say.
But Tara, they don't
You're
have a
racist.
right to
Look
verbally
at this.
assault him.
Look at this. It says right here. It says, yeah, Tara. I don't think Tara's. She doesn't know all the facts yet. But look, it says here, Texas is a stand your ground state. Under Texas penalty code and in 931 and 932, a person does not have a legal duty to retreat, run away before using force or deadly force to defend themselves, provided they are in a place they have the lawful right to be, did not provoke the situation, and are not engaged in criminal activity. But he wasn't engaged in criminal activity. He didn't provoke the situation. And the only thing he did wrong is he wasn't supposed to have the knife there in his bag, apparently.
Cool ground. Yeah.
So
That
otherwise,
was the only thing.
yeah, otherwise, but it says, however, the reason stand your ground did not protect Carmelo Anthony in court highlights why these laws have very strict limits. The proportionality rule, force versus deadly force. Even in the stand your ground state, the force you use in self-defense must be proportionate to the threat you face. Yeah. So he shouldn't have pulled. In other words, they're saying you shouldn't have, they didn't have a gun. You shouldn't have pulled out a gun. They didn't have a knife. You shouldn't have pulled out a knife. But listen, Tara, just as a parent, I don't know if you're a parent or not, right? A parent's job is not to just figure out who's right or wrong, right? Because if your kid is dead, what do you give a shit? You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, really, like, right or wrong when your kid is dead. Maybe your kid's right, but he's dead now.
Hold on.
Right? So
Who y'all talking to?
here's the thing. Wouldn't you, if you had the option to tell your kid, do not confront him, go to the authorities, go to security and report him, which would you do? Would you tell your kid to confront him physically, or would you tell your kid to report him to the authorities? I'm curious. And I'm expecting everybody in the chat to answer that question. Would you, if you were advising your kid, right, in that scenario, would you tell your kid to confront him physically or report him to security or the staff? What would you do? Tara, what would you do? Everybody else, answer it. I mean, here, because what I'm going to do is, I see what I'm going to do, because people try to avoid the basic question, because this is the moral and ethical part.
That always agree with the racists, but don't act like she's for the chat. That's the one that always want to argue with me in the chat.
It's okay. Tell them
But
to.
my kids are grown. But I always told my kids that you don't bully, you don't go looking for
Oh, okay.
fights,
Yeah, she said she would tell her kids to report them. I
and
mean, yeah, I think that's the best thing to do because I want my kid to be alive. Fuck being right and wrong every day. That right and wrong is like what the fuck? What the fuck? What does that matter if your kid
Same
is dead?
question for Tara.
You what does it
Same
matter?
question for Tara. Do you think bullying's an issue?
Yeah, somebody. Yeah, that's a good question. Do you think bullying is an issue? Yeah, I'm not justifying how he reacted, but I can't speak for how he reacted because I don't, But I know one thing for sure. I tell my kid, don't carry a knife, don't bring a knife with you, don't. And I tell my kids all the time, listen, don't.
Okay.
If you
And
don't,
Tara,
no
then
weapons.
Tara, who do you think was bullying who? Do you think that Karmelo was bullying them?
Let's see this one.
oh, it was bullying. They was bullying him, because you don't have the right to physically do anything to force him out of the tent. It's not their tent. It's owned by the public. It's a school tent. Everybody owns it. And if you have an issue with a problem, you're supposed to go and tell the staff. That's what you're supposed to do to avoid problems like
There's no video
this.
to see. There's no video to see.
Yeah.
There's no video to see.
That's it. They're saying that it's 13 to 15 times. Maybe they could tell him like once or twice, but that's it. After that, they need to break away and go, and go get other kind of assistance. They have no right to sit there and berate him, for a few minutes, or they have no right to order him to do anything.
It's stupid. It is stupid. They had
Thank
enough
you.
time to do the right thing.
Because who is them to say leave?
They didn't
leave.
they didn't do the right thing. They did not do the right thing. 13 to 14 times mean you had all the time to do the right thing and you didn't do it. Go to the staff. That's what you should do. That's what all kids should do when they see a problem. Go to the staff. That's why we pay tax dollars to have staff there. And we tell you all the time, go to the staff. And why do we tell you? So whether you're right or wrong, we tell you this.
Let's ask Ice. Why did they ask him to leave? It's none of their business.
Yeah. I want to hear his reason. Why did they ask him to leave?
It's a public school. He had the right to be there. Kids are always sharing those spaces. That's what it say.
I want to hear his reason.
But they're not the track field police.
I want to hear what's the reason.
No, it's not. It wasn't their tent, Tara. I don't know who told you that.
That's not the reason. That's not the reason.
I mean, even with him being, let's look at the reason why he was in the tent, right? What was happening that made him go into the tent? It was raining. It was raining, right? He didn't have an intention to say, I'm going to go to this track meet, go into their tent because I want to disrupt them, right?
Standing there quietly.
That goes a part of the intent, right? That goes in part of the intent aspect, right? He didn't intend to go there to specifically harass them, right? Whether he got bullied or harassed afterwards, that's, obviously he wasn't welcomed, right? If that's the best way you want to phrase it. He wasn't welcome there, but that's where obviously if the words no longer, they weren't getting the results with their words, they should have reached out to a staff, teachers, security, whatever next measures led to them resolving the issue in a more conclusive and proactive way, right? And when we do that, we create a society that properly holds each other accountable in the right way, right? Putting your hands on someone is wrong. Also, stabbing someone is wrong, right? I think both are wrong for their own reasons, Clearly, Karmelo defended himself in the more extreme way, right? Whether that was justified or not. Like, I don't think stabbing someone is a justified reason, is a justified way to go about it. But I also do feel like he felt threatened, right? And like, like I had stated earlier, that's where we teach, especially the youth, right? To be kind, right? To foster more welcoming behaviors that de-incentivize a threat, that de-incentivize violence, right? Because that is the proactive way to do things. Otherwise, we will have a society that whenever they feel threatened, will either
de-escalate.
Exactly.
Who did something to de-escalate?
And no one. No one.
All the young men did was escalate the situation rather than getting some security to come, and that would have probably been the end of it.
And you know something? That's also a public responsibility, but that's in Denmark though. In Denmark, you actually they're going to ask you, what did you do to de-escalate? Because if you didn't do something to de-escalate, you're going to be part of the crime.
Yep.
You sitting there like you could be an accessory and shit.
And it should be it should be all of them because they all surrounded him.
Yeah, it's I think Americans got a lot of thinking to do, and I know myself, I've had to do it too. But the difference for me is I've had a chance to be removed from the United States of America and put somewhere else that doesn't have guns every fucking where and doesn't have, and doesn't have this. Oh, they have bullying laws here. You can't just bully people in Denmark. That's a crime. And in school, you could get kicked out of school for bullying people. Like, listen, it is not, the public property is not yours. There is nothing in you. When you're in a public school, you don't own it. It's owned by everybody. And listen, if you want your kid, forget right and wrong for a second. I'm only talking to the parents right here, because obviously some people don't get it, right? If you're a parent, you have a choice. And your first choice should not be whether your kid is right or wrong all the time. Sometimes you have to factor in their life, how shit turns out in reality. And if you had a choice to tell your child, if the difference between your child being right and alive, and you want your kid in a situation with other kids to come out alive, what advice do you tell your kid in this situation? Mine would be, don't confront the person that you think is a problem. Go to the staff and report them.
And don't bully. And don't bully kids.
Yeah, don't bully either. That's a whole nother down there. That's existing outside of these killings, and it's just open bullying and like this. And the reason why I tell my kid don't do that is it's not because my kid may not be able to beat somebody's ass. It's because I want my kid to come out alive. And listen, you have to understand something. This guy.
What about Karmelo having parents?
Hold on.
He has parents.
Don't worry about that. I don't even understand that. But listen, here, the guy on the right, he's 6'1". The guy on the left is 5'8". The guy on the right is more imposing physically.
Yeah.
That is, in a place like Denmark, they're going to take that into account in the law. Who looks more imposing? Like seriously, in a self-defense thing, they're going to take that into account. You see? So here's the thing. Just because the kid on the right did something wrong doesn't give Karmelo the right to use the force that he used.
There you go.
But it doesn't mean you have to deny that the kid on the right also did something wrong, because if you do that, you're hurting other kids yourself.
You're hurting society.
If you want kids to live, what you're supposed to do as an adult is instruct every other kid to go the other way and report the problem to an adult. That's what you're supposed to do. That's if you want your kid to stay alive. Your kid being right is different from them being alive. What would you choose? Do you choose to be right, or do you choose for your kid to fucking be alive? Nothing being right about this is going to bring this kid's life back. Don't you get that?
And I'm sure if his parents had a choice, they would choose the latter, right? They would choose for him to walk away, right?
Yeah. And listen, and look at this. This is true. Look at this. Look at this. She Dre said, look at this. He de-escalated by setting a boundary of telling them, okay, to leave me alone. He did tell them to leave me alone. If you don't leave me alone, watch what's going to happen. That's what he said. You know, and for some reason, everyone just ignored that. Like, he don't have the right to do that, to tell him, leave me the fuck alone.
And V, that's a great point. And that's when it was their decision to either leave him alone or go talk to the administrator or talk to the securities. They did not have a right to keep pressing at that point. And then but they did. And now it turns into a fight, and fights get ugly.
Tia doesn't get it. Tia said because he's a murderer. Tia, if you're the kid parent on the right, what do you care about more? Your kid being alive or you convicting Karmelo to be a murderer? Which one is more important?
You arguing and just be. I mean, not you.
I want my kid living. Look, my kid evading.
I agree with the racist.
A person that can do something wrong. Yeah, that happens every fucking day. You think I want my kid encountering them and telling, you better stop doing what's wrong? No. That's not what I want my kid doing. I want my kid to go and report it to a police officer, a staff at the school, something like that. I don't want my kid doing the job of the police.
On the wrong channel.
What the hell? You know what I'm saying? I want my kid to live, yo. I don't want to hear my kid got stabbed down because Carmelo Anthony was in the wrong tent and they tried to tell him. And then my son was like, you better leave this tent now. And then, yeah. Are you crazy? What the fuck? What
the just it. Both these boys had prior situations. So I'm sure that they had been warned to not do this again.
I think so. You know,
and Austin had an issue with anger too.
Yeah, I think they can't, man. This is America, yo. Ain't none of these. Don't people watch the movies? These kids go through hell, bro. These kids, all of them, black, white kids, young kids, are going through hell in the U.S.
Why they talking about what about Karmelo parents? What about Austin parents?
They all are mixed bag. They all of them going through some shit. Like, for real. If you ask me,
Austin didn't stab nobody.
Yo, yeah.
Had he became an adult, I'm pretty sure he would have.
He could have done a whole lot. Shit, kids like him, just because he's running track,
on drugs and everything.
You don't know. He could have turned out to be a rapist. Nobody knows. I mean, you know, it's happening all the time. There's no way that these kids have it easy in the United States of America. None of them. Nobody should be looking at it like just assuming like
anger management.
Look,
he did what he supposed to do, because if it would have been me, I would have picked up a garbage can and swung it around like a helicopter on all their ass.
Look, the boy had a problem. He had an anger problem. You know, he went and confronted him and assaulted the dude because in his mind, the dude wasn't in the right place. He shouldn't have been there. That was his choice. He didn't have the right to do it, though.
That was his way of enforcing a rule that didn't exist, right?
Yeah, he didn't have the right to do it. So,
it made me sound intelligent.
Yeah, it's just.
I'm sorry.
You know, I'm not justifying it. I said plenty of times how Karmelo reacted was wrong. That's what I said. It was excessive force, but it doesn't make the person who confronted him right. He's dead.
Two things can be true at once.
Yeah, but it doesn't make him right for doing that. That was also wrong. That's all I'm saying. And the difference is that guess who got the worst punishment? Who do you think got the worst punishment, Tara?
The instigator of the situation got the worst punishment, and they don't want to accept that.
Yeah, the boy to the right got the worst. He got the worst.
You wasting your breath on that one.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. So I don't want my kid to get the worst, but I don't want my kid doing that. I want my kids to report it to the staff. Let the staff. That's what they get paid
that's where
for.
his father
Yeah.
failed to get through to him that you can't do this to people. You never know how they might react.
Yeah, and it's not. It doesn't make you macho or tough to confront the guy, to confront Kamala. It doesn't make you macho or tough to handle it yourself. It doesn't. It makes you stupid. You know, because you're a kid and you could have called the staff, and the staff gets paid taxpayer money to come and rectify problems right there on the site. So it is stupid. It is stupid. You know what I mean? And the outcome is also stupid. Okay.
Yep.
You know, it's a tragedy. Actually, it's a tragedy.
It is. It is a tragedy.
For both of them. I don't see
wouldn't
it.
be shocked if the races were switched. I wouldn't be shocked if the outcome was switched. If the outcome was completely different.
I wouldn't be shocked either, because you hear cases like that all the time where all of a sudden people are justifying that the other guy he was so nice. He was a model student, man. He was great. People said he was okay. You know, it's like people flip on you like that, where I just think, no, they're both kids. They're both young. Both of them didn't do exactly what they should have done and in that situation, and that more kids should learn from this. And not just one type of child, not just one kid. That you shouldn't just teach the kid that you shouldn't be in the tent or it wouldn't happen. No, you should definitely 100% teach the lesson to your child that just because they were in the tent, it is definitely not their tent. They don't own it. And if you disagree, you must report it to the school staff. Why?
Yeah.
Why? Because death is not worth it. Even if
Death is final, right?
Yeah, you know, I mean, harassing someone is wrong. Bullying someone, assaulting someone is wrong. You're a criminal. You are a criminal. This kid committed a criminal act. He committed a criminal act. Assault is illegal in the United States of America. You cannot
and Karmelo responded with a higher criminal act, right? Like,
yeah,
one criminal act initiated one that was higher, right? That one that was greater, and now we have one kid serving 35 years and another one who is not here to see his future.
Yeah, you can't assault. You can't prosecute a dead man. Just like what the fuck.
Yeah.
But if he was alive, assault could be one of those charges because you don't have the right to do that. And that's just what if you want things to be better, you just got to try to be responsible, first of all. And if you're not willing to be responsible, you really don't want things to be better. You know what I'm saying? So I don't want my kid doing the wrong thing and making a mistake and ending up being dead when he could have done the right thing too. Like, you got to understand it. And Karmelo Anthony, if I was his father, I would be crying too, because I would be saying, damn, why didn't my son feel safe? Why did he need to have a knife in his bag? Like, why? I wouldn't feel happy. You know what I'm saying?
It depends on the school.
Yeah.
School too.
But if he was getting harassed, you know, I would understand it though. I would understand it. But, you know, the thing is that this is a situation where he would have walked out alive. And if he didn't have that knife, he would have walked out. Maybe he would have been a little battered and bruised, but he would walk out with his life. And the other kids would be in jail, possibly for assault. And, you know, but because he had that knife, he stabbed them and it came out the exact opposite way. Instead of them going to jail and them being prosecuted and them being on tape beating him up, it turned out the other way. He's on tape responding to getting beat up and he stabbed him and he's going to jail. And that's just how it played out in the court. They said that he used excessive force. They didn't say he was wrong. They said he could have defended himself. So you got to understand, if he beat the shit out of that kid with his fist, he would be right, according to that judge. You know what I'm saying? But he just pulled the knife instead. He should have beat the fuck out of his ass. You know what I'm saying? They both be better off for his ass whipping. You know what I'm saying? But it didn't happen that way. He grabbed the knife and now somebody's dead and now he's in jail the rest of his life. You know what I'm saying?
Unfortunately.
Yeah. So knives aren't always the best defense. A gun is not always the best defense either. Just because you have a gun doesn't mean somebody can't take it from you. Like, so be cautious and be aware. Even if you have a knife, doesn't mean somebody can't take it from you. So You should, but in this case, obviously, Karmelo knew how to stab. He was fast. You know what I'm saying? Damn. And it wasn't good luck either for him. It wasn't good luck for him.
And I think, yeah, like he stabbed him once, and that one time was just fatal, right? Like,
yeah, it only takes once. A bullet, he might not have even died.
Yep.
You know, that's the crazy part about it. You know, bullets, people surviving these damn bullet wounds and shit. A knife, though, knives can be ugly. You know, they can be ugly. And I'm sure that's what happened. Because, how many wounds did he get?
One.
I'm curious about
One.
that. Yeah.
One.
That would also speak a lot to my verdict. Because, come on, one, how do you prove he meant to kill him with one? There you
go, right?
If a person has a gun and you shot him 3-4 times, then maybe, yeah, he meant to kill him. You shot him more than once, but stab once, and you saying he meant to kill him?
A career killer, right? To know if I stab him right here, he is going to die.
Yeah, that is. I think the jury's just biased. You know, I'm not saying he shouldn't have been convicted of manslaughter, but he's a kid, man. He shouldn't be spending the rest of his life in jail. That's just way out of line, bro. Let me see. Surveillance footage. Medical during the trial, Karmelo Anthony delivered a single fatal stab wound. Yeah, and it was to his chest. Let me see. How long did it take paramedics? Let me see here. But I also know this conversation is kind of it invokes a lot of emotion from people. So, you know, I get that. People, you know, some people want retribution.
There you go.
Yeah.
But I think that's what's wrong with our judicial system, right?
Yeah.
They don't want reform, they want retribution. And even if that wasn't an act done directly to you, they want retribution in the form of harsh sentencing. And it's the reason why we can't get prison reform and actual, you know, prisoners who come out better for society, right? It's the reason why we have, you know, prisoners who spend years in prison and end up coming out and reoffending because they didn't learn anything. Nothing in jail was progressive for them. Even when we visit the prison system as a whole, it is pretty much ran by violent inmates, right? The inmates themselves run these prisons a lot of the times, and there isn't no major supervision, right?
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of these individuals come out worse than what they initially came back in, right? Or what they initially ended up initially there for. So if we think Karmelo Anthony is going to come out and be the most model citizen, chances are he's not, and that's unfair, right? That's unfair to society, not just him, right? I think obviously he did take someone's life. He deserves to face a certain amount of time. You know, we can go back and forth on the nuances of, you know, it being disproportional. But at the end of the day, it's not progressive enough where we lose a life, but now we lose two. Right?
You know
one
what?
To the prison system and one.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Oh wow, bro.
No.
They say this might have actually been a part of why he died. Yeah. They say here the exact timeline of the response was a highly scrutinized part of the investigation. I bet it would be in the defense. While a specific minute count for the initial 911 dispatch to arrive of the ambulance wasn't the main debate, the physical logistics of if I was part of the defense, I would have made this a big part of the debate. The initial 911 dispatch to arrival of the ambulance wasn't the main debate. The physical logistics of the paramedics reaching Austin Metcalf once they arrived at the stadium became a focal point. The medical response unfolded through several key challenges. High school trainers and coaches reached them first. Because of the stabbing, yeah, but high school trainers and coaches, man, you're not a medical. Did they have a medical staff at the event? They didn't have an ambulance at the fucking event? Just a state ambulance at a goddamn school event? Okay. High school trainers, athletes get hurt, you know. In any case, high school trainers and coaches reached him first because the stabbing happened at an active, heavily attended, strict track competition, medical personnel were already stationed at the stadium. Okay, so yeah, they had medical personnel, high school athletes, trainers, and track coaches, but they're not medical personnel. So I don't understand this. High school athlete, trainers, and track coaches rushed to Metcalf within seconds of him collapsing. Okay. The immediate initiated intensive life-saving efforts, which included performing manual CPR in the bleachers while the chaotic 911 call was placed to the fresco. Again, where are the medical people at the stadium, though? I don't get this. This seems to be a gap here. CPR, bleachers, 911 call was placed to the emergency services. Okay. The bleacher obstacle. When the paramedics arrived, again, something's not right with this earlier statement. Because the coach and the staff, in my view, that's not medical staff. When the coaches and what did it say? It said trainers and track coaches. That's not medical staff. So where were they? They're supposed to be there too. But in any case, the paramedics initially rushed towards the scene, wheeling a standard wheeled stretcher. However, they quickly realized they could not navigate the stretcher up into the crowded, narrow stadium bleachers to reach Metcalf. They weren't even prepared. They weren't even prepared, bro. Narrow stadium bleachers to reach Metcalf, who was located higher up near the team tent. The footage showed the paramedic. They got footage of this shit. Oh, this dude. This is going to backfire. Look, the footage showed the paramedics having to turn around, run the stretcher back down to the end zone, and then manually carry a portable backboard up into the stands to reach him. Okay. The severity of the injury. According to the testimony, the paramedic Neil Adams and Collin County Medical Examiner Dr. Elizabeth Ventura, by the time the paramedics physically made contact to Metcalf in the bleachers, his condition was already catastrophic. Paramedic Adams testified that when they reached him, Metcalf was already gray, had no respiration, and lacked a pulse. Paramedics used an automatic mechanical CPR machine and aggressively administered blood on the site, which they obviously, could they have gotten there faster? Blood on the site in the ambulance, you see. But Dr. Ventura testified that the 2-inch gaping wound to the heart was inherently not survivable. Okay, so given how quickly he lost blood. Despite a rapid, desperate intervention of the coaches and paramedics, Metcalf never regained consciousness. Yeah, it's tragic, man. It's tragic.
It is.
And I'm sure they're going to scrutinize this carefully in after effect, because people need to know. But but then again, knives are deadly weapons. Knives are deadly weapons. And a lot of times young people carry them and they don't realize it. It's just a cheap thing to have. You don't have the right to have a gun. So kids tend to use knives, right?
Mm-hmm, yeah.
When they're afraid. Adults tend to use guns. Because they're easy. Yeah, so it's just a tragedy. It's just a tragedy. I think overall you just got to tell your kids, if you want better outcomes, then you have to ask your kids to do something different in this circumstance. It's not justifying how Karmelo reacted. I'm not justifying it. I'm not him. He's got to live with the consequences. However, for me, I would advise my kid to not confront kids like that. That it's not your right to tell him to not be in the tent. And even if you disagreed with it and it's a rule that stated that it's not his right to be there, you're supposed to go tell the adults. You're supposed to go tell the staff. You're supposed to go tell the security, because it is not your job. That's it right there. It's your job to report it. It's not your job to physically touch someone. When you physically touch someone, you're now changing the situation to something else. And are you sure you want to do that? Because when you change it to something else, you may not be able to determine the outcome. So there it is. And your job as a parent is to want your kid to survive. You know what I mean? So, and I'm going to tell you straight up, I don't tell my kids to confront other kids. I tell my kids even though I know my kids train. You see what I'm saying? Like, even though I know it, I don't tell them to confront. I tell them do the opposite. Don't confront. Leave. 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 Go find an adult. Leave, leave, leave. And if you got a friend that's out there confronting other kids, leave your friend, bro. Don't let your friend get you into some trouble. That's what I have to tell them all the time. Yeah. That's what I do anyway. People do it however they want. Justifying who's right or wrong ain't going to bring the kids to life back.
There you go.
So, yeah. And, so on that note, it's been pretty good. It's been a good stream. I got to be out. I got to prepare for a few other things.
Yeah, we're going on 6 hours, V.
Yeah. Goddamn. Is it 6 hours? Yeah. 5:30. Oh my God. But I'm glad we had a chance to review Karmelo's situation and the young man. What's the young man's name? I'm sorry about that. Austin Metcalf. I'm sorry to hear about this. I think there's space to learn. And I think learning something from this about both kids' behavior that could be changed is the best way forward. I don't think 35 years is justified. I think that's just I think that's extremist. I just think it's extremist. They're kids, man. They are kids. And I think it's cowardice for adults to be this extremist towards kids. What does that say about you? Have you been perfect? Do you go through what these kids go through today? Come on, man. But I'm happy to know I live in a country that doesn't prosecute people that way. In Denmark, like I said, we looked through it. 4 to 6 years is what Karmelo would have got in Denmark, and it doesn't matter your color, your reasoning. Just by the same facts, it would come out different. And the focus would be on rehabilitation. 4 to 6 years in rehabilitation. So I'm happy as an American citizen to live in a country like Denmark. I'm proud my kids grow up here, and they're Danish and American, and I think they got the best life, the best opportunities of both. Unfortunately, they get to evade it because I try to remind them all the time, look at what's going on in the U.S. Look at all the violence. Look at all this. And I tell them, you don't want to be like that because it's not worth it. What you have to give up in your mind, be happy you have the peace that you have in Denmark, because when you start having all these instances of violence that go on in the U.S., it takes a lifetime to get them out of your brain. It takes a lifetime to heal, seriously. And I know I have some struggles sometimes with when I heard that lady jogging behind me, just my adrenaline rushed so fast. And then I had to ask myself, what the fuck is wrong with me? It's just a lady running, just a lady jogging. She's minding her business in the morning. What's wrong? And it's because I've had to go through some attacks. You know what I'm saying? I had to watch my back sometime. Why though? Why? And I'm just happy that I didn't let it destroy me. You see what I'm saying? To destroy me from inside. The people that attacked me, were they wrong? Yeah. But what did I do to make it worse? I tried not to. I tried to work on myself and be like, nah, man, actually, I don't even need to think about that anymore because I'm safe. So work through it. Dedicate my life to trying to be positive. Help other people come through it instead of trying to justify what I could do violently to another person or to hurt somebody else or to stop somebody else's life, nah, man, I ain't no animal. So on that note, I'm going to be out. I feel sorry for both of their parents, both of their families, because I know, it's tragic. But my advice would be, I would tell both of these parents to come together, to be honest with you. I would tell them both to come together. If you can find a way to forgive each other, come together and change the society. Because the justice is whatever happened is way too extreme. It's not helping. It's not going to help this society. It's going to harm the society. So you got two bad things. So that would be my advice. If you care about the society, both of y'all come together and find a way to realize that, damn, you got two kids that lost their life. That can't be the goal. Yo, any of y'all want to say anything else before I chime out of this?
Just that, to be progressive, right? and progressive means to treat everyone as an equal, reconsider how you want to be treated, and it's okay to not be so aggressive, right? It's okay to feel empathy in all ways, right? Um, and this is just a reminder that we're all here as Americans, right? As humans, and we want to ensure that we live in a progressive society that allows for us to nurture those behaviors.
Yeah,
It's
well
really true.
said, bro. Well said. Rafiki, you want to say anything? Mark? I mean, Eric? Damn, sorry about that.
Yeah, I'm here.
No, as of right now, reading the chat, I don't have nothing good to say.
Don't worry about the chat
It'd be
because they
truthful.
represent themselves individually.
Not as of right now.
Most, yeah,
But I do
yeah.
agree.
Mhm.
I don't know who it was because my phone was going in and out. I
Mhm.
heard mostly what was said, but I do agree.
Yeah, I hear you.
Well, I think it's something where people need to learn from this. Afton's made some great points about that. Maybe he was baiting the situation. That maybe he was trying to get some type of retribution or something like that. And that's just another bigger reason to go to the security and get security involved. And if the coach couldn't get him to leave, then the coach needed to get security involved.
Facts.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So it seems to me
Yeah,
like a
it's
failure
sad
of the
for both. It's
adults.
just,
Yeah, the adults wasn't there on the set.
that's true.
It's like
That's true.
they all deserve a little better. And I'm not saying they weren't wrong because again, adults and the adults' role is to help kids get through life, correct behavior. That's their responsibility. It's teaching all of them, and stopping problems and giving them a learning lesson. Hey, fellas, stop that. Come here. Let's talk together. Come on. Like, come on. You here? Okay, well, maybe we could have handled this better. Let's work on that. Next time, handle it like this. That's the point. This is a small little incident that erupted into a death.
Yep. Yes.
It's so petty,
True,
man.
B,
Yeah, bro.
but you have to
But it
understand what
also
type of
happens
school.
too often. It seems like it happens quite often in America where it just doesn't seem to happen, at least at this extreme in other countries. And it seems like a lot of these pissing matches seem to escalate way beyond a fight and way beyond fisticuffs into weapons and then oftentimes into guns. And even when it's nothing that's really, like you're saying, very significant. And that's something that we need to look at, that maybe people need to learn to back down, that they don't have to stand their ground. They don't have to engage. You just leave the situation. And oftentimes that's the best defense, is to just run.
Yeah, it is. It is. It is. You know what I mean? And I heard somebody in the chat say justice was served. Was it? Because a kid lost his life. Was justice served? But what do you mean? Like,
America lost. America lost.
Yeah,
right?
I don't
We
see how
lost
this. Yeah, I don't see how there was justice there, bro. I'm like, no, a kid lost his life.
When you foster that type
I
of
think they both
mentality,
lost.
when you foster that mentality, you fail society, right? You fail society. The goal is to bring society together, see each other as equals, and have more proper discourse and community to de-incentivize behaviors like the ones that led to two young men, one who's no longer here and one who will spend the majority of his life in prison.
Exactly. They both lost their life pretty much. And it's I don't see how that's a victory. I don't see how it's a victory.
Yeah,
It's
they
just,
both lost their life. But you have to understand also too, guys. It depends on the school. Also, was the school majority white? Because I have seen where and read where students have went to the teachers or to the administrators and the parents, and nothing has been done until something happens, and then they want to punish the black students. They get expelled or they get suspended, and nothing seems to happen or change.
that's where we foster community, right? Black or white, whatever your community consists of, you create social checkpoints to de-incentivize violent escalation, like what happened in this particular scenario. Yes, we all do know race matters in America. We do know that there's nuance to a lot of these situations, but to give a blanket solution is to come together as society. And like I
Oh yes,
mentioned
of
earlier,
course.
something as simple as saying hello and good morning and reinforcing these things throughout society and the people we meet within our country kind of leads to people not seeing each other as threats and hopefully leading to behaviors that don't look like what happened in the Carmelo Anthony situation.
It says.
I mean, you can
Oh, go ahead.
you can do that all day. Say hello and not pose a threat to somebody, but to a person that look at your kind, they still gonna feel the way they gonna feel.
Well, it says here, I don't know about that, Rafika, because I think we got a role as adults to curb behavior, to help kids navigate through bad behavior, because they still kids, They don't have to end up that way, even if they bring some of that from their families or whatever, right? But here's the thing, though.
Yeah.
It says that the incident between Carmelo Anthony and Austin Metcalf it's coming to the conclusion, but who knows, but didn't stem from an underlying racial divide within the schools or their prospective track teams. Both schools are diverse public institutions, and so they both, they're saying the schools are just not, it wasn't made that there's black and white kids in both schools on both teams, right? So I don't know, again, there's a lot of detail that people got to look into. I'm not saying I've come to my conclusion about this aspect of it, but it's, I think overall, I think it's really just what happened. Like, think about this. What happens when any crime between a white person and a black person get adjudicated in the U.S.? The underlying question is that it's going to bring up a racial divide. And people are going to look for disparities in justice. That's what they're going to look for. And in the United States, there is a history to look at. It's all tracked. And that's why, people become focused on the trial, first of all. And then because they take notice of that. But I'm not saying that, because there's obviously a lot of trials that go on where it's two black people to kill each other and two white people to kill each other. And maybe nobody pays attention, right? But when this happens, people pay attention. But also, I think the problem starts at the judicial level. Like just how the prosecutors and the police see the people. Like, it can go wrong from right that point. It may not even be something just in the overall, it might not even be up to the kids. The two kids might really not have any bias other than just regular testosterone, testosterone going
No, I
on.
wasn't talking about the kids. I
Right.
wasn't talking about the kids. I'm talking about overall the world.
Yeah. Well,
when I went there.
Yeah, but the prosecution, obviously, 35 years, first degree murder. That's bias. That's total bias.
That's what I was circling when it comes to, conservative and deep conservative states versus more progressive states.
I'm
right?
just saying in the U.S.
would have looked a lot different.
Yeah, in the U.S. that's bias.
Yeah.
In Denmark, it's not bias. In the U.S. is biased. Because in Denmark, they try everybody. It don't matter who you are. If you have a knife, the law is the same. In Denmark, in the U.S., that's not the same. In the U.S., all of a sudden, it's up to someone what somebody thinks. You have
the fact that he got charged as an adult in itself is insane.
He's in charge as an adult. Like, what the fuck is going on? And on top of it, it's just, did he have other violent crimes?
No, not that I'm aware.
He ain't no record.
So I just don't. I think it's the courts, it's the justice system that has fucked this up again.
It was the court.
Yeah, they're the ones that's biased.
How they took it was, you took one of ours, we gonna take you.
And it's so dumb. It's so dumb. You know what I mean? And it's the same thing. Like, I'm sorry, but I hate to bring this up because I got to go too. But it's the same thing with the O.J. Simpson case. No one can find out why. because Mark Furman jumped the goddamn fence and he's on tape talking about niggas. I mean, how do you solve a crime when you have a bigot jumping the gate? Like, solving the crime. You can't. Like, they fucked it up. The LA police fucked up this case for everybody, for the whole country. Instead of solving it by doing shit the right way, they fucked it up and they left America polarized. You know, that's a problem. That's a fucking problem, you know? And it's just like no one's ever going to know anymore because they fucked it up from the beginning. Stop hiring police that are on tape that actually have a bias towards people. Don't. You know? Then you would be able to solve a crime. Then generally don't tell the police. Stop telling the police to do shit illegal. Stop letting the prosecutor do shit illegal. Then you won't have this problem. But they made it so much more complicated. And I think what they did, to be honest, even with OJ, I'm not saying you can think whatever you want because I don't fucking know. You know what I'm saying? But I think what they did is they found a way to get everybody's tax dollars and just throw it back on everybody else. Here's your problem. It's your problem, America. And just boom.
It's like to add on to what you're saying is we have to remember how they prosecute a lot of these cases will reverberate through their judicial career, right? This judge will be remembered for this case in Karmelo Anthony. You know, this prosecutor will be remembered for this case in Karmelo Anthony. And depending on how their constituents vote, they believe and back this, they will further their career. And now you have someone serving a disproportionate sentence based off of a crime that he committed as an adolescent, if you want to call him that, you know, at 17 years old. And we, you know, obviously we can get caught up in the nuance of murder, you know, manslaughter. I think, you know, obviously he doesn't deserve the 35 years, but he does deserve some sort of punishment. But to circle back to politics, you know, in a state like Texas where, you know, maximum punishment is seen as justice, that will further the career of this judge and that will further the career of this prosecutor, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's a systemic wise, we ain't looking good. And you know, we're being very extreme, and you know, it's just but it says neither one of these dudes had any prior violent offenses. So that in itself, like, how do you send a boy away for 35 years, man? He got no prior offenses, no violent offenses, you know. No backgrounds before the incident, court records and families confirmed that Anthony had no prior criminal history whatsoever. He's going to jail with grown men for 35 years. He have no prior criminal history. Criminal, period. Not even violent, just no criminal history at all. He was a student of Fresno Centennial High School, maintaining a 3.7 GPA. That's pretty high. The highest you can get is 4, right? So 4.0. Yeah, 4.0. He was a prominent student leader, serving as a team captain for both the varsity football and track and field teams. So he was in his place. He was in his place of business as a student on the field. So he belonged there where he was.
Those are other things they should take into account, right? But here we are.
Man, this should be obvious. You want the boy on this field. You want him in this track on the sports thing. Him being in another tent. What the fuck does that have to do with it? It ain't your tent, motherfucker. You don't own this tent. You share this tent with other people all the time. He's doing what it normally happens. He was a prominent student leader, serving as team captain for both the varsity football team and track and field. Outside of school and sports, he worked regular jobs at Foot Locker and H&B grocery store. So this young man had a job. He was not just in school. He wasn't just a student leader. He wasn't just an active participant in sports, in 2 different sports in school. But outside of school, he outside of maintaining a 3-point academic grade level, which is you can't get higher than 3.7. Outside of that, he had a job at Foot Locker and H&B grocery store. Some of you motherfuckers don't even know what it's like to have 2 jobs. You might be judging his ass right now and shit. Send him to jail. Okay. He was a prominent student leader serving his team. Wow. Outside of school. Okay. Because of his pristine background, academic achievement, and lack of any past violent or criminal behavior, the judge initially lowered his pre-trial bail to $1 million to $250,000. Man, what is he, a flight risk? What the fuck do you think he's gonna go? What are you talking about, bail? He has no priors. He have no priors.
You would think instead of bail, they would lessen the charges, right? Because that shows and speaks to his character, right?
Yeah,
I think that's what I'm trying to say.
This
when you look
hypocrisy.
at that form of character, why would you think that this is an inherently violent person? And if so, why would you send him to jail for such a long time that he would be exposed to inherent violence, right?
Yeah,
for one
yeah,
moment
yeah.
as an adolescent.
This is a problem, bro.
That's the judicial system. Yes, that's the faultiness of our judicial system.
Yeah,
It
this
isn't justice.
Yeah. This is an injustice.
It's disproportionate punishment.
Yeah. And they're kind of giving you the information, showing you that this doesn't make sense. So on one hand, you recognize he don't have any priors, no violent record. You recognize his good behavior, his participation in society. But when it comes to the charges, you don't. Okay, but he's a kid, but you're going to try him as an adult. I got it. Now, even though most adults can't even do this well. Sure, okay, we got you. Austin Metcalf, similarly, Austin Metcalf had no criminal history or record of violent behavior. He was a 17-year-old student, athlete at Fresno Memorial High School, widely known as a dedicated member of his school's track team. Friends, coaches, and family described him as a typical, well-liked high school student who had never been involved in legal trouble or violent alter interactions. But what about his school grades? And did he work a job on the side? Let me just look that up. I'm not saying it matters all that much, but I'm just curious because I'm asking because they said that about Karmelo. So, did he also have high grades, and did he have 2 part-time jobs as well?
Also,
just want to get out of here.
I tried to look up the first articles. I cannot find none of the first articles online at all.
Sometimes articles get retracted. You know, sometimes initial information ain't always correct, but you know, there's some.
I couldn't find none of them.
Yeah, it's okay.
None of them.
There's some misnomers out there about the case. Like, there's people that said the families knew each other. The judge and the family knew each other. They got pictures. No, they're saying it's not true now. So, you know, but just on these facts, you know, there's still a lot to examine that just doesn't look right about the case. You know, the things that they do admit to still look kind of controversial.
I think they scrubbed the internet before the trial.
I don't know now, but it still won't explain how they're out there saying it's not true. The photographs aren't true.
A lot of publications will retract some of their prior articles based off, new information to not look, to look more credible, right? So to not discredit themselves,
right?
They will now, based off the new information that they receive, which is factual, right?
Yeah.
They'll retract a lot of those articles.
Some people may have reported some of the things, and then they later were like, "Okay, this is not right. This is not true. So let's pull it back." You know, but no, that specific detail only applies to Karmelo. Background is slightly different, though. He was also exceptional, highly accomplished student athlete. His grades, Austin Metcalf did have incredibly high grades. He maintained a 4.0 GPA, so he had high grades too. He had a high grades, technically higher than he had a 3% or 3 point. What is it? 0.3. 0.3. 0.3 higher. You're right. And so he was an exceptional student. Also, his jobs. There's no record or court testimony stating that Austin held down 2 part-time jobs like Karmelo did. Instead, Austin's outside focus was almost entirely poured into elite athletics. He was the MPV linebacker for his high school football team and was actively beginning to receive Division I college football scholarships. So, yeah, so he blew it because the attitude, boy. Like, man, you blew it, man. Like, and this is what kids got to understand. How you respond, you need to think about your life. You need to think about your life, even if someone else isn't. Okay? Even if someone else is giving you different advice, you got to ask yourself, would you rather be on the professional football team now with the scholarship in a college? Or would you rather be telling Karmelo Anthony he got to get out of the bleachers and get stabbed? Which one? Which one? Because, you know, this is parenting 101. The answer is easy. You would rather be in college. So shit like this happens sometimes. Kid, you can't dictate the state of mind of somebody else. And you also are, it's illegal for you to enforce physically the removal of another human being. So, like, just understand that. Like, that's a crime. So, the detail, yeah. So, to me, it sounds like both of these guys generally were doing pretty well. And, yeah, small thing. Man, sometimes I just wonder, bro. I just wonder. But I hope people get something out of this. For me, all I got out of it is that the motherfucking justice system just throws away the key. You make a mistake, one little incident, man, none of that shit you do. None of that 2 jobs you did as a kid. None of that high GPA in high school. None of that track meet shit matters. The book can be thrown away at you, and you will not be considered a child in the United States of America. You will be considered adult, and they will give you adult time, and they will throw away the key. And the other thing I'm learning is that there's a lot of people that won't advise their kids to do the right thing. They would just tell them, yeah, remove that motherfucker. I'm finding that out too. That's another lesson I'm learning. Like, some people will have their kids they won't learn and just tell their kids to follow the rules. Follow the fucking rules, man. All of them follow the rules. That's why this is why adults tell you follow the rules. This is why adults tell you go tell the adults, go tell the staff, go tell the security. That's why they tell you this. And if you don't listen, why are you coming back to me? Yeah, that was wrong. Yeah, that would happen. That was bad too. Yeah, that was fucked up. But why don't you listen to me? Listen to your parent. What your parent tells you. When your parent tells you go tell the adult, do it. Fathers have to deal with this shit all the time because I know what it's like to have some boys. You know what I'm saying? I have to tell their ass, yo, man, I ain't trying to look at your body in a fucking, go to your funeral. Goddamn. Like, come on, man. Like, in any case, I'm out, yo. I appreciate everybody's time. Guess what? Thank
y'all.
Top of the morning. We be back. See ya.
Thank y'all. Much love.
Yeah, much love, everybody.
Thank you, guys.
And sorry to the families of both of these kids. You know, hope things work out. Yeah. All right, y'all. Peace, everybody. Let's try to make this play. Fuck Trump anyway.
Peace.
Bring Trump to justice.
There we go.
Lock their asses up. Right. You know what I'm saying?
Ice.
Yeah, and fuck ICE. Come on now, and let's spread love. All right. Peace. See ya.
Yeah. Digging, scratching, working, struggling, hoping. Some is hustling, every man hustling. Stay alive, that's the game. It don't matter if another gets slain. Pain, recession, other cats want a war. We got the weapon. People want bomb, so they gonna get them. This is the rhythm, the politics ticking. It's sad how we living in this life. It's gonna be a time that we change. Shit is not finite, life is the same. Motherfuckers killing each other to make a claim. Stop that bullshit, you have no respect for each other. You know the truth you come from your mother, your sister, your brother. So love one another. If we make that change, the whole world will do the same. So listen.
Only this one love. We let the children dying. What about the children crying? No.
What about the kids?
Don't forget the children.
Tell them about the children.
What about the children crying?
I wish someone would tell me when is the suffering gonna stop. I see time ticking, fuck your watch. There comes a time when man steps to the plate, but it won't matter if your mentality is fake. Where I'm from, we got a system, overcrowded prisons, 2 cents an hour, man. Listen, shit don't change if we keep exploiting each other. One day you find out you only did it to your brother. A homeless mother, a baby, no supper. She got a husband and father, they both love her, but they can't find work cause the people with the power, they got a strange way to govern. Their price tag say nothing. Life is funny, then again it's really not. People dying for what other people got. I asked God if he can come and change the shit. He said, hell no, cause you just gotta change this.
Every day the children dying. What about the children crying? One.
From your mom, your birth, pops planted the seed in the turf. From there, you must find out what life is worth. Grew up learning your do's and don'ts before working on your motor skills, working on your coordination, right? And orientation to what your life, the brand new thing. So gentle, the soul we're capturing in this distance. The alphabets the kids sing. They celebrate when it's time to go outside. As you get older, you learn to let all the troubles in your life just glide away. Stay focused, keep it smooth, keep you cool. Things in life can make it get rude. If you let it, don't let it. 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 If you let it, let it, let it. What? If you let it, don't let it, let it. If you let it, what? Don't let it. If you let it, don't let it, let it.
We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. We embark on this journey to your soul. We wanna have a good time. We embark on this journey to your soul. We wanna have a good time. We do something that you know you can't deny. We're just slipping in and out on a journey, you and I, on a mission to salvation. Our spirit be our transportation. We think you'll do a little love and that is true. For real, we bring something that you know you can't deny. We're just slipping in and out on a journey, you and I. Bring it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it.
lie. That I'm gonna free your mind tonight. Born on this planet full of hate, inherited from our harshest past, embedded in our society's identity. But then again, can you tell me that's free? They explain to you what your mind should perceive, suggest things they want you to believe, like your skin color dictates your race. They're calling you an idiot to your face, like life is much more simple than that. We're all slaves and the cards are stacked, while we fight over problems we can fix. Industrialists turn our kids to addicts. The television does a job, introduce you. The radio's right there to seduce you, keep you locked on the wrong damn track. Cigarettes is just legalized crack. They want you to catch a damn heart attack. They want you to catch a damn heart attack. But stop believing in the flag, it's a trap. Cause men rule this world, that's a fact. They don't know, they don't know, but I'm gonna make it right tonight. They don't lie, but I'm gonna spit it like I know. They don't know, that I'm gonna hit them with the shit. They don't lie, that you're gonna free your mind tonight, that you're gonna free your mind tonight, that you're gonna free your mind tonight, that you're gonna free your mind tonight. If you see a man that needs help, then help a brother. If you see a sister on her own, still love her. Cause life is about how you choose to see it. But you gotta teach people how to learn to see it. The planet's been through suffering many times. We propagate many wars many times. The people need to wake up and stop accepting deceit from their own government's deception. You can't blame the people for needing protection from the government's bad reputation. We need to sing a song called Free the Nation, cause we done had a whole lot of separation. Racism, classism, nationalism, based on keeping people out on the plantation. That's the plan, no doubt, cause rich people got a plan, no doubt. If you still don't understand and believe that we are all one from the same mother, and respect each woman and man with the same consideration you would like to be given on a daily, then you need to retire so the new generation can take over and show you how to live and govern this place we call Earth home.
Everybody here, yeah.
They don't know, kid. They don't know, but I'm gonna make it right tonight. They don't lie, but I'm gonna say it like I know. They don't know, that I'm gonna hit them with this shit. They don't lie, that I'm gonna feel mine tonight. They don't know, that I'm gonna make it right tonight. They don't lie, but I'm gonna spit it like I know. They don't know, that I'm gonna hit them with this shit. They don't lie, that I'm gonna feel mine tonight. I know how to see a whack MC me when he bustin', but I just back away real cool, no fussin'. I'd rather go kicking in the streets with the bums and use the knowledge to collect what? Some funds. Open a non-profit and build a damn school. And this is the story of how a great king rules. There's many that claim to know the local demographic, but don't have the nerve to tell you the truth. It's tragic, but I do. So sit back and let me spit this shit to you. You feel better when I spit this shit to you. Despite the system trying to clamp down on the people, the people will learn how to stand up to evil. Not evil that's across the globe, that's too far, but evil that lies in their own backyard. And fighting, it's not an option, they can't win. The government, it's not supposed to represent sin, but then again they do, and that's a problem. So let's go down and figure out how to solve them. It's not fun being a rapper that can't speak, but we do, yes, and plus we make fat beats. Yo, we smoke weed, break up trees. Listen, bringing fat beats, that is our mission. You wanted to see us, homeboy, shut up and listen. Thelonious and Big Bennett, brother, check the vision. Mentalities of different realities. Enter the Star Trek room when you hear the boom. I be the Walkman with the super bass. Automatic stop, yes, stereo cassette player. With the delayer, freaky lyrical sprayer. Extraterrestrial rhyme sayer. I be the poetical VIC/master of the ceremony. Tenderoni, won't you come step with me? I'm on a historical journey, kinda like Sigourney. Implore me to represent the attorney that represents my niggas, go figure. It's the card, they call me Uncle Bigger. Niggas love you blunts, down your liquors. I be the parallel to the fiction. You fixated on this brother's nature. Relaxed behavior, I might save your change. Flip it, rearrange the whole concept. Yo, it's good for all your brain. Insane, psychotic, neurotic, black onyx, and hooked on phonics. Just atomic, beats like a bonnet. Cut with the Asiatic, they all up on it. Rhyme static with the Bugatti type of skill. You wonder, is this nigga Vic really for real? It's still, but only necessary in the berry. I'm milk like dairy, they quite contrary. That's scary, but I'm a dog in the prairie. I scurry to grab my bones and just bury. Lyrical flurry, go get your secretary with impeccable dictions. My style might vary, so get a hold of your own shit real fast. Fucking with us, we take it right out your ass. Prairie dogs chill while the other dogs howl. Too many dogs get sent to the pound. Back on the hill, me and my peeps just lounge. Prairie dogs, we keep it on the down. Splatter, don't like gun splatter. We try to climb a ladder, wicked men get better. They make it like splatter, but it really don't matter. Cause you know we coming back to our sons and our daughters. Father, him the one who protects ya, and the mother, she will never neglect ya. Through divine nature, the people respect ya, and in this way I deliver my lecture. They want war. Crime babies looking for food. Starvation, the recipe. People subdued. When the people you trust got it in for you. Deceit is the word of the day in every crew. Don't let it go. It's from the days of old. Time is up, but some still do not know. Can I make up my mind? Is it worth the dime? Do I have to take a minute just to make